Did I miss anything? I should have streamed on the night that Mamdani won. Should have streamed yesterday, but I kind of think of these days to me as somebody who's like a political junkie, unfortunately, like Christmas. And so it's like, oh, the idea that I'm supposed to like stream on them just doesn't compute yet. So we're going to be doing some catching up, but that's okay because a lot has happened. And holy shit, I have found some gems of conservatives coping that I feel like I wouldn't have found otherwise, even if I had been live. So if you're watching on YouTube, please go ahead, like the stream. And if you're watching on Twitch, please go ahead and follow me, subscribe. That way you can watch me ad-free. What happened? The line for voting for Mamdani was just so long that I wasn't able to get home and stream in time. Just kidding. I didn't vote for Mamdani because I don't live in New York City. Okay. Okay. But first, Pelosi retiring. It is insane. It's absolutely fucking insane that it does not say Nancy Pelosi, comma, 85 years old. Let me repeat that. Nancy Pelosi, comma, 85 years old, plans to retire in 2027 after 39 years in Congress. That's fucking insane. It's just like, oh, she's retiring. Like you'd think that, I don't know, she's not almost fucking in her 90s. But this was announced 2 hours ago. Pelosi plans to retire in 2027 after 39 years in Congress. Representative Nancy Pelosi announced on Thursday that she'll retire when her term concludes in early 2027, ending a remarkable career in which she rose to become one of the most powerful women in American history. And again, keep in mind, 2027 is like over almost like 2 years away, depending on like when it actually marks the retirement. She could be dead before then. I'm not kidding. She's 85. All it would take is for her to fall down some stairs. Not crazy. And she would be done. Do I want that to happen? No. Just saying that like this is like I'm retiring in like 2 years, right? A lot could happen in 2 years. That's insane. Ms. Pelosi, 85, was the nation's first and only female House Speaker, and she will have represented San Francisco in Congress for 39 years. When she leaves office, she has served during an era of seismic change for American society in her own city, from the throes of the AIDS crisis to the legalization of gay marriage, and through her meteoric rise at the tech sector and the nation's extreme polarization. She entered political office later in life and... okay, like... to put it that way, it's like if you consider her entering in her like 40s, 50s to be like later in life, what do you consider her retirement at almost fucking 87 to be? And became a hero to Democrats for the way she wielded immense power to push Obamacare, climate change legislation, and infrastructure programs through Congress. With a grateful heart, I look forward to my final year of service as your proud representative, she told her constituents in a nearly 6-minute video posted on X. Oh, I really hope this isn't 6 minutes because it takes her forever to like get through a sentence.
There's a reason why our city has always been synonymous with the future. Here we don't fear the future.
Are you suggesting something is going to happen to Pelosi before her term ends? No, of course not. May she live for another 1,000 years. Like, do I want something to happen to her? No, she's just like so fucking old. I mean, fine. Like, these people die in office. Like, I'm pretty sure I saw Ken Klippenstein saying on Twitter that like 8 politicians have died in office in the last like year or two, and they were all Dems.
We forge it. From the gold rush to the miracles of science and technology, our city has always been the cradle of innovation, buzzing with optimism and creativity. We are a vibrant and diverse city, home to hardworking families, diligent students, and heroic veterans, and the dreams of entrepreneurs.
This is too clean. Anytime I hear audio like this, and especially since you don't actually see her doing it, I'm like, was this sweetened with AI? I will always wonder that now. 6-minute video with clips of San Francisco's iconic cable cars and colorful Victorian homes flashing in the background. Yeah, she's showing this because if she had to like actually show herself while giving this message, it would remind people, how about you retire right now, Pelosi? My message to the city I love is this. San Francisco, know your power, she continued. We have always led the way, and now we must continue to do so by remaining full participants in our democracy and fighting for the American ideals we hold dear. Ms. Pelosi, who likes to use the phrase resting is is resting, led the House Democrats for 20 years, 8 of which she spent as Speaker. She has also been a prodigious fundraiser and raised more than $1.3 billion for Democratic campaigns, according to her aides. But she was reviled by conservatives who painted her as the scary embodiment of liberal San Francisco values and blamed her for what they considered to be the nation's decline. She has been a chief irritant to President Donald Trump, even to this day, calling him a vile creature in a CNN interview that aired this week. She presided over 2 of his impeachment votes in the House, and he has called her Crazy Nancy with no sense of fondness for his foe. All-time great name. I saw like a C-SPAN clip of him reacting to this. Let me see. Here it is.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
About Nancy Pelosi?
Nancy Pelosi's retirement.
I think she's an evil woman. I'm glad she's retiring. I think she did the country a great service by retiring. I think she was a tremendous liability for the country.
And on Dick Cheney.
I thought she was an evil woman who did a poor job, who cost the country a lot in damages and in reputation. I thought she was terrible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Love that. Okay. Her Democratic colleague, what do I even say to that? Her Democratic colleague said she was unlike any other politician with whom they'd worked. Jackie Spire, I think it's Spire, a Bay Area Democrat who served in the House for 15 years, said that Ms. Pelosi would go down in history as the most consequential speaker ever. She is a command, a presence, all eyes turned to her, Ms. Spire said. Her retirement had been had been grist for the local and national political rumor mill for several years, and younger Dems grew increasingly eager to run for her seat. They feared, however, that it would be folly to challenge one of the most powerful politicians in modern history. Ms. Pelosi, for her part, told CNN days ago that she had no doubt she would win re-election if she were to run for another term. Unfortunately, this is probably true. Voters probably, even given like she would be running at like 87, voters would still vote for her. That's insane. I mean, this is like the same party that like went with Biden, right? Like I wouldn't have wanted Biden. Like it's just insane. It's like it's an indictment of the electorate, frankly. Still, the overwhelming defeat Democrats suffered last year in the congressional and presidential races has prompted soul searching within the party and louder calls for older Democrats to step down and make way for new politicians with fresh ideas. The race to succeed Ms. Pelosi was already shaping up to be a fierce one before she announced her retirement. Scott Wiener, a Democratic state senator from San Francisco who's a champion of housing construction, and Saikat Chakrabarti, who worked as Representative AOC's chief of staff, have already announced they were running for the seat with or without Ms. Pelosi on the ballot. In recent months, Ms. Pelosi has refused to discuss her career plans, insisting she was focused solely on the passage of California's Proposition 50, a ballot measure to approve newly drawn House districts. She worked behind the scenes to help Governor Gavin Newsom craft the measure, which passed on Tuesday, and to raise money for the effort. It was considered one of her final achievements, both a blow to Mr. Trump, who had sought more Republican seats in the House by gerrymandering in conservative states, and a parting gift to the next generation of California Dems who could benefit from as many as 5 additional seats in the state. Mr. Trump has, the cope that I've heard from conservatives is that this is only going to galvanize those Republican voters in California. Watch them end up with more seats or like breaking even. It's so unlikely that would happen. Mr. Trump still has strong contempt for Ms. Pelosi. The retirement of Nancy Pelosi is a great thing for America, he said on Thursday in a response to Fox News. She was evil, corrupt, and only focused on bad things for our country. At a packed Union Hall in San Francisco on Monday morning, Ms. Pelosi was the MC for a Proposition 50 rally that included Mr. Newsom and a labor leader, Dolores Huerta. This is a moment of truth for America, Ms. Pelosi told the crowd. It's self-defense for a democracy. In the audience, union workers wore t-shirts that Ms. Pelosi had autographed for them and pins with drawings of 6 tiny Nancy Pelosi's standing side by side, each wearing a suit in a different color of the rainbow. At the rally, the ever-stylish Ms. Pelosi was sporting a green... Why are we getting into her fashion? What? Okay, interesting. That's all we need to read. I don't understand. Okay, thank you, New York Times. Very cool. This article, though. All of this is reminding me of this article that I was reading, but I didn't finish the other day. This is in New York Magazine. It's my party and I'll leave when I want to, talking to the gerontocracy. So this is by Rebecca Traister, who writes for this magazine, on the ridiculously old politicians in the Democratic Party that will not leave. Maybe, but she doesn't deserve the hate, bro. Can you guys stop? Who is hating on Pelosi right now? This is like so not about that. This is just about the fact that like it's a problem that goes beyond her. This is about the fact that all of these people refuse to step aside, refuse to see that they are way too old to be doing this fucking job. Okay. Last year's election debacle, rooted in the rapid decline of the then 81-year-old Joe Biden, took a heavy toll on New Hampshire Congresswoman Annie Kuster. It was the most painful thing I've been through since my own parents aging, she said of her up-close experiences with the former president. Nobody wants to face incapacity. It forced Kuster to look hard at her party. Months before the fateful presidential debate that exposed Biden's frailty, Kuster, at a mere 68 years old, announced her retirement, having served in Congress for 12 years after turning a red seat reliably blue. Though fit and healthy, she was feeling her age on some issues. We were dealing with AI, cryptocurrency, she said of her work on the Energy and Commerce Committee. I'm not the person best situated to be dealing with these issues. I did my best to learn, but it's just time for us to move over. Now, as debate rages among Democrats over how to improve their party's abysmal reputation with voters, Kuster's worries that the crucial lesson of 2024 has been forgotten. Definitely has been, particularly by ancient officials clinging to their seats and seemingly doing everything in their power to prevent a younger generation of politicians from emerging. People keep asking, what's wrong with the Democratic Party? What's the right message? Kuster said. They act like there are magic words, and it's like, it's not a question of just getting the right words. It's that we are too freaking old. And I just want to say, this is not about like ageism, because I do think that every single candidate should be judged on an individual metric, and I just don't think that age alone ought to be something that neither disqualifies you or qualifies you for a congressional seat, for a gubernatorial race, for a senatorship. None of that. It's not like that at all to me. It's the fact that consistently all of these people that remain in the party, more often than not, when you hear them speak, when you see them move around, they are just clearly not up to the job anymore. They're not physically fit. They have like very slow verbal agility. They trip over their words. They're confused. Like even Mitch McConnell. You know, like there's this problem on the Republican side, but it persists, unfortunately, more on the Democratic side. Or Ed Markey, TBH. You know, honestly, the last video that I saw of Ed Markey was a speech that he was giving at a Three Kings rally wrapped in a trans flag. He sounded fine to me. It's like even Bernie sounds okay, but the thing is that like just the fact that Bernie is how old? Like, I thought Bernie, when I was voting for him in 2020, was, like, too old to be running for president. Let's see. Bernie's 84. Like, way too old. Bernie should step aside. Like, Bernie should be, like, hopefully has somebody, like, waiting in the wings, ready to, like, inherit his senator seat back in Vermont. He is too old. And the fact that he was already struggling with, like, heart issues back in 2020 is, like, not a promising sign. I don't hold that back just for Bernie. Like, I was talking about this the other day with somebody. If Bernie were on the ticket for 2028 or Josh Shapiro, if it like came down between those two people in the primary, I would vote for Josh Shapiro just because Bernie is too old. I definitely wouldn't want to be doing that, but I would because it's just it would be such a mistake to run or be supporting such an old candidate after what happened with Biden. Old people admitting they don't understand computers. Yeah, I agree. Age shouldn't be the be all end all, but have some fight and stop holding up the status quo. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing is that like these people on top of like being too old is like the politics that they stand for is like also it's not even something that, oh, it's worth it though, even though they're old because they at least like have progressive, they like, you know, make a progressive pivot to like stay in office. No, on top of that, like look at Schumer's politics. He is like a politician of like a bygone era in many, many ways. A battle between generations is taking place in races across the country. The mayoral race in New York has pitted 34-year-old Zohran Mamdani against not only 67-year-old Andrew Cuomo, this is obviously before he won, but also 74-year-old Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who still hasn't endorsed the younger candidate, presumably because of some of the combination of Mamdani's left-wing, pro-Palestine positions and his temerity in believing his elders don't have a monopoly on deciding how politics should be practiced. In Maine, 77-year-old Governor Janet Mills, with Schumer's backing, is hoping to become the oldest freshman ever elected to the Senate in her primary campaign against 41-year-old oyster farmer Graham Plattner. There's also the primary challenge to 76-year-old Tennessee Democrat Steve Cohen by 30-year-old lawmaker and community activist Justin J. Pearson. In Georgia, 80-year-old David Scott is trying to fend off... Oh, did I get a raid? Globus the Elder, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We're looking at this New York Magazine article talking about the gerontocracy of the Democratic Party and the older leadership that just fucking refuses to step aside. Where are we? Oh, thank you so much, Jagger08 Larson, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Globus the Elder. You enjoy that for rating. Thank you so much. Where are we? 80-year-old David Scott is trying to fend off 33-year-old Everett Blair. It's not just radical kids against staid geriatrics. And Massachusetts centrist Seth Moulton, 47, is challenging progressive stalwart Senator Ed Markey, 79, on generational terms. While in Washington, D.C., former interim Democratic National Committee Chair Donna Brazil took to the Washington Post to implore 18-term Congresswoman and civil rights hero Eleanor Holmes Norton, who at 88 has shown clear signs of cognitive decline, not to run for re-election. In September, when longtime Representative Jerry Nadler, at the spry age of 78, sent shockwaves through Congress's thriving senior community with the announcement that he would not seek re-election, some wondered whether it was a sign of change. As he told the New York Times, younger people can do better, maybe help us more. It's the nursing home of the country. I wish that weren't true, but yes, it is. Nadler's expression of hope on this front, and downright moving, in part because of his generosity and optimism about the next generation, are so rarely expressed by members of his own. Why do so few politicians in his age bracket feel the same way? It's certainly not the first time an old world has been dying as a new world struggles to be born. The clash between past and future is eternal, but each age is gifted with its own specific monsters, and ours are doozies. As Trump's authoritarian regime rages on, the opposition party is bleeding support, particularly among young people. The challenge for Democrats is to wrest control from the gnarled grip of gerontocracy while containing the chaos that will naturally ensue from younger politicians who are mad as hell at their own party, politicians who are also, by definition, unknown and untested. Since Custer's decision to retire, 4 of her Democratic colleagues from ages 65 to 87 have died in office. Let me repeat that again. 4 of her Democratic colleagues from ages 65 to 87 have died in office. That number includes Jerry Connolly, the 75-year-old Virginia Democrat who got leadership support in his defeat of AOC, 36, to chair the House Oversight Committee. And he also, we learned this after he died, he knew that he had cancer, he won, and then he didn't disclose it to the general public until after he was seated, something like that. There was still an opportunity where he could have stepped aside or somebody could have come into his place, and he didn't say anything. It does not include Connecticut Congressman John Larson, 77, who suffered a complex partial seizure on the House floor, but announced in September at an event during which the Orleans hit Still the One played that he'll be running for re-election. Millennials and Gen Z make up more of the adult population than baby boomers, but they still hold fewer seats in Congress. That imbalance reflects not just generational inertia, said political consultant Sean Curran, but a structural resistance to turnover. And honestly, I feel like millennials and Gen Z are just more likely to want to run candidacies and campaigns where a centerpiece is that they don't take corporate money. There is a higher expectation conferred upon these younger representatives that run to have more progressive politics, which is a great expectation, but that also means that they are climbing an uphill battle anytime they not only are running, just because it's already expensive to run in this country, but when you're trying to seat incumbents, especially old ones that have a lot of purchase among their constituents because they've been there for however many years, that's very, very expensive. It's very, very difficult, and it's very intimidating, and it keeps people out of the political process entirely. Not all old people in Congress are baby boomers. The silent generation lawmakers, it's insane that there's any silent generation lawmakers in Congress, but Maxine Waters, 87, Steny Hoyer, 86, Pelosi, 85, Bernie Sanders, 84. Boomers are mere children. But there is a whiff of boomer self-regard in this elder intransigence. Arriving in the mid-20th century at a time when culture, technology, and politics were rapidly changing, boomers sometimes behave as though the world began and will end with them. Their conviction that this is the worst and most dangerous time is matched by their assuredness that they are uniquely situated to steer us out of it. An uncanny mirror of I alone can fix it mentality of our boomer president. There are also, and you know what? This Donald Trump's age is the thing that I think in some ways can be advantageous politically and also disadvantageous, because people should be taking all of his unprecedented authoritarian actions very, very seriously. But the fact that he can be joking about having a third term, running additionally, I feel like it doesn't hit because he's old, he's obese, and his age is starting to show. And I think people there's a good chance that even if he wanted to remain in office longer than he should, will he even live to be able to do that because of his age? There are also more mundane reasons the elderly stick around forever. Former Pennsylvania Congresswoman Susan Wild said being the constant center of attention, as well as the perks and trips, can, of course, be kind of addictive, especially if you're in a safe seat and you don't have to work your ass off in a campaign. Jen Bluestein, a political consultant who has worked for Emily's List, said that much of a politician's ability to step away gracefully depends on how much of your identity is tied to the seat. Many can't imagine doing anything in which they won't be heavily staffed and relevant all the time. One former member of Congress told me about a conversation she had on a group work trip with an elderly colleague who needed physical assistance navigating airports. They were chatting about up-and-comers in his state, and the older man acknowledged one particularly talented potential young successor. Well, so why don't you retire? Someone asked. The member literally looked at us and goes, well, what would I do? A lot of them go past the point where they have anything to stop for, said one former House member. There's a moment when they've stayed so long that their grandchildren have already gone off to college and often the spouse dies. Then literally their staff is taking care of them. The results are as macabre as they are deflating. Wild recalled one committee chairman whose staff said he was regularly confused. She once watched this man, quote, fall flat on his face coming up the marble steps, not because he tripped, but because he had a very difficult time getting around. We have had members on the floor carrying their oxygen, said the former member of Congress. We've had members go through cancer treatment who don't show up to vote for months at a time, even when it's so close. It's always the sickest who are running again, and then, sure enough, 6 months later, we'll be going to their funeral. The desire to go on working well past the retirement age of 67 is endemic. When I spoke to Nadler in October, it was clear he was able to leave in part because he could still picture himself landing another gig. At the end of next year, Nadler said, I will have spent 50 years in elected service. And honestly, so much of it comes down to this. Like, they're just trying to, like, rack up records, personal achievements, and it becomes about, like, hitting 50 instead of asking themselves, can I still serve the public? And am I even doing right by myself by running yet again? Do I have it within me? 16 years in the state assembly and 34 in the House. I'll be 79 years old, and I'll say two things. One, you might suffer a loss of ability and cognition, which is difficult to recognize in yourself. And two, at 79 years old, I still have an opportunity to do something else. I don't know what that'll be, but something. Nadler paused briefly. I mean, I could teach, he said. Why don't these people want to retire? I don't understand. Just why do you want to do this until you die? It's bizarre to me. You should be at home, like, surrounded by your fucking family, not in Congress, like, wheeling around your fucking oxygen with your staff having to, like, come on, you said you were going to vote yes on this. We'll give you a chocolate pudding cup after you fucking do it. Coran cited the example of Maine's Georgia Mitchell, who retired from the Senate at 61 before going on to serve as special envoy in Northern Ireland, where he chaired the Good Friday Agreement negotiations. There's a guy who had a statesman-like career after being in the Senate, said Coran. People will throw flowers at your feet if you leave on the right timetable, but you're only going to get that chance if you get out. If you stay, you don't get to have the George Mitchell go to Northern Ireland and figure out the troubles thing. If Bernie does 90, I want him to go full 100 then. No, he needs to retire. Congressional leadership has only reinforced the elderly dynamic. Wild described how, after having flipped a seat and then served 3 terms in a job she really loved, she was depressed about losing in 2024 by 1 point. Early in 2025, Nancy Pelosi began to call, urging her to get ready to run again. By the time spring came, Wild had decided she was having too full a life outside the House and did not want to be part of the congressional quote-unquote age problem. I'm very fit and active, said Wild, who was 68. But I did not want to get to the point of being that person that people are talking about. If I had run next November, I would be 69. I'm a big believer in building a bench, so why did I want to kill myself campaigning for a job that I might only want to keep for 2 more years? When she told Pelosi that she wasn't going to run, Pelosi wasn't moved, simply saying, it's not about you, it's about your country. Why can no one else do it? I don't understand. If it's especially in these areas that are, like, more blue. This idea that, like, only these geriatric dinosaurs are going to be the ones that can, like, win re-election, like, you have no confidence in the party then. And I mean, honestly, this is, like, the only time where they kind of, like, again, when they're like, no, you have to for your country. It's, like, the only time they'll, like, tacitly admit and publicly admit that, like, yeah, the party is in dire straits. Like, it's not very popular, but it's for these very reasons. That's where they lack the self-awareness. It's because of decisions like this. Some see stepping away as its own service to country. Custer mentors young women running for House seats and members seeking leadership positions. The country is on fire and these young people are waking up and saying, I'm going to run because I can help change this. She said, I want to be on the other end of that phone saying, keep your head down, keep your courage up, call me if you get upset. This is what we need to be doing. Tina Smith, the 67-year-old Minnesota senator who this year announced she would not seek re-election in 2026, said she's leaving in part because of her abiding belief in the next generation. I was free to make the decision because I was invigorated by being able to see the leader standing there ready to move into this role. Honestly, the fact that, like, again, one of the challengers to Susan Collins' seat is going to be, what's her name? Mills, who's like in her 70s, 77, I think. It also, to me, underscores the importance of these people needing to also have a successor ready, especially like because they're assuming that it's going to be somebody who's younger. But are they that much younger? Like, is it really that much better if you get somebody who's like 62, you know? Young people sometimes approach her and thank her for stepping aside, which leaves her husband bemused. I think what they're saying, she said, is thank you for having the good sense to not try to do this forever and to step away and let someone else do it, which I think is a good model of behavior. She laughed. And unlike some senators, I'm not burdened by the idea that I'm the only one who can do this job. Chuck Schumer, the architect of the Democrats' plan to claw back seats in the Senate, is seen as a top aggravator of the age problem. Schumer first won office in 1974 when he was 23 and the youngest person to serve in the New York State Assembly since Teddy Roosevelt. Back then, his elder colleagues called him a snotty kid. He went on to serve in the House of Representatives for 18 years and the Senate for 26, where he chaired the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee from 2005 to 2008 and was credited with engineering the supermajority in Obama's first year in office. I know that Senator Schumer ushered in a ton of new energy in 2006 and 2008, said 46-year-old Peggy Flanagan, Minnesota's lieutenant governor and a candidate for the Senate seat being vacated by Smith. Flanagan so far does not have the backing of Schumer or the DSCC. He helped bring in a much younger group then, she said, and I think voters are ready to do that again. One longtime political operative was blunter. I think Schumer wakes up in the morning and thinks it's 15 years ago. It's not that Schumer always backs elderly candidates. For example, he is believed to favor Flanagan's opponent, the more centrist Angie Craig, who at 53 is not terribly older than Flanagan. But it is widely understood that Schumer badly wanted Mills to enter the main race, the winner of which will take on Republican Susan Collins next year in what is seen as a crucial pickup seat for Democrats. Mills, a two-term moderate governor who has been beloved by Democrats and less so by Republicans in the state that she steered through COVID, checks many of Schumer's boxes. The most important is that she has been a governor and thus won previous statewide elections. This is obviously not a bad metric, but it definitionally selects for older politicians. And as Bluestein observed, if you're in a situation where the person is 80 and we're hearing a conversation about the uncompelling vision of Democrats, then that usually sound theory begins to look weak. A fireplug of a woman, Mills exhibits none of the frailty some of her chronological peers. She insists that Schumer had nothing to do with her entering the race. It's bullshit, the idea that he chose me. Do you think she's cussing intentionally to make herself seem even younger? The idea that he chose me. She told me in her office in Augusta, he didn't choose me. I chose to do this. Several people who know her suspect it was not Schumer, but the arrival of Plattner on the scene that drove her in, since she is known for a lack of patience with young, inexperienced people, especially young, inexperienced men who think they can just walk in and do a big job. The political world is certainly packed with mediocre men who leapfrog women. But while Plattner may be many things, he is not mediocre. He proved himself to be a talented communicator, sending Democratic voters into a frenzy of political excitement. Which, I thought they were going to say he's many things, but he's not, like, experienced or something like that. I thought maybe it was going to be a dig at him, but no. Like, he doesn't really have any experience with this. Mills brushed off the suggestion that it was Plattner's youth and inexperience that got her in, while also saying, I just want people to be wise. I think people want leadership of whatever age, and it doesn't necessarily mean throwing out everything that's happened before. In mid-October, Mills entered the race against Plattner in a slightly botched fashion emblematic of their age difference. While the muscular and soft-bearded oysterman was going viral with clips of off-the-cuff left populist remarks at town halls, a stilted video of Mills asking for donations went public 4 days before her scheduled announcement. The reception was not electric. As Susan Wild tweeted, Janet Mills is 10 years older than I am, and now I'm wondering why I decided not to run for Congress again next year because I didn't want to be part of the aging problem in Congress. Party elders didn't help Mills' claims that her entrance had nothing to do with them. On the very day she entered, the DSCC rolled out a joint fundraising committee on her behalf. A few days later, opposition research on Plattner began appearing in national and state outlets, prompting Representative Ro Khanna, a Plattner supporter, to directly accuse the DSCC of digging up dirt. But the dirt was pretty bad, and a race that began as a referendum on Mills' age quickly turned into a referendum on Plattner's old Reddit posts, which expressed sexist, racist, and homophobic sentiments, a description of his politics as communist, an appraisal of cops as bastards, and a tattoo that resembled a Nazi skull and crossbones. I mean, it doesn't just resemble it, isn't it? The Totenkopf or whatever. Which he said he got while on leave for the Marines, from the Marines during the Iraq War. Plattner has since argued that these ill-considered actions were the product of youth and military culture, that pushing him out of the race would only alienate young voters. How do you expect to win young people? Plattner asked Semaphore. How do you think to win back men when you go back through somebody's Reddit history and just pull it all out and say, oh my God, this person has no right to ever be in politics? Good luck with that. Good luck winning over those demographics. The problem for Mills and Schumer is that they seem to have underestimated the intensity of voters' disgust with the status quo. A poll taken amid the bad headlines showed Plattner with a stunning 34-point lead over the sitting governor, who not only has universal name recognition but is generally liked. A GOP poll taken in the days after the scandal were reported showing him still leading Mills by 21 points. Some have suggested that progressives are so desperate for a white, male, working-class political hero that they are willing to overlook a history. Okay, Anna Kasparian was saying this too. Who, like, can they name names? Like, I want to know where they're getting this opinion. Like, is it a commentator who is pushing this out? Is it a general vibe? Like, why do they keep saying this? Here, that they're willing to overlook a history of intolerant remarks and a Nazi-ish tattoo. Plattner's defenders have said that they find his public reckoning with past prejudices and the trauma of his military service persuasive and refreshing. Undergirding both argument, I mean, I feel like people also want to, even if they weren't, I feel like a lot of people would still be like trying to look past it and project that onto what he was saying, just because they are really, really desperate, not only to have a candidate that's not captured by corporate interests, but is also not as old as Janet Mills. Undergirding both arguments is the likelihood that Maine voters, like voters seemingly everywhere, simply despise the Democratic old guard. Plattner's troubles prove that it is indubitably a good thing that Mills is running and that all this stuff is coming out now. Plattner is going to be tested, vetted, forced to defend himself. And what do you want to bet, honestly, with how he's handled this since? He probably has more skeletons in the closet. And not just this Nazi skull and crossbone tattoo that he's gotten covered up with something that is butt fucking ugly. Score one for the olds. Let's see how the young man handles himself. Should he survive this turbulent stretch, however, the contest may again revert to a generational showdown, with Plattner banking on the possibility that Trump-era voters will be ready to metabolize the idea that in the future, many aspiring public figures may have unsavory digital footprints and regrettable tattoos. As Amanda Littman, the co-founder of Run for Something, which recruits and trains progressive candidates under 40 to run at state and local levels, texted me the day after the Reddit story broke, ask Janet Mills what Reddit is. Heard of it, Mills told me, but I'm not on it, and I don't have tattoos, and I don't have anonymous names. Here's the thing, and I think Kyle Kulinski was the one that pointed this out. Obviously, Janet Mills doesn't have a controversy, anything like this in her past. But one, her record is not great. Like, she takes APAC money. So I think people are making the calculation, are we going to be more offended over Nazi imagery or somebody who is actually supporting Nazi actions by being okay with the genocide in Gaza and actively taking blood money? That's what is being weighed here. The other thing is, it is kind of psycho that, like, especially in the age of social media and the fact that, like, everything's recorded. There's, you know, we live in fucking surveillance capitalism, with everybody having some sort of like digital skeleton in their closet or some sort of controversial remark in their digital footprint. To have candidates that are like totally clean, in this weird way, it's like off-putting, because it's more relatable to have a candidate that has something that they've done wrong as opposed to somebody who has like nothing. Just retire. The case of Ed Markey against Representative Seth Moulton in Massachusetts offers a different strain of peril for Democrats. Not a battle over which kind of Democrat may be able to grab a Republican seat, but rather which kind of Democrat should fill a safe one. Moulton's challenge is explicitly about Markey's age. With everything we learned last election, I just don't believe Senator Markey should be running for another 6-year term at 80 years old. Moulton says in his first Senate ad, I don't think someone who's been in Congress for half a century is the right person to meet this moment. The thing is that this is correct, but it's also really, really cynical, because this guy is like, even though he's younger, he has more conservative politics than even Markey for a really, really safe seat. And I feel like that's a bug, not a feature. They know that people will just assume by virtue of them being a younger candidate that maybe they're more progressive or to Markey's left, but that's like not the case here. In 2018, Moulton mounted a failed challenge to Pelosi's speakership. In 2020, he embarked on a failed presidential run that didn't gain him even the kind of national platform of, say, Pete Buttigieg. 2 days after Kamala Harris's loss in 2024, he told a Times reporter, I have 2 little girls. I don't want them getting run over on a playing on a playing field by a male or formerly male athlete, planting his flag in the anti-woke wing of the party. Markey was challenged by a younger Democrat in 2020 when he was 74 and Joe Kennedy III primaried him, who Pelosi endorsed. Markey's long history of environmental advocacy drew young progressives, notably AOC, to rally behind him, and he beat Kennedy by about 10 points. But 80 is a lot older than 74, as Joe Biden will tell you, and the fact Markey won last time with the help of a younger generation of Democrats makes his refusal to step aside and create space for those young people all the more maddening to progressives in the state. I don't think it's like 2020 when Ed cleaned Joe's clock, said one frustrated Massachusetts politician. Another progressive said to me, do I love Ed Markey? I sure do. Should he have left and said it's time for other people in Massachusetts and a younger generation to serve? Of course he should have. Had Markey decided not to run, it would have opened the seat to any number of young Democrats, first and foremost Representative Ayanna Pressley, who notably has not yet endorsed Markey. But Bluestein noted there are a lot of talented under 75-year-old candidates here who have been waiting a long time for this chance. Besides Pressley, there's Lori Trahan, Catherine Clark, Lydia Edwards, and Andrea Campbell. Young progressives worried about splitting the progressive vote may be hesitant to jump in against Moulton as long as Markey stays in the race. Many have already thrown their support behind Markey, but whisper to one another, why is he doing this? I wonder if part of it is that he hasn't read the room broadly, especially post-Biden, speculated one Massachusetts progressive advocate. Like, why is nobody really saying this to him? This idea that, like, it's getting published in this magazine before it's being said to him seems incredulous to me, so I have to assume he's just really, really fucking stubborn. I think it's not a bad thing that some people have this fierce drive to lead, but why do you think you're entitled to do it in the U.S. Senate forever against every indicator that it's a bad idea? At the same time, it's unclear that Moulton has the juice with young voters that a Mamdani or Plattner has. Seth may be younger, but it isn't generational change to have some guy who punches down at trans kids, said one Massachusetts politician. I don't think that's going to be something that sets the youth on fire. In a September interview, Barack Obama, once an avatar of a brighter future, opined that, quote, it's fair to say that 80% of the world's problems involve old men hanging on who are afraid of death and insignificance and they won't let go. They build pyramids and they put their names on everything. I wonder if this will come back to haunt him or if he's gonna like slowly like fade from public view over the next several decades. American political structures nurture gerontocracy in ways that are hard to disentangle from individual ambitions. In the House, the Republican conference voted decades ago to limit leadership of committees or subcommittees to 6 years as either ranking or chair. Those term limits mean that Republicans in Congress may be more likely to leave the House after they've done their time in leadership. But on the Democratic side, where the conference has not adopted leadership term limits, people are waiting 20, 30 years to be in leadership. Then when they finally get to chair, they're definitely not going to leave. Custer said, which is insane that Republicans have this and Democrats don't. You would think it would be the opposite. Indeed, a startling number of members of the class of 2018, including Alyssa Slotkin, Andy Kim, Mikey Sherrill, Alyssa Spanberger, Abigail Spanberger, Haley Stevens, Angie Craig, Deb Holland, Antonio Delgado, Colin Allred, and Katie Porter, have moved on to pursue Senate or gubernatorial campaigns. So not only do you not have your best and brightest and most energetic leading your House committees, Custer said, but equally important, your best and brightest are leaving the House altogether because they just don't see a path forward. The inability to see a path forward is one of the darkest aspects of our current quagmire. While the olds may think they're saving us by sticking around, what they're often doing is denying the future itself just when Americans most keenly long to be reminded that there is one ahead of us. As AOC bellowed to a roaring crowd at Mamdani's rally in late October, there has been a day before his presidency, there will be a day after, and it belongs to us. Willie Rich, a former congressional staffer and a political consultant in Maine, told me that sometimes he lets himself think, I don't care about 30 years from now. I don't even care about 6 years from now. I care about right now. The emergency of now, right now, only now, is certainly compelling, especially in a race for a seat that could determine control of the Senate and thereby put some kind of check on the violent mayhem of the administration. Mills is definitely talking about right now. I'm not trying to climb a career ladder here, she told me. I'm running for one term, 6 years. See, this is what's gross to me, is that if you're going in and you're already saying you literally can't run for another term, is that not you, not even like tacitly, but explicitly admitting that you are too old even to be running for this term, probably? Those next 6 years, she said, are the most critical in our nation's history, perhaps going back to the Civil War. As she spoke her voice, I mean, like, this is literally what Biden said. This is literally what Biden said, that he was inspired to step in the race and he didn't see anybody else who could do it. Right? As she spoke, her voice cracked. It's such dangerous time, such urgency. It's not just taking the wrecking ball to the White House. It's taking the wrecking ball to our Constitution, to our democracy. I can't sit still and let that happen. I couldn't if I was 20 years old, 30 years old, 50 years old, and I can't do it now. Prioritizing the urgency of now over the chance to build deeper into the future is the trade-off Democrats made when they decided Biden was the only one who could beat. Okay, I promise you I didn't read this far. It's just the obvious fucking thing that comes to mind when you hear an older Democrat saying this shit. Like, I alone can fix it, you know? Could beat Trump in 2020. Would one of the candidates who drew younger support have been a riskier pick for that cycle? And honestly, I call bullshit on her being like, I'm only running for one term. Bull fucking shit, because Joe Biden said, only going to run for, like, he heavily signaled he would only run for one term. Look how that ended. They don't. They get in there, they don't want to leave. Or they are convinced because they're like, well, you have the incumbent advantage. Like, it could risk the seat. Don't leave. Less safe because we have no reassurance of their past victories? Absolutely. Might Trump have won re-election then? He sure might have. Yet 6 years later, here we are. The short-term grab at a familiar past got us through an immediate crisis yet, but simultaneously assured a longer-term and more corrosive defeat. A second consecutive Trump term, which then felt like the worst outcome, but would have left the right less time to strategize and grow more candy in their malevolent aspirations, would perhaps have been better for the country's future than what we have now. The bottomless catastrophe where an elderly Biden and his supporters in the Democratic Party dumped us. The thing is like, what you're facing is like, do you want somebody younger at all costs, like somebody like Richie Torres, or would you rather have Ed Markey still? But we shouldn't even be having to make these choices because these people should be stepping aside and like having an ideological, you know, successor. Every election is the most important election. It's always true. And so what? The last election is of no importance whatsoever. Empty rhetoric. What do you mean? Do you mean like the older candidates that are saying this, like, this is why you have to vote for me, like so much is on the line? Because they always say like every single one is that old. Or like every single election's that important. So like if they're all important, kind of like none of them are important. Where is it? But where's the video of, I don't know if I have it though. I'm trying to find this before we go on to Mamdani. Like Pelosi's, like this video of Pelosi, yeah, here we go. This is like the Democratic Party in like one video. This was posted on October 18th of this year to celebrate No Kings.
We're going to tear up the crown. We're going to tear up the crown.
Thank you so much for your service, Pelosi. Insane. Okay. Let's see. You guys may have seen it. I haven't seen it. I want to see Mamdani's victory speech before we get to the delicious cope from Maga. And it's not that long. Let's see. So obviously, day ago, Mamdani crushed it. And I'm excited to watch this because Van Jones is pissed off about it. And if Van Jones is pissed off about it, then that means that's good. Did you ever see Vinny's Twitch streams from PBD? Did Vinny ever do Twitch streams?
Thank you, my friends. The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater.
Holy shit, really quick. Is this actually Vinny? Oh, shoot.
Who gets to see my little nip real quick? Yeah.
Oh my god. Yep, that's Sweeney. Yep.
2 dubs, 2 different games. This is crazy, dude. What up, Queen?
Good night for dance.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go. Let's catch this dub. Let's go back to back to back.
It looks like him, but a lot of men look like him. It definitely is his voice.
Back to back to back to back. Nips. Oh, I was showing. What's her name? What? Look at that chat. Wait. Oh, and I'm getting shot.
Why is he like this? Okay. No more distractions.
Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name as we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few.
It's insane, the idea that like somebody as young as Mamdani, who was obviously unknown before this race, was able to pull this off. It's crazy. I saw a compilation on Twitter of where his like media was as far as covering his candidacy when he first announced versus now, and it was just for a 14-minute video just showing how he like steadily rose, and how much the enthusiasm just kind of launched him into a national figure to watch. It's crazy.
New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change. A mandate for a new kind of politics. A mandate for a city we can afford. And a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you.
Trigger 8 Larson, thank you so much for gifting a sub to OnlyFact, who is a future viewer, who is a frequent viewer here. Thank you so much.
So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refuse to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas.
Oh my God. Matt NLT, thank you so much for the 20 gifted tier 1 subs to my community. Everybody who is the recipient of Matt_NLT's generosity, please drop your favorite emo in chat. I really, really appreciate it. And thank you so much for gifting while we're covering Mamdani's speech. The vibes are already pretty high, but you just really topped it off with that. So I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I didn't get one. You'll get one on the next round of the next person who's surely about to give 20 more subs.
Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses. Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties.
There you go. One more to Mr. Miser 123. There's your sub. Thank you, Matt.
To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an 1199 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab.
I still think he didn't mention this enough till the end of his campaign. This was crazy to learn that he did this, and very impressive.
7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them, and it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers.
Oh, Mail Rights USA pissing me off more than usual. Aaron, he went back on free groceries and launched an ad asking for money. I guess free stuff does require funding. Okay, he never promised free groceries. So he cannot go back on a thing that he never promised. The entire thing was that there's going to be 5 different city-run grocery stores that they build, 1 in each borough, as an experiment. And he said if it didn't work, he would back off of it.
Who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics.
And it is a brush, I'm trying to speak too quickly, breath of fresh air, that his speech is about moving forward and talking about the enthusiasm of the mandate that he has and not this conciliatory bullshit, especially with the moves that he was making towards the end right before the election. I was like, I really, really hope this is not going to turn into this kind of like, again, he has a message that's like, I'm going to be like a mayor for everyone. But I was like, I hope he doesn't like take that strain and then turn it into kind of this like, it's not centrism. It's just like toothless and trying to come off like they try to present themselves as like pragmatic and like I'm trying to get deals done. And like, obviously you ought to be doing that if you're going to be a good leader. But when rhetorically they start to focus on that, it makes me nervous because it feels like they're already kneecapping themselves before the actual fight has started.
Now I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama, Hayati, there is no one.
Dude, his wife has been popping off on social media the last few days. And it's not because of anything new that she said. It's just because she's like the new first lady of New York City. And everybody is like really starting to notice her presence in the campaign.
I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment.
I'm gonna lie, I teared up watching this live. I was lived the fuck out. I mean, it's better. If you're gonna be crying on election night at all, that's a good reason why.
To every New Yorker,
better that than
whether
because
you
you lost.
For one of my opponents or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice, Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day, volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you.
We need sub badges. I know. And YouTube, I need to like turn on the memberships. I have a lot of cleanup to do on my channel so that it looks better.
I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Figueroa LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants.
So I hadn't seen... Obviously, like I assume there's like mail-in votes and stuff like that they still have to count if only 93%, obviously, but like 7% could still, I guess, have some change that would be significant enough that, like, I don't know, like, even if you totaled Andrew Cuomo and Curtis Sliwa, if my mental math is correct, he would still have more votes. But I thought that I was hoping that he would get at least to 53%, but like, hey, a win is a win. And it is nice to know that even if Curtis had dropped out and endorsed Cuomo and all of that, that Cuomo still probably would have lost. Even if it would have been like really, really fucking close that way, he probably still would have lost.
Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal childcare across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work...
My man said Doge cuts.
...tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on.
I wish I'd been paying attention to the applause for the things that he had just been saying to hear if there was like a marked decrease in him being like, we're going to work with cops.
Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall, your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city.
On the night of the primary, we were saying can't look burn too many times. Now we're here. Yeah, when I covered this several months ago, especially the night that he won in the primary, I was like, I'm not getting my hopes up. I was afraid to love again, and I still was, even on. That's why I felt like I couldn't stream, even on the night that he was running. Like, even though, of course, it felt like he was going to win, the polling was suggesting that. You just never know. There's a difference between polling versus people that actually show up to vote. And I really wasn't sure, not because I didn't believe he had run like a fantastic campaign. You just don't know, especially with that like last minute Trump bump for Cuomo. You never know.
Where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules.
In what world does Mamdani pose a threat to anyone? Because Muslim, because brown, because 9/11. It literally, so much of the, as the race was getting closer and closer, they really did lean into the anti-Muslim bigotry and Islamophobia to try to convince people not to vote for him. The fact that, like, he's going to usher in Sharia law, which I even saw, like, as I was skimming through, like, different right-wing content to see the reactions, like, even some right-wing commentators, like a guy that was on, interviewed by, like, one of Tim Pool's, like, Goon correspondents or whatever, was saying that, like, yeah, the, like, whole, like, the scourge of Sharia law is going to be brought into the United States is like not the right angle of attack, not for the voters that they need to reach. They needed to reach for this election, but also like in America broadly, like, yes, there is anti-Muslim sentiments or like Islam, fears of Islam that you could like tap into, but this wasn't the race to like try to do that.
Rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it.
And the thing is that, like, I am trying not, this is not me, like, downplaying or anything like that, but, like, Zohran Mamdani is not, like, this huge threat to capital in the way that, like, donors make him out to be. Like, I wish that, he could be more outspoken about that and his criticisms of capitalism. And I won't say that he played it safe, because there were different points where he was obviously very outspoken about, his economic outlook and sort of philosophy for the city of New York. But like, he was not this kind of like, they're making it sound like he's like a fucking like communist, and he's just not. He's working within the Democratic Party. He was an assemblyman. Like, he has like the things that he's talking about are very, very modest, like experiments. Even say that they're experiments. Like, again, city-run groceries, a thing that we already do in many, many states with liquor. There are lots of states that have these sorts of blue laws where they have to have like state-run liquor stores, or the fact that we do that with like the post office and lots of other public services that are run by the government. And the purpose is not like explicitly to make a bunch of money and to make profit. That's not some sort of like radical idea, or this idea that like, let's subsidize busing more so it can be free and faster. This is not like, truly, truly threatening capital. He's talking about increasing like the tax rates, We
can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, If anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump.
And I do like this rhetoric, this emphasis on the fact that like Trump is a symptom of a much larger problem within our country with respect to wealth inequality and consolidation of capital, and that you are going to continue seeing more Trumps and Trump-like figures as his ideological predecessors and within the ranks of the Republican parties as you see them openly making room for Nick Fuentes 2 seconds after Charlie Kirk was shot. That these are forces that not only need to be opposed right now in their most current iteration, but actually identified from the root cause and stopped in their tracks long before, like basically strangled in the fucking cradle, not something to be constantly chasing down.
It's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
After Zohran Mamdani's victory, he took a picture with the son of George Soros. That makes me suspicious of him. I saw that, but why? Why does that make you suspicious of him? Like, you know, he got, like Ackman was saying, like, oh, you should call me Zohran Mamdani, and I didn't see him jumping up and down to be like, I'd love to take calls from billionaires on how to make New York City affordable. He gave like a very tepid response to things like that. I wouldn't take, you know, kind of photos of him or like him shaking certain people's hands, like until he starts waving around endorsements from these types of people. I don't think him just like meeting them is really indicative of too much.
We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade tax.
It's like funny. It's like it may be Donald Trump's America, but it's Zohran Mamdani's city, and that's where Trump Tower is. Which is weird to think about.
Taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as
Because his father, I know his father, that guy's father is George Soros, you guys. But what is that? What am I supposed to take away from Zohran Mamdani that he took a photo with him?
Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants.
I legit voted for Mamdani just to own MAGA. We love grievance-based voters.
City built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant.
You're coping hard. Do you want to come into a Discord where I'm sitting and talk to me about why you are so angry about people's enthusiasm for Zohran Mamdani and why we ought to be listening to you about like what you're saying and not enthusiastic about this candidate winning? I'm going to drop a link in chat right now and you can come talk to me about it. Come enlighten me.
So hear me, President Trump, when I say this.
Don't project your anger. I'm not angry. He's literally saying nothing. I'm not angry either. I just want to talk to you.
To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us. When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme and let us build a shining city for all.
Not falling for the doors here, OF. Yeah, the door to my OF is the Discord waiting room. You got it. All right. See you, dude. I saw this on social media. Apparently, this is a quote from Mario Cuomo, and obviously, he said at the beginning of this he's not going to be mentioning Cuomo's name anymore. And I thought, well, he's obviously just talking about Andrew Cuomo, but I think he means Cuomo, the word Cuomo, period, if you can avoid it. So it's obviously this like very, very pointed dig just at Andrew Cuomo, which is fucking brilliant.
And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month.
It's occurring to me now that he's won, especially that Zohran Mamdani is going to be, everything that he does is obviously going to be watched, scrutinized, pulled apart. Any and all roadblocks, failures, etc. are going to be attributed to socialism, to the fact that he's inexperienced, that he's an ideologue, etc., these sorts of things. You're going to see that not only on the right, you're also going to see it from moderate Dems and tons of like corporate centrist Dems, obviously, who are not enthusiastic about him. But he will be brought up so many times as indicative of like where the party is going to go. The right is going to insist that Democratic leadership loves Zohran Mamdani, even though tons of them said nothing, pretended to not know who he was, so that they didn't want to weigh in, refused to endorse him, like Chuck Schumer, and probably voted for his opposition, probably voted for the guy who wasn't even on the who didn't even capture the Democratic nominee. Okay, they're going to try to pretend like, yeah, Chuck Schumer absolutely loves Zohran Mamdani. But the thing is, like, you're also going to hear Democrats have to repeat over and over and over again, he is not eligible to run for president. He was not born in the United States. He is a naturalized citizen, but he was not born in the United States. That is going to be brought up so many times.
The amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning.
Cory Booker didn't even include him in his celebration tweet. That is shade, but it's also the fact that he probably doesn't want Mamdani asked about him, and then he thinks like Mamdani could take a swipe at him that could ruin some sort of like, yet another run for presidency.
And read headlines of success.
Like his own record isn't going to be the thing that like tanks his chances of that anyway.
Scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back, and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time.
Okay, skip, not my fault.
And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... Let the words we've spoken together...
And like seeing the fact that he decides to punctuate this speech with those proposals. Again, like somebody pointed out, these are not things that are unique or haven't been tried before and successful in other areas, not only within this country, but plenty of other countries. The idea that like you're supposed to be scared of the guy who's like, yeah, free buses, gonna help out with childcare and make like cost of like it's a joke. It is a joke.
Dreams we've dreamt together become the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.
Good shit, man. And this is another thing. It wasn't only like, this is an older rule, to be fair, but I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. It wasn't only like leadership that ignored him or like didn't talk about his win, even though it's glaring to not do it because it's obviously the most exciting of the night. Apparently, the Democrat subreddit banned any post about Mamdani because so somebody posted a post on Reddit that I couldn't find because this has been deleted since. What's up with the total absence of any post about Zohran Mamdani, a Democrat candidate, winning NYC mayoral election in r/Democrat? This is how the front page looks right now. It hyperlinks to r/Democrats. So we put answer, r/Democrats has banned any talk of Democratic Socialist candidates. The mods are arguably intentionally banning a significant portion of the Democratic Party. And that is a rule. So rule 5 that I checked was, and it was made like, because it tells you when they put the rules up. This was back all the way in like 2022. If I put socialist, May 19th, 2022 at 10:01 p.m. One of their tyrants put, no post about Democratic Socialists or third parties. No post about Democratic Socialists. Do not promote independent politicians. So I guess there was also a ban on Cuomo. Do not promote events held by independents or third parties. Do not promote any form of democratic socialism, Leninism, Marxism, or communism. Do not promote other political parties or its members. Do not promote other political ideologies. I guess anything other than like liberalism or being pro-democrat as an ideology. Users that participate in a brigade will be banned without any warning. So all of this was going on, and like Mamdani's win was going on like 2 nights ago, and there could be no posts about it because they actually enforced this rule, apparently. Yeah, can post about Dick Cheney, though. Dick Cheney, influential Republican vice president to George W. Bush, dies. Yep. That's okay to post about, apparently. Love that. Where's other people that were upset about Mamdani's victory? So CNN's Van Jones, who was a fan of making jokes about dead Gaza babies, was not actually a fan of Mamdani's quote-unquote angry, far-left, rage-filled victory speech. So let's see what Van Jones, who again just made jokes about dead Gaza babies, has to say about somebody being angry or like inappropriate. Also, can't help but point out that Van Jones used to be a Maoist.
But I think he missed an opportunity. I think the Mamdani that we saw on the campaign trail, who was a lot more calm, who was a lot warmer, who was a lot more embracing, was not present in that speech. And I think that Mamdani is the one you need to hear from tonight. There are a lot of people trying to figure out, can I get on this train with him or not? Is he going to include me? Is he going to be more of a class warrior, even in office? I think he missed a chance tonight to.
Like, why would you even draw a delineation between those two? Is he going to include me, or is he going to lean into being a class warrior? It's like, dude, you are telling on yourself so hard. The majority of people that live in New York City are working class people. Most people in general are not capitalists.
To open up and bring more people into the tent, I think his tone was sharp. I think he was using the microphone in a way that he was almost yelling. And that's not the Mamdani that we've seen on TikTok and the great interviews and stuff like that. So I felt like it was a little bit of a character switch here, where the warm, open.
How dare he? How dare he openly celebrate the hard-earned win that he was able to accomplish in spite of the fact that he was going up against an incumbent Democrat Eric Adams, who had to step aside because of his myriad of scandals, Andrew Cuomo, who is considered political royalty and part of a political dynasty, even with all of his own scandals, and also a Republican candidate to top it all off. Millions of dollars pumped into the primary and general, became a national race, effectively. Yeah, how come he's being so angry and loud about his win?
Bracing guy that's close to working people was not on stage tonight, and there was some other voice on stage. That said, he's very young, and he just pulled off something that's very, very difficult. And I wouldn't write him off, but I think he missed an opportunity to open himself up tonight, and I think that will probably cost him going forward.
Cost him what? Like, what is it going to cost him? I don't understand. Like, the idea that he was anything other than, like, what somebody put, triumphant, not just, like, angry pointlessly, is such, like, it's such cope, and it's just wish casting. It's like, you wish that that was the case so you could fucking characterize it that way. I mean, even if he were angry, would anybody care? If you're paying attention at all in this country, you should be fucking angry. So if that was a tone that he carried in his speech, depending on the context of what he was saying, that could absolutely be justified and still resonate with people and still land properly. So fucking stupid. But all of that. Oh, wait. One more thing. Somebody else pointed out. Lina Khan is heading the all-female transition team that Mamdani's assembled as he prepares for his transition. Zohran Mamdani's incoming administration began taking shape on Wednesday as the New York City mayor-elect announced a transition team to help enact what he called the city's most ambitious policy platform in a generation, which is true and also very, very sad, vowing to get right to work when he takes office on January 1st. Speaking at a morning press conference in Queens, the 34-year-old Democratic Socialist revealed an all-female transition team led by Ilana Leopold as the executive director. It also includes co-chairs Maria Torres Springer, the first deputy mayor, Lina Khan, the former Federal Trade Commission chair, the United Way's president and CEO, Grace Bonilla, and the former deputy mayor for Health and Human Services, Melanie Hartzog. In the coming months, I and my team will build a city hall capable of delivering on the promises of this campaign, Mamdani told reporters. We will form an administration that is equal parts capable and compassionate, driven by integrity, and willing to work just as hard as the millions of New Yorkers who call this city home. The selection of Khan, who has gained national prominence for her aggressive antitrust enforcement at the FTC under Joe Biden, and is admired by both progressives and populist Republicans, signals Mamdani's intention to bring bold reformers into his administration as he prepared to lead the nation's largest city. In his first television interview since defeating Andrew Cuomo, the former governor, and Republican Curtis Lewa on Tuesday night, Mamdani stressed the urgency of preparation. We owe it to the city to be ready on January 1st to start delivering, he said on Wednesday. We have 57 days, and those are 57 days to do the work of preparing. With this victory, Mamdani will become the city's first Muslim mayor and the first of South Asian heritage, the first born in Africa, and the youngest in more than a century. New York's incoming admin faces formidable obstacles, not least from Donald Trump, who has repeatedly threatened to withhold federal funding from the city if Mamdani took office. In a post on his Truth Social platform, the president, who also hails from Queens, wrote that if Mamdani won the mayoral election, it's so weird that Trump is a New Yorker because I just don't even think of him as a New Yorker. He is like spiritually from Florida at this point. I associate him with like Mar-a-Lago and like Florida, not with New York at all, really. Wrote that if Mamdani won the mayoral election, it is highly unlikely that I will be contributing federal funds, other than the very minimum as required, to New York City. He often labels the Democratic Socialist a communist. New York City's budget for fiscal year 2026 improves approximately $7.4 billion in federal funding, accounting for 6.4% of total spending, according to a 2025 analysis from the state comptroller. I mean, old white people from New York do move to Florida. On election day, Trump escalated his attacks, writing on Truth Social that any Jewish person that votes for Zohran Mamdani, a proven and self-professed Jew hater, which I've noticed that this is the term, like, for instead of anti-Semitism, which I guess has fallen out of fashion because it's been overused by Zionists. Now, like, Jew hater is like the thing that's in. Is a stupid person, despite Mamdani's repeated condemnations of anti-Semitism. They also leave out the fact that he had a sizable chunk of Jewish voters vote for him, both in the primary and general, but whatever. Campaign was marked by a massive wave of Islamophobic attacks from Democrats, Republicans, and conservative commentators. Florida Congressman Randy Fine and Tennessee Congressman Andy Ogles, both Republicans, urged the Justice Department to denaturalize and deport Mamdani, who became a U.S. citizen. And like Randy Fine is obviously doing this, thinking that like Zohran Mamdani is the type that's going to be like, maybe you should go back to Israel or something like that, or like talking about him having like a dual loyalty, which he would love nothing more than to do that and wave around a fucking victim card. Mamdani was never going to do anything like that in response to even these like ridiculously racist attacks on him. Who became a citizen in 2018, and in late October, Cuomo laughed on a radio show when the host Sid Rosenberg suggested that Mamdani would be cheering if another 9/11 attack occurred, with Cuomo responding in agreement. Later, standing next to outgoing Mayor Eric Adams, Cuomo nodded as Adam warns, "New York can't be Europe, folks. You see what's playing out in other countries because of Islamic extremism." And it's like, you have to point all the way to Europe to try to make this stick. Like, again, I don't know why they thought this was going to land with people. It's like a last-ditch effort. Republican Congressman Chip Roy of Texas also published an op-ed ahead of the election warning about the Islamic cultural revolution behind Mamdani, calling him the poster child for the modern Democrat Party. I wish. A November report from the study of organized hate found that Islamophobic posts about Mamdani on X increased by more than 450% from September to October, with nearly 36,000 posts from over 17,000 unique accounts, collectively receiving 7.37 million likes, and 72% of posts involved terrorist labeling. The mayor-elect acknowledged some of the significant challenges ahead, including navigating City Hall bureaucracy and working under a hostile Trump admin. But Mamdani said he's convinced in his ability to deliver on his campaign promises. "I'm confident in delivering the same policies that we ran on for the last year," he said, adding that he aims to unite New Yorkers across political divides. "No matter what your politics, we're all facing the same issues." Mamdani campaigned on an unapologetically progressive platform, including a rent freeze for stabilized apartments, free bus service, universal childcare, and a city-run grocery stores, all funded by increased taxes on corporations and the wealthy, which is, again, how we should be funding everything in this fucking country. His campaign raised more than $20 million from small donors, breaking fundraiser records with from an average contribution of approximately $80. His victory also came on a night of scorching winds for Democrats nationally. In gubernatorial races, Democrats Mikey Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger won in New Jersey and Virginia, respectively, both as former moderate Democratic members of Congress running on their national security backgrounds. California voters also approved Prop 50, which is awesome because this is something that I remember seeing a poll in a Politico article that I read on stream that had me thinking, like, might happen, might not, we'll see, but it passed. Gavin Newsom's redistricting measure designed to make 5 Republican-held congressional seats more favorable to Democrats in next year's midterms. And in Somerville, Massachusetts, home to Tufts University, voters approved Question 3, a non-binding measure calling on city leaders to end business with companies that engage in business that sustain Israel's apartheid, genocide, and illegal occupation of Palestine by 55%. The incoming New York admin said it would begin announcing deputy mayors and agency commissioners in the coming days. Mamdani said that some of these people will have familiar names, others will not, but these officials will be united by their commitment to solving old problems with new solutions. On January 1st, when our city celebrates the inauguration of a new admin, let us also celebrate a new era for our city, Mamdani said, one that we all feel invested in and whose success we all work to achieve. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Now to the PBD Cope, which should be ridiculous. Vinny was going insane before saying that, like,
can we start off with
talking about like this thing called taqiyya, which is like apparently an Islamic thing that like gives Muslims permission to lie or obfuscate their faith if it means that it keeps them safe or like increases the likelihood of like Islam being spread or something. Like, he thinks that Zohran is going to be, if Zohran wanted to secretly use all of this as like a fig leaf to usher in Sharia law, the idea that he would be invoking like, or he's like a higher risk of doing that because of this like Islamic thing called taqiyya instead of just, you know, telling a lie. I don't even know what he was getting at. So Mamdani wins. New York City residents panic. Prop 50 passes. Plus, will the AI bubble burst? This is PBD Podcast episode 679. It was streamed a day ago, and 502,000 people watched it. So let's see what everybody already, all of these people already heard.
With the numbers. So yesterday, New York City, everybody's wondering, is Curtis Lewa going to be the reason why, you know, Cuomo doesn't win? And you look at the numbers, multiple charts. Mamdani, roughly, I mean, you're showing this, Rob, but there's another one to show for that's exact, because this is not the exact one. There's one that you look at where...
Why are your glasses below your eyes? Have you ever heard of this thing called gravity?
It shows you, you know, without him, if Mamdani was in the race, you know, if he was not in the race, what would have happened? Mamdani wins. Cuomo second, Lewa's third. Cuomo gives a very nice speech Hey, congratulations to Mamdani. Incredible job campaigning. One of the best campaigns ever put together. The groundwork, he was very complimentary of what he had to say about him. Sliwa was very angry. Sliwa did the Sliwa thing. He went out there and said, if you guys do anything to the streets, we're going to mobilize. We're going to unify. We're going to mobilize. He gave that kind of a message. But at the same time, while everyone was thinking,
how often are you live? I try to go live Monday through Friday. Key operative word, try.
Mamdani could be a unifier. This was a speech that he gave yesterday. This was his victory speech. And when you hear this victory speech, he sings a song. Not Frank Sinatra. Not an English song, born in the USA. Not any of that stuff. A very different song. But I want you to watch this. He still maintains a smile, but tell me if he sounds excited, unified, or angry. Go ahead, Rob.
If anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power.
How many people are in that room? What does it sound like?
This is not only how we stop Trump,
what do you think?
It's how we stop the next one.
Yeah, a couple thousand.
So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
Can you put the clip, Rob, of what he said about Cuomo, where he said, this is the last time I will ever say the Cuomo name again? But listen to this one, folks.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name as we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. After all,
like PBD hears that and he genuinely is scared. The idea of a political system not being oriented around people like him, millionaires, grifters, billionaires.
If anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him.
You can pause it right there. All right, so what are your thoughts on what happened last night in New York City, Barry?
Well, first of all, when you look at the numbers.
Oh my God. Their last guest had the issue of having clothing that was way too fucking tight. This dude's fit is 2 sizes too big. Hold on. We have to go back and compare. This is important to do.
Anyone can show.
No. Wait, not this one. It was this one. Okay, where's the guest? Where's the guest with his tight ass Okay, so this guy was wearing a suit that was way too small for him. Show the guest. Come on. PBD yaps so much. Well, there we go. So way too fucking small. This guy is balancing the scales by wearing one way too fucking big.
Pretty good chance that he would not have won if, let's just say, it was either Sliwa or Cuomo had backed out. So that's one. So I'm not so sure this is a mandate that New York City totally got behind and wanted. His speech, I think it pretty much speaks for itself. It's not a unifying speech. It's not something that is we're gonna work together. This is a very divisive speech, and I don't think that
unifying speech between who? Again, even Tim Pool was talking about this. He wanted Sliwa to win because he was even if he wasn't even anyone but Mamdani. He was no, I also don't want it to be Cuomo because Cuomo's a Democrat and I don't like Democrats. So it needed to be Cuomo needed to drop out and then endorse Sliwa or something was the only way that Zohran really could have been defeated. But he is uniting Democrats. Which is already something that should not be that hard, and uniting them against fascists. How are you supposed to unite fascists with anti-fascists? Of course, these people don't understand themselves to be fascists, but that is why there is nothing out of the ordinary or particularly angry about or divisive about Mamdani's speech.
That portends good things when you're being divisive.
Yeah, if you look at this here, Tom, this is the numbers. Mamdani, 50%, 1,006,000 votes. Cuomo, 831,000 votes. Sliwa, 143. If you combine the two together, puts it at 975-ish. So would have lost by 30,000 votes. I don't know what the rest is, if there's a couple other things on the bottom, but some other chart said that there was a chance.
Yeah, exactly. You hear that? He's still, again, where there's no Cuomo, a lot of those Cuomo voters either would have stayed home or they would have voted for probably Mamdani.
If Sliwa would have stepped out for Mamdani to win. Having
Like
said
the
that,
idea to think that at least 30% of those Cuomo voters wouldn't have gone to Mamdani. I do think that the majority of them would have either voted for Sliwa or just stayed home entirely. But the idea that he would have gotten like at least 25 to 30%, they still would have gone to Mamdani.
that. Tom, what do you think about what happened last night? How big of a victory is this? Because I got a lot of thoughts about this, which I'll share here in a minute. But what are you thinking, Tom?
Well, if I just look at the numbers were tightening up over the last 2 weeks. And they were tightening up because finally Andrew Cuomo was running a campaign that was sort of had been a little tone deaf and a little bit stale.
Not sure 30%. I am, just because even though a lot of the most outspoken Cuomo supporters have been obviously saying very, very openly that the motivation was just opposing Zohran Mamdani, and they felt that Cuomo was the safest chance to be able to do that in the general. But there were also a lot of people from like Staten Island and which went a borough that went for Andrew Cuomo. And a lot of other people they just didn't know who Mamdani was. They were skeptical of him, not even because of his policies, but because he lacked experience. And they were just going with Cuomo because of name recognition. The fact that they were like, well, he's been governor before, even though he's made mistakes. Like, he seems like he knows what he was doing. But it did not seem like people that were married to the idea of, Andrew Cuomo or bust or something like that.
I think, as youth that felt the same way, up because finally Andrew Cuomo was running a campaign that was sort of had been a little tone deaf and a little bit stale. I think, as youth that felt the same way, we were calling for him to do it, and he tightened it up. And it was this was supposed to be a 14 to 16 point spread. It's an 8-point spread right now. So this tightened up significantly. So number one, I agree with Barry. This is not a mandate. But number two, what really worries me. Listen to his speech. This is authoritarian speech. This is the kind of call and response. It's a dog whistle back to the kind of the Mussolini days and the kind of things that he promised to the people there. Now, he was a terrible, terrible despot. But
yeah, okay. This is a real throwback. I really did feel like when we were watching Mamdani's victory speech, I was like, wow, this is like watching Mussolini. You're so right, Tom. Good one.
Listen to how he gained power and what he promised to the people. Free this and make the trains run on time. Very famous and all that. And you know what really was alarming?
Free this and make the... what?
To me, and there's
I'm guessing that's a Mussolini quote.
A lot of these out there. Rob, I just sent it to you. Look at this, Pat. This is an intern, and this is confirmed. She is an intern, and this is current. So by all sources that we looked at, this is not AI, and this is not something from time gone by. But look at this. This is all jihad. This is all abadah.
They are really, oh my God, they're really, really leaning into this. Like, this is scary Muslim shit.
This is all counted by Allah. How committed I am to this. What am I willing to sacrifice for the noble cause? What they're saying is, she is saying this is the start of holy war and jihad in America. I'm not making that up. That's what she said in her language, her words. And so they say, now listen to...
This is coming from a guy who is like a devout Christian and probably has more in common with the Taliban than he'd like to fucking admit. But we're going to complain about being worried about the scourge of Sharia law being ushered into New York City because Zohran Mamdani won. Yeah, you're not going to need to change your religion to Muslim or Islam just because you want to ride the bus for free. That's actually not part of his platform.
To Mamdani, he's not there to unify. He's not there to reach across the aisle. He is telling people exactly what they're doing. Dismantle. Turn the...
What was I supposed to get from that? An intern was saying this is all jihad. Like, what? I don't even know what I was supposed to get from this.
What am I willing to sacrifice for the noble cause?
Maximum V, thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime, and thank you for wishing me a happy birthday, even though you know it is not my birthday.
What they're saying is, she is saying this is the start of holy war and jihad in America. I'm not making that up. That's what she said in her language, her words. And so they say, now listen to Mamdani. He's not there to unify. He's not there to reach across the aisle.
Can we listen to Mamdani, please? Can we go back and listen to those clips one more time? Because I don't think that he was actually listening. I heard what he had to say in that. And if you take away divisiveness from him just being... again, triumphant, enthusiastic about the fact that he won in a race that he obviously, the odds were stacked against him. Yeah, maybe you're the one that needs to listen to what he was saying, Tom. I think everybody else is listening and they're completely fine with the guy who they voted for, saying that, yes, now that you have voted me into office, I am going to make good on the promises that got me elected in the first place.
He is telling people exactly what they're doing.
Also, he's not there to reach across the aisle like Donald Trump and their like favorite politician. their daddy is not somebody who in 2016 won by saying he was going to jail his opponents and is happily doing so right now as we speak. And yes, his opponents really do include like his ideological opponents and immigrants in this country.
Dismantle, turn the page, listen to the verb words. This is scary. This is the same wave that happened in Minneapolis, outside of the view of so many Americans and what's happening there.
Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Wait, it's not your birthday, so I made a liberal surrender hands emote for your channel for nothing. That is in fact the case. I guess you're gonna have to give it to Pisco.
This is heavy, Pat. This is not just about the mayor of New York City and how Cuomo should have started the campaign differently and sooner. This is that people in New York City were realizing it. It was tightening up, but it was too late. And now they got it. And you listen to what they're saying, that they're coming. They're saying we're coming. We're not here to unify with you. We are coming. And there is a higher calling and a jihad and what we're coming to change you.
We're here to take it down.
Right. And they're being very open. And again, from everything we've been able to find, Rob and I looked, she is the intern. Those were her words. And that was last night.
She said that last night, Rob?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, because this came out 15 hours ago.
Let me hear it. Let me just hear what she says.
And the true believer knows that none of this is in vain, that this is all jihad, that this is all ibadah, and that this is all counted for by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And so the conversation of doxing, the conversation of getting arrested and suspended, I think it's time for Muslims to start to say, all right, so what? Do what you want. I'm gonna do what I gotta do, because it's about time to do that. And I know everybody has their own families and has an education and everything. It's just a question. We don't want to get doxxed and we don't want to get suspended and we don't want to get arrested.
You can pause that. I have so much to say. Brandon, I'll come to you.
And this is in the context of her talking about, from what I'm seeing, her being like suspended or standing up to like cops on campus or something like that at like pro-Palestine protests. It's not in the context of Zohran Mamdani's win. But even if it were, even though do I find this stuff cringe, or like the invocation of like religion or, any of the shit with respect to government? Yes, I do. But it's also not something that makes me cower in fear any more than Christians injecting Christianity or stating that is their motivation for being interested in politics, especially. And I got to be honest, I am far less worried about Muslims doing this, because when I think about the religious force in this country that is truly a force for evil, it is Christianity. It is Christian nationalists. It is not Muslims right now. When it becomes that, they will also be like, I will take them on as the threats that they claim them to be, but until that day happens, I'm not going to be that worried now.
I'll give the thoughts and then we'll move on. Go ahead.
I mean, like, what do we expect? I mean, I'm honestly wondering if the powers that be put Cuomo in place just to put a candidate they knew was going to lose. Because if you want to think of a guy who's universally hated in New York by both Democrats and Republicans, like, who better than Cuomo? It's like when they got Woodrow Wilson elected, they got, they put like 3 candidates in the race just so that he would win. He won with like 30%.
Oh my God, this guest was on the last one. This is the guy who I was just showing. Okay. So this is not, this slightly looser, slightly better for his frame, still kind of unflattering, but I still think that this is far worse than this, which is at least, less ill-fitting.
% the margin. So I wonder if this is an intentional attempt to destroy the city, because now they officially let a wolf in the hen house, where this city, as much hate as we give New York a lot of time for the things that we disagree with, it is the pillar of America. It's the biggest GDP. It's 5% of the U.S. GDP. It's the biggest city in the country by.
Mike Hargis, who are you and why are you trying to collaborate me? I don't know who you are with me on Twitch. I don't know who you are.
A lot. It's like $2 trillion in GDP. The next biggest is $1 trillion. I mean, they already lost $1 trillion of wealth from 2020 to 2023. So this is going to drive job creators out and bring in the worst types of people. So yeah, it's going to look like Gotham City. And I hope that they could survive long enough for people to learn how to actually who to vote for, what kind of policies they should have.
To your point, I agree with you. And to your point, there's a lot of people that would never vote for Cuomo because of what happened during COVID, and they lost people. There's a lot of women that are going to resent Cuomo because of allegations and situations where he was disrespectful, to say the least. So he had a lot of the deck stacked against
to say the least
him from voters that he would normally need. So
this
I agree.
Is so better than Vinny, who is like, I don't care about it, or they're all fucking lying. That's what he said in like the last episode, talking about the sexual harassment that Andrew Cuomo engaged in, because he said, and I kid you not, well, at least he's a Christian. It's better when a Christian sexually harasses a woman and not a Muslim.
Agree with you. Why run somebody like that who doesn't really have support that's needed to win this thing?
Yeah.
You know what I would say? Here's what I would say. And I want to watch a couple of these clips, Van Jones. And remember, guys, Wednesdays is all business. So how does this relate to you business-wise? Because here's how I look at it from the business standpoint on Wednesdays. Let's talk
Okay, everybody get your notepads out. Here's how PBD looks at this from the business standpoint on Business Wednesdays.
Strategy. If Christians in the world were in the business of going and converting everybody else, and they started targeting
Yeah, could you imagine that world where Christians are in the business of trying to convert a bunch of people? Oh, wait.
Muslims may be targeting the Western ideology. What if we target...
He's saying this in the context where I literally just watched people that he's literally had on this show as friendly guests, like Jack Posobiec and Michael Knowles, argue on Piers Morgan that this is a Christian nation and that they want to see religiosity ensconced in the government to advance their own religious priors and predilections at the expense of everybody else who is not part of their fucking religion.
Get at their ideology. What city would you go after? What's the number one city when you think about Muslims? What is the number one city in the world?
Yeah, could you imagine if this was global? Like if they did missions to other countries? Could you imagine?
The number one city in the world for Muslims. Where is it? Tell me the city. What do you think? I'm asking. Is it Mecca?
Mecca? What?
Is it, what would you say is the number one city?
Don't they just like do some sort of like pilgrimage there? Is it? I don't even know that it's the most like the city with the most Muslims. I just know it's like a thing that you have to do.
Would you say, pick it, is it Mecca? Is it Saudi? Is it Tehran? Is it, where do you go to? Whatever that city is.
Yeah, Boise, Idaho.
Imagine if you go and you take that city over and the leader of that city is officially a Christian. What's the likelihood of this happening?
Oh,
what's the likelihood of a Christian capitalist taking over Mecca? What is it? You know what the likelihood is? 0.
Right.
So check this out. Flip it. If the Islam religion comes to you and they hire you as a...
Yeah, Christians definitely are known for their colonial adventurism. Definitely not, that's not something that Christians have ever engaged in. You're so right.
Consultant. You are the consulting firm. You, that Inc., right? You're incorporated. We are hiring you. We want to impose our ideology on Western cities. What is the number one city for us to go to be able to share this ideology with? What do you think is the number one city on that list?
New York City.
New York City. Boom, we got victory. They just won. And they took over that city. Congratulations to you. Do you know, if you're a Muslim, how massive of a victory this is for them? It's massive. Here's a question. Do Americans, who the founding fathers built the greatest country in the world ever, that did in 249 years what a couple countries couldn't do in thousands of years, will they protect it? Or will they be walking on eggshells and saying, it's not a big deal, no one's going to be leaving New York City? Here's the reality. To all the people that are saying no one's leaving New York City.
Okay. PBD is like, his background is that he's an Iranian refugee who came to the United States, and then he went to Santa Monica Community College because Arnold Schwarzenegger went there. Never completed his degree, as far as I can tell. Then he became a bodyguard to a coke dealer, and then somewhere along the way he began running like an MLM, and he got rich off of like this life insurance MLM scheme that he runs. Okay, now he also has the PBD podcast, this Valuetainment, which stands for Value Entertainment Movement, which his movement makes lots and lots of money. So he's a multimillionaire. Okay, that's his thing. But this idea that he's trying to act like countries in the Middle East, like, are they developing countries? Yes. But this idea that because they're like highly religious in nature, they're like theocratic in nature, that they don't have, like, again, this is not to speak of like, if you put them on these sorts of like democracy indexes, that they're good with respect to human rights, women's rights, queer rights, etc. It's not that. But he acts like they lack like technological advancements, or like these people don't have access to like iPhones and Wi-Fi, and like don't have like wealthy countries themselves, that they have like no achievements. It makes no sense because he's from this region. He would know that they are.
City. To all the people that saw that, what is it, Unusual Whales or whatever that account is that says 756,000 New Yorkers will definitely, keyword, are definitely moving out of New York City if Mamdani wins. This is 9% of New York City residents saying they definitely...
Okay, who fucking cares about this shit? It's all empty threats, okay? One, it's a bunch of capitalists threatening to do this, even though they're not going to stop doing business in fucking New York City. Just because he raises the tax rate, they're going to act like they're going to leave and do like capital flight or whatever, but there's literally no way to avoid participating in one of the world's largest economies, and these companies are not going to voluntarily step back from it to try to like pressure Mamdani. It's not going to fucking work. They're not going to do that. And also these other residents, sayonara, I don't think that they're actually going to fucking do it, but who cares? Why does anybody care if any individual person leaves New York, or like 9%? Like, New York is one of the like like nobody cares about this, and they're not gonna fucking do it. These are like these people that are saying, if Trump leaves, I'm fucking moving to Canada. Who cares? Most America, it's like it's an empty threat. No one's actually doing it.
Definitely would move out of New York City if he wins. An additional
well, then get the fuck out.
2.12 New Yorkers.
Oh no, more available housing. Yeah, do you think some of these people are like, the recipients are like live in rent-controlled units?
Million New Yorkers said they would consider leaving should he take office. Here's the reality of it. Let's flip it. Forget about who's moving out of New York City. Here's my question for you. Who's moving to New York City? You ready? Let's talk about who it's a good climate for now. There's a video clip of him saying, why are we putting people in jail? He wants to release them. If you're a criminal, hello, I'm moving to New York City. Number two, if you're an illegal immigrant, are you kidding me? I'm moving to New York City. What if you're a Muslim? Oh my, I got dear point.
Yeah, there were no illegal immigrants in New York City until Zohran Mamdani came into town and announced his candidacy for mayor and then won. There definitely wasn't any of that going on in New York City until now.
I got a Muslim
immigrants in New York City? No.
In the biggest number one city in America, I'm moving to New York City. So guess what, to all the people that said nobody will leave New York City? It's about who's coming to New York City. You're welcome. And they're going to come in bunches. You know how I know this?
What is this whole like criminals are going to move to New York City? Like, why change the narrative from something that is coherent and simple, which is that you're going to see an increase in crime under his tenure as mayor, which you could make that argument, right? It would be a stupid argument, but you could make that argument. What is this like? There's going to be a mass exodus of New York City residents, and it's going to be replaced from criminals that are just tired of getting up to crime in Topeka and are headed to fucking New York City to do the crimes. What?
Would ask, why did Armenians move to Glendale? Why do Assyrians go to Torlock? Why do Assyrians go to Chicago? Why do Persians go to Beverly Hills? Because the first Armenian influencer moved to Glendale, then their families moved, and everybody else moved, and the world moved to Glendale. Because the first Assyrian influencer moved to Torlock, everybody else moved. Moved to Detroit, everybody else moved. Because the first Persian, Middle Eastern moved to Beverly Hills, everybody else moved. What do you think is going to happen right now to New York City? You voted for this, folks. You voted.
So we're going to compare you seeing like certain ethnic backgrounds for all of these different sociological reasons and like anthropological explanations, like the way that you see Armenians are in Glendale and stuff like that, or you see like Korean communities like near San Francisco. Like you're going to compare that to an ethnic background and like cultural lineage to criminality, to criminals. Like being a criminal is like an ethnicity that like carries with it like a culture.
For this, and you are welcome. And your population is about to increase. Everybody
is the first Assyrian influencer in the room with us right now. If Vinny is there, yes, because apparently I thought Vinny was like Cuban. Apparently Vinny is like Assyrian.
Somebody else saying it's going to decrease. I think it's going to go up. My opinion.
But somebody fact check me. I had somebody else message me and tell me that like actually after one of my streams a couple of days ago that Vinny is not like Cuban or something.
Hope I'm wrong. I'm a minority owner of the Yankees. Trust me. I hope I'm wrong. But for the people that are like, how dare you say such a thing like this? And shame on you. You should not be an owner of this. No.
Like what the fuck? These communities existed before the term influencer ever did? No, see, only the common mistake. But it wasn't until influencers and Zohran Mamdani that you saw criminality, that you saw illegal immigrants, like all of this stuff completely novel, completely new, especially in New York City.
No. If I lived in New York City, I would be more vocal than sitting on the sidelines saying this will never happen and not going out there rallying other people to vote. You got what?
I thought Assyrian was defunct. Oh yeah, well what's that? There's an emblem behind him that says Assyria, but you feel pretty stupid now. Clearly not defunct.
I was vocal in 2024 because I knew I didn't want Kamala. I was vocal in 2020. I risked it. Even though I was vocal in 2016. We risked it. You know what it was like to talk pro-Trump in 2016? Everybody was walking on eggshells doing that. Everybody was walking on eggshells in 2020, and then nobody else was walking on eggshells in 2024.
The most oppressed minority in 2016, being a Trump supporter and voter. Yep.
So my concern, him and I were talking earlier saying, don't you think this is what America needs? Don't you think we almost need this case study to be able to show that what works and what doesn't work? And I said, look, I get it. I went on Jubilee and I said, I hope Mamdani wins for us to come back and do this 4 years later so you can see exactly what the stats are. But here's what I will tell you. Do you think if you want your kids to know how bad drugs are, would you say, why don't you try a little bit of fentanyl, see how bad it is? Would you do that? Would you say, why don't you try a little bit of cocaine? You know what the only place is? I had a friend of mine who was...
Yes, there are actually, I mean, it's stupid, but there was this type of punishment. There would be people that like would catch their kids smoking cigarettes and they'd make them smoke 50. They'd make them smoke a pack till they fucking threw up so they wouldn't do it again.
So addicted to drugs.
But like that sort of logic, that sort of like punitive logic to get to discourage a behavior or whatever is something I associate not only with parents that are clueless, but also like conservative parents that think that you need to like spank your kids and shit.
The point that he was trying everything. Guess what we could do at the time? Nothing. I took him to rehab. I took him to all these other things that we would. I took him to Bible study in Pasadena. Every Friday night I would pick him up, take him. So he's in the car with me and I would see him go in his car and his black car and he would take the pills and he would take him. I would take the pill out of his hand. He's fighting me and another guy at the back of Shakers in Glendale saying, give it back to him. I'm not giving it back to you. Done. Couple months later, he dies. Young age, 27 years old. He passes away.
Wait, what is this story? Sorry, I'm so distracted.
So he's in the car with me and I would see him go in his car to nothing. Drugs. It got to
okay, sorry. A friend who is addicted to drugs. This is definitely a real story. Pay attention.
Cocaine. You know what the only place is? I had a friend of mine who was so addicted to drugs, it got to a point that he was trying everything. Guess what we could do at that time? Nothing.
He was so addicted to drugs, he got to the point where he was trying everything. This already sounds like bullshit. I mean, I'm not intimately familiar with all of the different ways that drug addiction manifests. My understanding is that you typically get addicted to one drug at a time, and you become obsessed with doing that one drug, not all drugs in general, but whatever.
I took him to rehab. I took him to all these other...
Yeah, what was he addicted to? Drugs. Which one? Just all of them?
Things that we would. I took him to Bible study in Pasadena. Every Friday night I would pick him up, take him. So he's in the car with me and I would see him go in his car. And
okay. And PBD also would take him to church every single week, even though he was addicted to literally all drugs.
And his black car and he would take the pills and he would take him. I would take the pill out of his hand.
Vinny, raised in Iraq, is of Assyrian descent. How did I not know this? I thought he sounds like he speaks Spanish.
He's fighting me and another guy at the back of Shakers in Glendale saying, give it back to him. I'm not giving it back to you. Done. Couple months later, he dies.
If this is a real story, again, this is because PBD used to be a bodyguard for a drug dealer. Look, during his early adulthood, he lived a lifestyle which he said was focused on partying before joining the United States Army. He claimed to have briefly worked as a bodyguard for a leading LA cocaine dealer. This period, according to Bet David, contributed to his worldview. Yes, it did, because it's a very ambiguous statement, and you're seeing the way that it did, apparently, which is that his worldview now means that he goes around espousing the good parts of his life, where he's the hero, and downplaying the extent to which he might have actually been partially, in some small way, responsible for this person's drug addiction. Like the fact that, again, you were helping the person who was distributing these drugs that this person was addicted to, if this person exists, and it was somebody who you were taking to church. You were coming in contact with them because they were trying to score drugs from your fucking boss. But of course, he leaves that part out.
Young age, 27 years old. He passes away. Till today, I think about it. This guy was a phenomenal. He's a fun guy to be around. I like him a lot. There are certain things in America you shouldn't flirt with. This is one of them.
Okay.
Don't ever second guess why America became the greatest country in the world. I'm an immigrant.
I mean, I'm straight edge, so obviously I don't even disagree with his like kind of anti-drug, drug like awareness message or whatever. But this is in the context of him. He doesn't give a fuck about that. This is the context of what exactly. This ties back somehow to Zohran Mamdani's becoming mayor.
I wasn't born here. I was born in Iran, and then I went to Germany. Then I came here. There's no place like America. Nothing. I'm grateful to be here, and I'm going to do my part. I don't need to do this. I don't need another sponsor to pay my bills. I live a very good life. The only reason we're doing this and being this vocal is because I know they're not going to slow down. I know they're not. And I know America's worth it. I know the right policies are worth it. I know what we have right now as the greatest country in the world, we have to do our part. But if you think this is it, this isn't it. By the way, here's Van Jones. Watches a speech of Mamdani, and then Van Jones reacts this way. Here's what Van Jones had to say. Is this Van? Yeah, this is Van Jones.
You have to remember, as far as these people are concerned, Van Jones may as well still be a Maoist, that he may as well still be a far leftist. And the only reason for that is because he's a commentator on CNN, which they're convinced is like spreading communism or whatever.
This one here. Go ahead.
Scott? Oh, are you saying he wasn't the unifying voice of a generation that you predicted mere moments ago.
Like he doesn't know what to
Max,
say.
where was the man that you predicted would not slice and dice the? Look, guys, he started his speech by quoting Eugene Debs, who ran for president of the United States.
Sway. Thank you so much for the $2 Canadian super chat. Just Press Play when? Just Press Play is actually going to be undergoing some changes. In case you guys haven't noticed, Pisco has not been streaming that much. He's been busy with a lot of offline stuff, so it's kind of going on like a hiatus basically, and I might be having a temporary co-host come on pretty soon, and that announcement will be coming through when I've worked out all of the kinks. But I still will be reacting to her take, still news stories with somebody, but stay tuned. Okay, it was sort of a as far as Pisco not being able to keep up with the podcast, it was like a last hired, first fired thing. It was the last commitment that he made and like added onto his plate, so it was the first to go, unfortunately. But I'm sure we'll collab again in the future. And thank you, Starch Manning, for the $5 super chat. Top marginal tax rate was 91% in 1960. That's what made the middle class strong and made this country great. Raising taxes ain't Marxism, MAGA, get the fuck out. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that they're just like they just misunderstand how like anything is paid for in this fucking country, which is like taxes. And so of course you have a guy coming along saying, yeah, the wealthy ought to pay their fair share, which should be a non-controversial statement because they pay far less than what they ought to pay currently, and they engage in all different sorts of like tax avoidance. So even though you can point to like nominal tax rates or whatever, which are so far lower than what they used to be, all of these politicians are literally just talking about enforcing regulatory mechanisms that should have been enforced a long time ago, and raising tax brackets. It's nothing insane. It's nothing fucking radical.
It's 5 times as
it will not be Hutch. Hutch is not going to be my spoiler right now. Hutch is not the new temporary co-host.
Socialist Party of America candidate. He repeatedly attacked people in this. No, I know my socialists. I keep a close eye on them. I work here. So here's the thing. He went after everybody that he thinks is a problem. People who own things, people who have businesses. He said an interesting quote: "No problem too large for government to solve."
Or too small, important.
And so when you think of the world that way, that every problem, no matter how small or how large, is something for government to do, let me just decipher this for you. Tax increases as far as the eye can see, which means the people who need to provide jobs to the young people that you say need jobs are going to flee as quickly as they possibly can. I think this was a divisive speech, and he clearly sees the world in terms of the people who are oppressing you and the oppressed, and he said the oppressed are now in City Hall.
It wasn't a divisive speech, but even if it was, I wouldn't really give a fuck, because I am all for somebody who is interested in being loud and proud about the fact that they oppose MAGA and they oppose fascism in this country. That's completely fine with me.
Yeah, so to play devil's advocate to what you were saying, I think that potentially sometimes with the drug addicts, people who are addicted to drugs, the biggest life-changing experience could be when...
it was a good run of like 3 months where Pisco had to denounce you at the start of every podcast. And now I will have to denounce liberalism, unfortunately, at the start of every episode going forward. But we'll manage.
Near-death experience with an overdose, and I think that this is going to be an overdose moment. And I think even you said the other day that you think that Republican's going to win the mayoral or the governor.
Yeah,
and
the Republican said that first with Stefanik, so yes, we talked about it.
And I do think that that could happen because it was only a 5-point victory last time when Lee Zeldin ran against Kathy Hochul. So I do think that that could be the best case scenario.
Let me ask you a question.
Yep.
Sincerely, would you rather have a Republican of New York City or a Republican of the state?
So governor or mayor?
Would you rather have governor or mayor?
Well, people in New York say that the mayor has much more influence over the city, but I think the governor can have more power over the city than the mayor if it got to like a power contest.
I agree, but if we were to go right now the last 40 years and ask you to list out the mayors the last 40 years, are you more likely to be able to name the last 40-year mayors or governors? Mayors. So to me, there are certain states you want governor.
Mm-hmm.
Florida, you want governor. Mm-hmm. Texas, you want governor. Okay? There's a lot of states you want, but there's only one state where you want the city, and that's New York City. Trust me, I'm giving Muslims this is the greatest victory they've had. This is a massive victory.
Okay, just really quick, when he says, trust me, I'm giving Muslims of whatever, he didn't finish his sentence. PBD is not Muslim. He is an Iranian Christian, so don't be fooled that he's like speaking for Muslims or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. I would be celebrating off the top of my lungs if I'm a Muslim and I'm an Islamist.
Mm-hmm.
Celebrating off the top of my lungs what they just got. I'm celebrating if I'm a socialist. I took down the...
Correct.
city that was
true. If you're a socialist, you are celebrating the win of Zohran Mamdani. That's the first correct thing that he has said tonight.
built on capitalism with socialism. These idiots voted for us. That's what I would be saying privately. We got these idiots. They don't understand New York City was built on capitalism, and we took it away from them. These guys have such a short memory. Don't worry. They will not be grateful for the people.
This is what happens when your brain on like zero class consciousness, zero material analysis. Literally, he's not asking himself like which demographics by looking at their class position in New York City. He's not like support Mamdani. He's asking questions about like religion and ideology and things that ultimately are just not the top thing that's going to be an indicator of who's more likely to support Zohran Mamdani. When it came down to who supports Zohran Mamdani, you would not want to have somebody's religion because that's not necessarily going to indicate anything to you. It would be much more insightful to have what is their age? What is their, like how much money do they earn? Okay. What is their educational attainment? Do they have a high school diploma or not? Do they have a college degree? Do they have a master's degree? These things would be far more indicative. What is their race even? That would help you understand the voter far more than just if you knew their religion.
People that build the buildings, they will not be grateful for the people that build the bridges. We're going to come in and tell them rich people are bad and they're going to side with us. Trust me, I'm going to be able to do that. And he did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is such a massive, monumental victory. Why am I saying this? Pat, this is too much. Hey, man, you better wake the hell up. Only the paranoid survive.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
It's basically use their freedoms in our advantage. Use their open elections to our advantage. And make yourself...
He is literally describing the Maga strategy. He is literally describing what the current sitting president of the United States is trying to do. Who ignores court orders from his own Supreme Court, from his own federal appointees, whose platform, as far as I can tell, is literally just, how do we win in the midterms? That's it. What is the Trump administration actually pushing for? They're just trying to consolidate more power so they can win further elections. That's it. They're talking about abandoning the filibuster, not because they actually want to change anything or push through something right now, other than the legislation that they're interested in pushing through is like a big question mark exactly. Because I mean, they already pushed through the big, beautiful bill, which had a lot of line items that they were interested in, but they just want to end it. Like the extent to which they're interested in pushing legislation, it's to further gut voting rights in this country. Again, that ties back to the consolidation of power. They're not talking about being able to help Americans with SNAP or WIC or any of the, they want to find a way to reopen the government without having to fund any of those programs, without having to do anything related to Obamacare. They don't give a fuck if your premiums increase by 8,000%. They don't give a fuck if you literally starve in this country. So when he's saying they want to use the democratic norms and principles of this country to subvert it, that is literally what MAGA is doing right now. They openly state it. They're openly pursuing that goal using that tactic.
A victim and line up with these guys over here. That's our path to victory.
I want the filibuster gone. I agree with them for different reasons. I am fine with the filibuster going away. If you look into the history of the filibuster, it has actually only really been used as a stopgap to progress. So I think both parties just need to get over their fear of the filibuster and get rid of it.
Victory. That's how it worked. By the way, I'm quoting the Omar playbook. They have said these things. This is not my speculations. This is what they've said. We will use their open elections against them. We will use their freedoms to walk in, and then we call out the oppressed. And
again, if you asked these are all people that if you ask them who won in 2020, they will say Donald Trump.
Dog whistle is heard by the Democrats that will support us. And now they're turning around and looking at it. You better be careful what you're looking at, because there's a lot of things that you believe in that if they want to invoke the tenets of their laws and their systems, don't play well with a lot of Democrat positions at all. And what you don't realize is the puppy grows up and it becomes a Rottweiler and it forgets that you raised it because that's the way it's bred.
Yeah, I'd like to get your thoughts to see from a business perspective. I know we saw there was significant amount of people who either said they'll definitely leave or consider leaving. So people say things, they don't always follow through. What do you think realistically would be the fallout? And then, how does that affect the states that they go to? How does that affect the economy if they're the upper income earners, generators, job providers? Yep. Do they move their businesses?
Job providers.
move themselves. What do you think the real percentage is of people that actually leave?
Well, to me, it's no different than people who said, if Trump gets elected, I'm leaving the country. What percentage of people actually did that?
That's what I'm saying. That's
what Hollywood? Like 4 people?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, it's a
okay, exactly. So if you know this, why are you acting like there's going to be this mass exodus? People aren't going anywhere. Moving is fucking expensive. It's impractical. People don't want to do it.
Percentage. So when they say 756,000 is going to leave, definitely leave, what do you think is actually going to leave?
That's what I'm saying. Maybe, 5,000 people?
Maybe.
And this ignores the fact that to the extent that residents of New York City were leaving, or are leaving, it's because it's part of a broader trend that's already existed long before Zohran Mamdani, and just to do with the fact that the city is increasingly becoming too expensive to live in. That's not anything new.
What do you think? You think the number's 5,000 people?
No, it's like Hollywood. They're in Santa Monica having their lattes, quietly talking to each other that they enjoy the tax breaks.
What do you think the number is?
Of the 750?
Yeah.
I'll go with 10%. Do I think 75 to 100,000 people?
Okay, so
yes,
Tom,
yes, I do.
But here's a question.
I look at realtor stats down here in South Florida. I look at the license plates. I look at what's happening. Although we're in season right now, it's hard to measure the Canadian, the New York, and the Pennsylvania plates that are informal polling measure of South Florida.
Correct.
But I believe there's 75 to 100 coming down. There's a lot of realtors that would support the fact that they're not that number, but there's a wave.
Remember the move from 2020 to 2023? There were $1 trillion of wealth left in New York just because of that.
And California.
If it gets, I send Rob those charts if you want to show them. But if it gets worse than that, then it could be very.
In 2020, what do you want about that? Whatever he's talking about had far more to do with COVID than it had to do with any socialist policies.
Really going to be critical is, are they the job creators and job providers? Because if they move their businesses down here, and now you could, it's different than things were previous to COVID, where work from anywhere was not as easy to be accomplished or is not as popular or accepted. With that being much more accepted, you can shift your business down here, and that's a big deal. Let's face it, Florida's going to have a lot more attractive tax situations. Texas, a lot more attractive tax situations. There's many states that can be more attractive than New York from a cost perspective. Maybe this is the excuse you're waiting for to move your business, to move your residents out.
You make a really good point. We don't need people just to come drop 15 on a new place in Manila plan and then have your advisor now on Worth Avenue.
Yes.
That's what we need. We need people that are going to come down here and say, wow, what a great place, and let me build down here, and let me create the jobs down here.
Yeah.
Yes, and listen, the reality of it is, it's already happened. He's in. We're going to see what's going to happen next. The story comes out Financial Times. Miami realtors pitch safe spaces for millionaires fleeing Mamdani's New York. I'm coming to you with this one, Bobs.
Miami realtors pitch safe spaces, literal safe spaces for fucking landlords.
So if you want to pull up this video, Rob, I think you got a video on this one here. Let me go to this one. I'll read it, and then we can turn over to the video. So a few days before mayoral election, luxury real estate developers Isaac Toledano joked that a lot of Floridians...
I feel like it's low-hanging fruit even for me to point out that Maga and all of the people on the right are obviously the biggest pearl clutchers, the biggest actual fucking snowflakes that exist in our fucking country. But holy fuck, the fact that he doesn't even try to frame it any other way. He literally comes out and says they're trying to create a safe space with zero, caveat of oh, I don't like this language, or to or to try to frame it differently. He just comes out and says it is stunning.
Are going to give Mamdani an award for being the best broker of the year. Toledano is one of several Miami-based developers hoping to cash in on what they anticipate will be an influx of high net worth New Yorkers escaping to the Sunshine State if Democratic Socialist Mamdani wins the city's mayoral race this week. Fears that Mamdani's left-wing policies will drive the wealthy. Rob, you have a video on this one?
Yep.
Will leave fear that Mamdani's left-wing some of the wealthy New Yorkers have circulated since the 34-year politician unexpectedly clinched a Democratic primary. Billionaire hedge fund manager Bill Ackman, who has poured cash into opposing Mamdani's campaign, predicted an exodus of companies and individuals to New York. Go ahead, Rob.
On you at 6, some here in South Florida have their eyes on the race for mayor in New York City.
That was an interesting point. South Florida realtors say they've been contacted by New Yorkers already looking to move to the Sunshine State if self-described Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani.
Sorry, I got totally distracted because of a follow that Lycan got on Twitter. And I want to see if it'll let me tell you guys.
Is elected. Poured cash into opposing Mamdani's campaign, predicted an exodus of companies and individuals to New York. Go ahead, Rob.
On you at 6, some here in South Florida have their eyes on the race for mayor in New York City.
That was an interesting point. South Florida realtors say they've been contacted by New Yorkers already looking to move to the Sunshine State if self-described Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani is elected mayor of New York City. CBS News Miami's Bree Buckley looks into it.
A lot of people are worried.
Isaac Toledano is the CEO and founder of BH Group Miami, a high-end real estate.
It was not Vinny.
State development firm. He says the race for mayor in New York City could impact South Florida.
We already see a lot of New York buyers and their brokers and agents and representatives already looking to buy real estate and getting information.
His clients say they're worried if self-described Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani is elected mayor, that crime will rise as well as taxes. He campaigned to lower the cost
How
of...
come they're not worried that every single criminal that is going to move to New York City?
Living for the working
Far
class.
more rational fear that nobody's talking about except PBD.
Proposing a rent freeze and free bus service, partially funded by raising taxes 2% for top earners. Mamdani has been leading the polls against Republican
because it's official now. So what do you think? You think it's going to be a big net positive for South Florida and Florida in real estate?
I think it will have an influence because of the two things that they were mentioned there. One is obviously taxes do have an impact. We know that, right? In Florida, there's zero state income tax. And then when you look at the crime, you talked about it earlier. If crime rises and if there's extraordinarily lenient laws towards criminals and you invite more criminals in because...
Does Lycan still do online politics stuff? I feel like I remember him doing debates. If you can't reply guying Hutch and getting into pointless fucking fights with him on Twitter, then doing politics online, then sure.
That incentive, there's only so much that people can take because you worry about your safety. I think that could be those two items could be big influencers. And if you have people move down here, right now we have a bit more supply in Florida. So I don't think it would have a big influence on prices immediately. I think it would just stabilize things, maybe some modest gains. But if it
1,200 people move to Florida every single day on average right now, currently. Even if there was this fucking supposed mass exodus from New York City, you don't know the extent to which that would there's no reason to think it would disproportionately impact Florida. Or if it did, those were wealthy people that were probably always going to retire in Florida anyway. They're just doing it sooner than they would have otherwise. But most people, if they were to move out of New York City, would just go to a neighboring area because guess what? Most people want to stay near their family or near their job.
If the trend continued, it could push prices higher here. There's also a lot of development too, so we have to weigh the two against each other.
Tom, what do you think?
So, well, I think there's two things. There's the emotional response on the surveys you see now, and then there's the reality of it. And the reality of it is that what he's doing is going to have an immediate economic impact on New York. The taxes are coming, things are happening. He's really doing things. So it's not just the guy got elected that I don't like, okay, and he's stalemate.
Can you believe this guy actually has the audacity to promise to be doing things, to do the things that he ran on as mayor?
Because the city council's over here and these guys are over here, and then they get stalemated, just like a president gets stuck. So nothing really changes in your life yet. But what he's talking about is about to change. And I think when people see...
Yeah, here's the change. You're not going to have to pay to get on the fucking bus. Crazy. You know that kid that you had that was really, really expensive to pay for and put into childcare, even that you had to devote a significant amount of your paycheck to paying somebody else to watch them while you fucking worked? Not going to have to pay for that anymore. Yes, you will hopefully feel that impact very, very soon.
What's coming to New York, and people see the tax rates and they feel the change and they see the businesses that did move out. Remember, elections swing on 4 points in the middle. And right now there's a swing that's going to happen and people are going to feel it. So I think they're going to be going. Now, are they going to be, is it going to be like we saw from, and we remember, we've seen the story. We saw it in the stats from U-Haul that was paying college students, I think it was $2,000 for 2 college students to drive a U-Haul from Dallas back to California during spring break. They were saying, hey, spring break job from U-Haul, because they had too many trucks that had come to Texas. And so when you start seeing that, I think it's going to be very, very real. But I think he's going to start doing things on day one. He can't wait. And that, along with that's who is left, that's why I think you're going to see that first wave come, and they're going to come down here. But back to Barry's point, a very good point. I want them come down here with your roofing business, come down here with your heating, air conditioning business. We have a shortage. Come down here with your home services businesses. We have shortages. Come down here with your window retrofit businesses. We have shortages of people available to do those jobs, and find affordable housing outside the city areas for your people. That's what I want. Right. I think they're going to move. I think it's going to move because
find affordable housing for people in your family, but outside the city. I think the whole idea is that this guy is promising to try to bring down the cost of living in New York City proper and also build new housing.
Really going to do stuff.
I think the safety issue. The safety issue is a big one. That's a big one.
Here's a clip of him talking about letting out prisoners. Go ahead, Rob.
Oftentimes, we've even found as legislators, when we go into these courts, the term violent crime is even used when people are stealing packages. Violent crime is even used when people are accused of burglary and there happens to be a housing unit in that same dwelling. So violence is an artificial construction. And we have to be very clear that what is happening here with these district attorneys, that is violence.
So the guy,
So
the guy that broke into your house at home.
Correct. He is talking about reducing mass incarceration in this country, which is ridiculously expensive and ineffective. That is correct. It is actually not that much of a security. Like, somebody is not so much of a threat to society that if you steal a package that you need to be imprisoned or put in fucking jail. That's a waste of state resources. It's a waste of trying, there's like literally not even a pretext to try to argue that you're rehabbing that person. There is literally no reason to do it. That is not something that should carry that penalty.
Invasion to rob you. That's artificial.
Yeah, that's why, the safety issue, I think that's what really speaks to people that would drive them to me. Money is important, but your safety, that can be a very visceral response that we got to get out of here.
Yeah, look at what COVID, what was the reason COVID, we had such a reaction to it? You stay home and don't take your kids to school. Excuse me? I'm out of here, right? So was it that?
If you porch power Marla Boo Boo, instant life sentence, agreed. Rare moment of bipartisan consensus. You've changed my mind, actually.
Was it the vaccine? Was it the force? Probably a lot of it was combined, but one of it was, your kids can't go to school. Let me go to a place where my kids can't go to school. I'm going to go to Florida.
Yeah.
I would say the Enabling Act was the tipping point for Germany that allowed Hitler to, quote unquote, make laws without parliament and ignore the Constitution. Well, Trump administration is halfway there already. And they've got the, instead of the Enabling Act, they've got the immunity ruling.
Go to a different place.
And by the way, the number of votes that Cuomo got, I'm not saying that people are going to the polls saying, "Oh, Cuomo, yeah." I think it was hold my nose, and it's not a vote for Cuomo. It's a vote that I can't risk having one down.
Yeah. Brandon,
this is gonna be.
Sliwa was right there, you guys.
Bad for Florida. There's only 220,000 open homes for sale right now, and then there's 300.
And to all of these people who on top of the fact that a lot of their paycheck is going to fucking rent, just the idea of having to pay for childcare on top of it. Why are you going to work to be able to raise the funds to pay somebody else to watch your kid, to afford childcare? At that point, you may as well just try to make ends meet with just a single income household, and then somebody stays home and just watches the kid for free, quote unquote, instead of paying somebody else to fucking do it.
185,000 millionaires in New York. Right now, it's insane. Look at $1 million house down the street from here, or any average looking house. It's $1 million, and then for 500,000, you get a concrete box. So no, I think this is between.
My coworker's wife has 95% of her take home going to daycare at the moment. At that point, I would just be I'm not working to be able to afford to pay somebody else to raise my kid. I will just raise my kid myself. What is the point of that? And then I will enter the workforce when they're back in school or re-enter.
Cutting rates and this, it's going to be a bad situation in Florida for real estate.
Yeah, so you think cutting rates, so what you're saying is the market's going to go up, valuation's going to go up.
How could it not? It's every single time we cut rates, the price of houses and asset prices go up. It's
I did already cover PBD's cool BV roast idea. It's in my last VOD, I think, or the VOD before that if you want to see it. I think it was the last one, though.
Law of nature.
Okay, so how do you feel about that? What do you think about what he's saying?
I see.
Wait, law of nature? What?
Yeah,
the market's going to go up. Valuation's going to go up.
How could it not? It's every single time we cut rates, the price of houses and asset prices go up. It's like a law of nature.
Okay, so how do you feel about that? What do you think about what he's saying?
I see
it's actually not a law of nature, but okay.
Differently. I think that across the United States, you have about 67% of people own homes. So prices going up is a good thing. And of the remaining 33%,
these people, they just speak to the everyday working man so well. The price is going up, especially related to renting and paying a mortgage. That's actually a good thing.
At least half of those.
I know my friends and family are constantly saying, I'm just actually not paying enough in rent. I wish it would go up.
Are not in a position where they're going to be truly in even the market to buy a home. The 16-year-old working at Wendy's, God bless them, but they're not truly in the market to purchase a home. And there's many people that would not be in that position. So how much does home price increases impact those adversely? I think it's a zero-sum game. Some people it benefits, some people it doesn't.
Yeah, you're right, dude. Most people can't even afford in the current market. Yes, they're priced out of even being able to afford a house right now. Correct.
But I think it benefits many more people. It benefits the economy. Look, home price appreciation is a magical elixir. Because what it does is it creates wealth. It creates equity. In fact, there's a chart that you could see that I brought.
Correct, and that's a bad thing because we are treating housing like a speculative asset instead of what it is, which is a human right.
With me that shows that if you took a look at net worth and what it takes to be in the net worth category, it's probably near the end there, Rob, and you'll see for net worth, there's a couple of things I'd love to show. Last slide, Rob. If you pull that up, you can see what it takes to be in the top tier in the United States. You need top 1% as big number, 11.6 million, and you can see the tiers. But the real key factor is 2/3 of all net worth come from home equity. It is very hard to create wealth without being in the real estate game. And the average homeowner's net worth is 44 times that of a renter. Now, let me tell you, as somebody who's lived through downturns in real estate, I know people wish for it and people say, oh, we need prices to come down.
I know that you may have lived through the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis, all of that, when, all of that went down. But he lived through, what was that again?
That is the real estate game. And the average homeowner's net worth is 44 times that of a renter. Now, let me tell you, as somebody who's lived through downturns in real estate.
Downturns in real estate. That's nothing compared to his plight.
I know people wish for it and people say, oh, we need prices to come down. That is a very, very difficult scenario to go through because from a mortgage side, you can't get a mortgage easily because the appraisers put something called a negative time adjustment. So you say, okay, I could do it with 5% down or 10% down, but the appraiser says this property is going to decline because home prices are coming down. So you need to put 15%, 18%, 20% down because we're anticipating the price to decline. It makes it very, very difficult. Lenders tighten up. The whole market seizes, and then people don't want to buy a home if they see prices coming down. They're afraid. It's just like the stock market. People buy more stocks as it's going up. People should be buying when it comes down. They don't, right? It's the only things that when they go on sale, people don't want them is real estate and stocks, right? So what happens is that psychology, it materializes through the economy in general.
Okay, is it that people don't want them or is it that people can't afford them? Because if you want it, but you don't have any way to secure a line of credit, to get a loan, or to be able to afford to pay the mortgage that's going to be associated with that sort of purchase, then you are priced out and you just don't have access to those goods or services in the fucking market. Like, he acts like it's like a thing that just people just don't really feel like doing, or that they're not making smart choices with their money, but it's like they don't have enough capital or money or liquidity in the first place to be able to engage in these sorts of markets, dude.
And it slows the economy dramatically. And then think about home equity. Home equity is something that is also magical. You could pull on it. You could pay off your debt burden. You can invest with that money. When you sell your home, it could be your retirement plan. So look, while I completely get what you're saying, and you're 100% right, we don't want runaway appreciation. But I think to see prices come down would probably be worse than that.
But we're not in a sustainable place right now where it's like, we talk about all the time in the 70s, it was 2.5 years of an average salary to buy an average priced house. Today, it's like 8 or 9 years of an average salary to buy an average priced house. And I see what you're saying about the 65% that own houses in the country, but I think you're overlooking the core part of the economy, people ages maybe like 20 to 40 who are looking to buy a house who, it's a stretch to buy an average priced house.
Oh my God, I cannot believe this bozo somebody spoke up and is like, you might be leaving out a critical dimension of the conversation here if you just try to frame it as far as like, yeah, human psychology is weird because these people just don't want to buy when prices are going up, but it's the best time to buy it or whatever. He's like so out of touch.
House right now for a lot of those people. So is that a healthy place to be in where the core of your economy, like the young to mid-age people, can't afford to buy a house?
It's clearly a problem because what has happened. So you're right there. That it's clearly a problem because it used to be the median age of a first-time home buyer was between 32 and 33 years old. Today, that's gone to 40.
Yeah.
However, there's only 3 levers you could pull for affordability, right? This is not a magic formula.
40 years old is the median age for buying a home in this country now. It's
Prices
insane.
come down, which I just explained why that's not good. The second is interest rates come down. And remember, we have had quite the shock going from very low rates at around 3 up to 8, now back in this, let's call it 6.5-ish range, 6.25. So, there's been quite the shock there, along with prices rising. The third is time. And the reason why
I can't take this bozo anymore. Let's skip to, are Trump's tariffs working? Which are currently, the Supreme Court just heard oral arguments for the legality of this. And I thought that there would actually be more it could be like a coin toss that the Supreme Court would say, yeah, he actually has the constitutional authority to try to use these tariffs basically. Oh, I got distracted. Sorry. To declare a national emergency so that he can levy these tariffs or whatever and use it to generate tax revenue. But it seems like even his own picks are not interested in it.
To here, are Trump's tariffs making money? Check this out, folks. When you look at this chart, okay? Are Trump's tariffs making money? Bessent gave a number of what he thinks is going to be making, okay? Bessent says it could make us $1 trillion. It could make us a lot of money. Rob, how much money have we made so far? Do you have the number?
Who is us?
on how much money we made so far?
It says 142.2 billion more than this time last year. It doesn't say it.
142 billion more than it made last year, and a growth of 174%. But is it enough to replace the income tax as the main source of funding for the federal government, as Trump administration officials argued? Treasury Department data shows that'll be a massive stretch. Tariff revenue has grown for months, and the latest showing that the U.S. has collected $223 billion. It's pretty wild. As of October 31st, $142 billion more than last year, but it's still short of the $2.4 trillion federal income tax brought in last year. You can tell when you're reading this article, it's kind of like, yes, it did bring $142 billion more, but there's no way you can get $2.4 trillion. Tom, your thoughts on the story?
Oh, yeah, like you're comparing it to one full year of income tax. It's like we're really, really proud that...
it's not even that much. It's really not that much.
You know, Brooklyn Bet David has reached 3 foot tall, but that's still far short of Shaquille O'Neal's 7'2". It's like, what the hell? Really? He just got started. This comparison, it's far short of. Look, I think you look at what it's brought in. Number one, it brought in more, $142 billion more. Number two is that...
They just skip over the question of whether or not it's legal entirely. They just assume that it's fine.
It is not showing up as 5, 6, 7, 10% inflation. With the inflation algebra that's tortured numbers anyway, which isn't really what it's supposed to be. And so I look.
Okay, Lycan said I can show who followed him. Hold on. He does this Gata Fumador account. Followed him. He doesn't even follow them, and they also started liking his tweets. That's so funny to me.
Look at it and I'm like, this is a success, but they will take any opportunity. And this is Politico, fun with charts for people that don't normally play with spreadsheets. And it's very aggravating to me because this is good. This is good because inflation didn't happen, yet world concessions to equalize the trade that we have happened. So why can't we look at that and say, wow, we're just getting warmed up. Can we do more?
Yeah, but what people don't look at is that that's 142 billion that is less.
Isn't that like a neo-Nazi Mexican account? Okay, I can't remember if I follow that account or not. I think I do, but I've not seen what you've seen, if that's the case.
Treasuries that have to be issued. So the fact that you're issuing less treasuries means that you don't have to incent people to buy them with a higher interest rate. It actually helps interest rates improve. So while you could look at just the negatives, right? I'm with you 100%. People just look at the negatives, right? The negatives say, okay, well, a third of it's being paid by the country that the goods are coming from. Great. But the consumers here are bearing.
I can't take this guy. I want them to have he has bad takes, but it's not the type of dumb guy takes that I like from Vinny. Okay, he's too self-serious. Let's see what they have to say about fucking Prop 50. They did not like that Gavin Newsom wanted to do this gerrymandering thing. And of course, do you think that they will even mention that this is in response to Texas doing this thing that's basically unprecedented even for fucking Texas? To try to gerrymander and win the midterms before they have even occurred?
Yeah, I want to go to this next story. Let me tell you another guy that's claiming to be a good guy.
Okay, he's not very valuetaining.
Guy. Patrick, you know who Patrick Bateman is? Do you guys know the name Patrick Bateman, Rob?
The actor?
Who's Patrick Bateman?
The actor.
Psycho?
From Psycho, exactly. Yeah. Good memory.
From American Psycho, not from Alfred Hitchcock's. Okay, whatever.
Rob. So, can you play this clip? Interviewer is asking Newsom. Rob, do you have this or no?
Yes. Was it in your notes?
It was in my notes. Yes. Interviewers asking Newsom. That
fucking idiots. And the way he even praised him, he's good memory, even though you got the wrong movie.
Friends are even comparing you. Watch this one. You're zooming a little bit, Rob. Go ahead.
Patrick Bateman talk.
I don't know, but
I mean, people say that you are American
serious?
Psycho. Yeah.
Like I said, new scum. I mean, look.
But even your friends say this.
Oh, do they?
I mean, yeah.
I'm going to reevaluate my guest list.
I mean, there was a comedian that said.
Okay, yeah, this is true. I mean, fucking Newsom is an uncanny valley looking motherfucker.
Literal comic book villain from Central Casting, Patrick Bateman vibes. He definitely had someone killed or may have killed someone himself.
Watch his hand gesture.
I'm glad I still have some humor left. I mean, this is a rough business.
Yeah, it is.
This is a rough, particularly if you're willing to fight.
There's many.
I'm just a happy camper. Rocking and a rolling.
You make up all the Patrick Bateman talk.
Okay. So, California.
That was nervous laughter.
Yes. California voters allow Democrats to redraw a congressional map. Rob, is this it?
Yes, this is Fox News coverage.
Guys, it's officially 4 on 4.
Yeah, he truly does look like the actor Patrick Bateman from Psycho.
52, I believe. 4 on 50, I think. Go ahead, Rob.
The yes vote in particular with Prop 50. The reason voters said they voted yes on Prop 50, 82% of the case, 8 out of 10 voters say it was to counter the GOP changes, not because they saw it was the best way to draw those district lines. Now, if you go back and look at those who said no to the vote, they said their reasoning to do so was that they saw this as not the best way to draw those district lines, while only 34% said it was to stop the Democrats from adding seats in Congress. A couple other things we're taking away from what voters said there in California. We asked the voters and how they would actually like to see these lines drawn. The irony of this, Trace, is that 9 out of 10 voters, even more so, said they'd like to see this done by a nonpartisan commission, not the party.
They already have a nonpartisan commission. God, they are just straight up misleading their fucking viewers. I mean, it's Fox News who is surprised by this, but they already have the nonpartisan commission. What this proposition changed is that for the next few years, it will be drawn according to a more partisan commission instead, and then it will revert back. It's going to sunset and then revert back to this nonpartisan commission. They're not dissolving it entirely.
Party in power. Well, that was preempted with the outcome of this vote.
Wow.
This is crazy. Rob, do you have the other chart?
There is a chart on this. Yes, you have to show this on how they did it and what corner they went to. Okay, because once this was done, let me read this, and then while Tom is finding this, once this was done, California's done when it comes down to ever becoming Republican, especially on the House side. But let me read this to you. California voters have easily approved a ballot measure to redraw the state's congressional map to favor Democrats, according to a race called by AP, marking the party's biggest victory to date in the national battle of redistricting ahead of 2026 midterms. The measure called Prop 50 will replace lines drawn by an independent commission with a map that could net Democrats.
Yeah, exactly. Most people want a world without nukes, but that doesn't mean they want the U.S. to unilaterally give up their nukes. Well, if you ask Fox News, that is obviously the natural conclusion to draw if such a poll were to exist.
As many as 5 new seats next year's House elections. Look at this number here. Look at that. That's what happened in California. Holy.
See what they did? They took northern.
Wow. Can you believe they're doing a thing that is already occurring in multiple red states across the country? That they are openly pursuing before midterms to have this exact same goal, and that this is in response to those Republican and red states doing this shit? Crazy.
California, and they took the liberal coast, and you see those lines patterned on top, and they took the coastal weight. They obliterated all the northern farmers, and they obliterated the area around Sacramento. And then down in San Diego, they basically made sure that the gains that were made by the Republicans down in San Diego, boom, they do it. And then
correct.
You look at the rate change that was in Orange County. Look at that. There you go.
Wow.
F you.
They need somebody who's a Republican to run as a Democrat and kind of fake everybody out like a Trojan horse. I think that's the only way to do it.
I mean, what do you even say in response to that? Brilliant idea, dude. Yeah, they should get a person who's clearly a fucking MAGA supporting dipshit and get them to put a D next to their name, and that's going to fool a bunch of people into voting for him. Genius, dude.
To do it.
The only way to do it?
Yeah, it's for like a fake Democrat.
So you come in, then what do you do?
You start doing Republican things.
No, I get that, but what I'm saying, how are you going to pass them? You know your House, you know what it's going to be. Do you know the numbers?
Yeah, no, the House is like a supermajority.
So how are you going to pass anything, even if you act like a Democrat, you get in, but you're a Republican, and you flip and say, all right, I'm a Republican, I want to pass the following
results by county.
I want to pass these following things. How are you going to do it?
Yeah, there's going to be a limited amount of things you could do.
They're also talking about this, like California Democrats don't have like a very, very conservative streak to them. If you look at their policies, like Gavin Newsom is not exactly a friend of fucking homeless people in California, and he adopts the whole tough on crime posture in the same way that a lot of red states do.
I think across the board too, people who are upset with this, they could run for Congress, like the local Congress and Senate, and do the same thing. Like you have to run for anything as a Democrat, even if you are a Republican. So across the board, from governor to...
To be fair, it worked for Fetterman. Well, PBD is inserting the idea that you run as a Democrat, not only with the D next to your name, but also like rhetorically, and then pull the wool over people and then switch and, it's a fake out. I'm actually a conservative, right? But he just said, this guy was like, you should just do that. And he assumes that a lot of voters in California just vote blue no matter who, or they won't ever pay attention to the language of that candidate, and it won't be obvious that that candidate's not actually really a Democrat, in the same way that that didn't work for RFK Jr. either. Like what he's describing in in like that's the RFK Jr. strategy of like, I'm a Democrat, but goes around acting like a fucking Republican. Because there was no point where RFK Jr. really tried to make himself sound like he was more moderate or progressive. He just insisted that there was room for him in the Democratic Party and was coasting off the fact that like his name is affiliated more so with a Democratic political dynasty, obviously, than Republicans.
To House, to Senate, within the state, to judges, like it's the same
But
thing.
you get.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
What are you gonna? Okay, go ahead. Act. Trust me. I have.
Scroll up.
Tom, do you want to just text them, Tom? You just text them. You got your phone with them. Tell them what you want them to do. So, do you realize when you think about what's going on right now? Here's how I think they thought about it. Okay, I think, Tom, they did the following. I think Republicans sat there. Do you think phone call was made for Greg Abbott to redistrict Texas? Do you think that was an accidental one day Greg Abbott woke up and said, let's redistrict Texas? What do you think?
No.
You think there was a phone call made?
Okay, so they do bring it up at least, like what the context of this is and why California even voted to pass this.
Strategic.
Every state. Strategic, absolutely.
I agree.
Every state does it.
Okay, so here's a question though. Watch the most important question. I believe.
No, actually, not every state does this. You are actually seeing gerrymandering measure, like different states starting to finally get their shit together and abolish gerrymandering, but Texas is actually leaning harder into it.
Asking if I'm behind closed doors. You ready? All right. Go 5 years ago. What is more likely to flip to the opposite side? Is it more likely for California to go from Democrat to Republican, or is it more likely for Texas to go from Republican to Democrat?
Texas. Well, Texas.
Exactly.
It started in Austin.
Exactly.
It was moving.
So you know what you do? You're like, guys, if I lock in Texas, and then they force, we were never going to have California in first place anyways. So who cares? Do it. I think that's the way.
Do they not realize that there is a long intellectual tradition of like very, very notable conservatives coming from California? Richard Nixon is from California. Arnold Schwarzenegger is from California. Ronald Reagan is from California. These are California conservatives.
They looked at it. Let's lock in our biggest chip, which is what? Texas, and let them have California. I think that's truly how it was thought about, Tom. Because if you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, because Texas was vulnerable.
Yeah, it's not, well, they were going to do it anyways. No, Texas was vulnerable. A lot of weird things was happening in Texas. So in a way, I'm willing to bet even people who live in Texas.
Would love for him to elaborate on that. Texas was vulnerable from in what way? What?
That were former California people. Listen, you know how many people would we run into in Texas that were from California? How often would we run into people from
completely regular thing.
It was such a weird thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're from San Jose. Oh yeah, we're from San Diego. Oh yeah, we're from Northridge. Oh yeah, we're from Pasadena. Seriously, yeah, why'd you move here? Same reason you moved here. Totally get it.
And guess where we saw most of them?
Nevada's the other one.
Nevada's the other one that's grown massive.
Remember where we saw most of them? At our schools, other parents.
That's right.
And we brought our kids here, and we're living here, and we would meet them right at our schools.
Yeah. So to me, I think this redistricting thing that they did, Rob, can you flip on how many of them? I think it's 48-4, Rob. If you can find that one chart on what it looks like, California on representative, California representative.
How many?
It's like PBD is a fucking like multimillionaire who earned his illegitimate, ill-gotten gains from a MLM scam that he runs related to life insurance, and he can't believe he thinks it's notable that he runs in circles of people that have moved from California to Texas. Yeah, other wealthy people, dude. Exactly. But these like cross-state moves or whatever, like I don't think that's very common for most people.
Tomorrow midterms, by next year's midterms, I believe, because the ratio is what I'm looking at. There you go. That's the one. That's the one. California currently has 52 Congress represent, 43 of them are Democrats, 9 of them are Republicans. By next year, which Prop 50 passed, it'll be 48-4. By the way, do you know who had energy last night? Like I haven't seen him have energy in a while. Who is like kind of like, all right, we're getting some momentum. Do you know who is kind of a
Newsom?
Oh, let me tell you. Let me tell you how he sounded. He sounded looser. You know who that is? Obama. Look at this clip here from Obama. Rob, if you want to play this.
Who cares about Obama? Tom was literally confused. Tom was clearly stroking out in the last episode, acting like he said, you know who had a really bad year for policy? Obama. Obama's been out of office for like a decade. Now they're talking about like the next moves Obama's going to make. Why don't we talk about the next moves George Bush or Hunter Biden's going to fucking make next? Who cares?
See, he's smelling. He's like, okay, maybe this is a chance for me to come back. Maybe this is a chance where... No, you got to realize they had a good night last night.
Yeah.
If you're a Democrat, it was a phenomenal night for you last night.
But not necessarily totally unexpected either.
No, it was not necessarily unexpected. You're right. It's not like... Because everybody's saying, well, now, it's going to be a blue wave for midterms. We don't know yet. The reality of it is Crockett's going to be kicked out in Texas.
Right.
And I believe, Tom, who is that guy's name? Is it from Fresno?
Daryl Issa?
Daryl Issa. I think he's going to be out, and he's a stud. So I think he's going to be out.
He's a stud, according to PBD.
I think Crockett's going to be out. I think they're both, next move is going to be maybe we go Senate, maybe we go play different roles. So it's going to be, go ahead and play this clip, Rob.
A year ago, I remember talking to folks who would tell me, this election doesn't matter. These are some well-educated, bright, people. They say, whoever the next president ends up being, it's not going to affect me. That's what they would say.
Okay, he was either talking to rich people or he was talking to college students or disaffected non-voters that were depressed about inflation, the cost of living, or the fucking genocide, and they correctly identified that Democrats are not going to do jack shit about the fucking genocide, and he'll leave that part out. He'll also leave out the fact that if you're a wealthy person, you're going to be shielded from the excesses of Donald Trump's policies. That's like, to say that it doesn't matter or whatever is obviously objectively incorrect. But as far as their own personal self-interest, not entirely wrong.
If nothing else, the last 9 months should have cured us of that idea. Because the stakes are now clear. We don't need to speculate about the dangers to our democracy. They're here. We don't need to wonder if harm's going to be done to
you can pause it right here. So, look at his eyes, though. Look at his eyes, though.
Yep.
Go back 1 second, Robin. Look at his eyes. Play. I'll tell you exactly when to pause. Press play. Look at those eyes. Look at those eyes. You see those eyes? You've never seen Obama's eyes like that.
They're kind of focused again.
They're focused, but I seek vengeance.
Yeah, anger.
I seek revenge and anger.
Yeah.
I feel like he is been humiliated. Remember, the worst day of his life was November 4th of last year.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not saying mom, losing family, all this stuff, but
Why does he think this? What? The worst day of Obama's life was in 2024 when Obama, who's been out of office for a decade, had to watch somebody in his party lose. A thing that he already did in 2016, didn't happen in 2020, and then happened again in 2024 in an election that was set up to fail pretty much because Biden never stepped aside.
Worst day of his life.
Political life.
Was November 4th.
Yeah, the worst day of Obama's political life was November 4th, 2024. Not Kamala Harris, not Joe Biden, Barack Obama.
Sure. Worst day because it proved he didn't have a voice. He has gone back, recreated.
This is not the first election that Obama's endorsement was not the thing to push that candidate over the edge. This is not Donald Trump's first term. This is not any of these things, PBD. What? Why are they doing this with Obama?
Himself trying to find a way to come back. I don't know how much of that weight he's going to carry or not. I'm just saying. He probably had a good night last night. He had a little bit more to be able to say, I told you, what, I was right. I think he's kind of going through that right now, Tom.
What's really interesting, you have liberals and
this armchair psychoanalysis of Obama, a guy who is less politically relevant than Hunter Biden.
liberal headline writers, Democrats dent Trump's coalition with 3 big election victories. The Democrats had a very good night last night, a very good night. But I went and I looked at it and I said, well, how good? Let's look and say how good. And what do we have to do in response? So I went and looked at, let's just take a look at the governors they all talked about. Hey, we got Democrat governors in New Jersey and Virginia. So I went in and I looked and I said, okay, Mickey versus Jack in New Jersey, and Jack Ciattarelli, he got a lot of support from Trump, a lot of support from Maga and some money. So
okay, but did Trump actually go to these states and campaign for anyone? That was something that we're going to look at soon. Jack Posobiec and people that now run Charlie Kirk's, they've taken over his podcast, talking about how Trump didn't campaign for these people. He hid out. And then, and to say that Trump wouldn't have helped, he probably would have helped if he had gone to these states and campaigned. So that was stupid for them to do, and that they didn't knock on enough doors. They didn't do enough ground game to keep, to maintain the wins that they had made in these states in the 2024 election.
Mickey Sherrill beat him 57-42. Okay. So how did Trump do during the election? Well, Trump only got 46 during the election, and Kamala Harris got 52. So 52-46. So it's about a 4-point difference toward the Democrats. Do you see what I'm talking about, Pat? Mm-hmm. But guess what? In New Jersey, over the last 30 years, only Chris Christie was the Republican governor. Only Chris Christie. And Phil Murphy's been since 2018, so coming up on 9 years. So, okay, so you dented Trump's coalition. We've never had a Republican governor in New Jersey, with the exception of Chris Christie over the last 32 years.
Before that, Mary Todd Whitman, but
yeah, but then now you're going back. How many presidents? 5 of them, right? Christine Todd Whitman, 94 to 2000. Now you go back 40 years, almost 50. So then I went to Virginia. I said, okay, how bad was this in Virginia? Virginia, listen to these numbers, they're almost the same. Spanberger defeated Winsome Sears, 57 to 43, almost the same, like within a half a point. And during the election,
I was muted. I'm calling him a boomer and I was fucking muted. This guy literally printing shit out to bring to the podcast to read off the paper that he printed out instead of just having the producer pull it up. Why is he like this?
36 Kamala Harris and 52 Trump, almost the same. So it's 5 points different, 4.5 points actually, for Trump right now, which shows you, and by the way, only Glenn Youngkin, who became governor and then term limited out. He's termed out right now, term limits. And he came there because Terry McAuliffe tried to come back and be governor again and opened his mouth and said, parents shouldn't control their kids. We will control them from the schools. And he said that 2 weeks before the election. And
this scope is insane. This idea that you can point to like past winning and losing margins to try to deny the fact that there was obviously and unambiguously a massive blue wave that occurred on election night is just delusional.
And everybody goes, wait a minute, that's your plan? And they voted, and Glenn Youngkin beat him by a whisker. He was the only Republican, and it took parents flipping out and a horrible gaffe by Terry McAuliffe to do it, because now you have to go all the way back to 2002, Mark Warner. Only a guy named Bob McDonnell for 6 years was a Republican governor. So these have always been, with a couple small exceptions, Democrat governor seats, going back 30 years. So,
and right now, Tom sounds like a fucking Democrat. That has like lost all hope and faith in like even trying to win, and sounds like one of the fucking people that Obama says he was talking to, that they feel like, oh, these elections, they don't matter, they're predetermined, who cares? Tom is like, to cope about the loss, he's basically saying, we had already lost, so why even bother trying? Even though these were absolutely races that they could have won if there had been more ground game mobilization, more canvassing, more advertising, more outreach, more money put into these campaigns, like more Trump campaigning. These absolutely could have been races that they kept or flipped.
And the margin wasn't that far off from the presidential election. So what it tells me is this is still tight, but the Republicans did not put up a good candidate in Virginia, not at all. And the MAGA and president's support didn't get you over the line in New Jersey, which means, Pat, we've got work to do. And you know what the number one thing that the voters talked about? Echo the Raging Cajun. They said it was life affordability led by housing. Life affordability was number one. So we need the president's jobs to happen. We need that $1.5 trillion that's being spent by companies to build.
We need the president's jobs to happen. Oh, you mean those unemployment rates ticking up under Donald Trump is not going to be a good look for him? Yeah, we just need those to kick in any day now. When the unemployment starts dropping, yeah, things are just going to go great for the MAGA movement.
Factories and give opportunity here in America to happen so the jobs can come out of that.
Yeah, when he brings the jobs back. So yeah, I think that he's literally promised in his first term, never fucking happened.
That's what we need. And I think 26 is going to be good, but I'm not spinning it.
Yeah, affordability, which is why we only talk about culture war BS. If I'm being super charitable, what he's saying, he's saying that like Republican campaigns need to talk about that and that like leave the culture war shit to them. But
Republicans have got work to do. Conservatives have got work to do. And we can't just sit back and say, oh boy, I can't wait to see what happens in New York.
I mean, that kind of sounded like what you were doing 2 seconds ago, Tom, when you were like, well, if you look at the history of these places, they've kind of always been run by Democrats. So we're probably not going to do so great there anyway.
Everybody's going to not like that. And then we're going to get a Republican governor. I think that will happen. But there's a lot of work to be done here. But this was not the bloodbath people are saying, but no spin. There's work to do.
Well, make a great point, and that's why the president's so focused on bringing interest rates down, and that's why it's so dangerous that the Fed
makes it cheaper to build.
That's correct, and not only that, but cheaper to take out a mortgage. I mean, cheaper to buy things. So that's why it's so dangerous that the Fed is so.
Okay, snooze fast. Fuck this guy. He's very boring. Let's get into. Okay, this was a broadcast from Charlie Kirk's new crew, the replacement crew, the night of the election, and some wild fucking claims were made on this night, and amazing cope that came in as they started calling the race. I just want to watch like maybe 20 minutes of this. But before we do that, if you're watching on Twitch and you're not following me, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live, which is usually most days, Monday through Friday at varying times. If you're watching on YouTube, please go ahead and do the same. Hit subscribe, hit the like button on my stream so it can push it out to new viewers, and hit the bell if you want to be notified when I go live from your preferred platform. You can also go back through my VODs and you can see all of my old segments, which are timestamped. Almost every VOD of mine is timestamped. So that way you don't have to be skipping around in the dark of a multi-hour long stream to know when I start talking about a certain thing. I've already done that for you. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or YouTube description box. But the thing that is most helpful to me, other than sending me a super chat and YouTube chat, is subscribing to me on Twitch or gifting subs throughout the chat or using your Amazon Prime to sub, which really helps me out, as well as gives you cute emotes and an ad-free experience. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. And let's get into this. Let's see. I only know Jack Posobiec and like this guy's face. I don't know these other three guys. It was around like here when they started like calling it. Shoeboy, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. I really appreciate it. And for the follow. Why aren't you loading? Come on.
Problem in
okay, cool.
800 years. Our whole model is going to be something that again, it was not supposed to be a competitive race at all. We were trying to fight against the trend, but
and again, keep in mind this was like on election night as the results were coming in live.
When you pass the baton
a little bit, yeah.
I tapped in.
Andrew's fueling up a little bit.
We're getting
Blake
the feel
as well.
Yeah, I like what you said, Jack. There's 800,000 people that voted for this, and I just feel like
and more to come.
More to come. And this is someone who didn't even threaten the life of two parents.
Oh yeah, they were upset about that guy who like he had leaked chats of him saying that like he wanted MAGA people to die or something like that, and he still ended up winning. Let's see when they start talking about that.
Yeah. Rallying people, motivating people, getting them back up to fight again, because the fight is forever, and it only ends when you decide to quit and go home.
Look, we all sat here with Charlie Kirk on election night in 2022, and we all know that race that night did not go the way any of us wanted. I think Reddit made a whole kind of thing about it on us, and look, we're not going to play that game anymore, because we understood that what Charlie Kirk did was he looked at 2022, he understood it.
Of all of them, including Kofi, which takes the smallest bite and leaves you with the most, it is definitely following the donation link, the Streamlabs one. I think it only takes like 2% if you want to send me anything, tip me. You can also throw in a message there and I will read it out loud for you.
From a lessons learned perspective, and then he incorporated those lessons into the work and the infrastructure and the plan for 2024 and the coalition and the low prop voter work that was done in that year. So what are we going to do tonight with 2025? We are going to learn. We are going to learn the lessons, and we are going to apply those to these midterm races, which are coming up. Guess what? 1 year away. So we know that polls are closing across most of Pennsylvania right now. By the way, it's 8:30, and we know that I believe New York is 9 p.m. right? So New York is
and of course New York is a glorious blue state where they take approximately like an entire election cycle to count the ballots.
Right?
You got to allow people to get in their mail ballots from Guam or whatever. And
I mean, I'm gonna tell you probably one of the.
Let me sell you. Kidding. If there's a way for me to drop that in chat without it completely doxing me, believe me, I would.
The most interesting things that's going to happen tonight is this New York City race. And even no matter what, even if Mamdani takes it as expected, it's going to be interesting to me how
he did.
How much he takes it by.
And in like less than 20 minutes, they like call a race and they have to deal with that.
Because there seems to be a debate over that. There could
breaking. Decision Desk HQ projects Jay Jones to win the Virginia AG.
Really? Wow. Wow.
I'm just on that one. Mikey, you're going to sit here and say something funny, and I'm going to go eat real quick, and then I'll be back. Yeah, you're going to sit here, and you're going to entertain the audience, and I have to go get some food. That's rough. I'll be right back.
This is wild. So, and of course, we're going to have to see it.
Real quick.
I'm looking at the numbers. It's 800,000 for Jay Jones. Jason Miyares at 790. That's with 47% in. Mikey is about to join us here in a second. He's getting locked in. But you know, Tyler. So this is. But here's, and I just got. I'm gonna reiterate what I said when he was at 300,000 votes. We are being told, when we were told, in the minutes, in the hours after Charlie Kirk's murder, that we have to unite, and stand against political violence. Well, in Virginia, and this type of rhetoric, which I certainly do agree that we have to unite against that. And I'm more than willing to do so with anyone who's willing to do that. But now I see 800,000 people, many of whom are Democrats, just voted for Jay Jones, who's a guy who wants to kill my children, who wants to kill Tyler's children, who wants to kill the children of conservatives. He said this and emphatically.
How do they learn nothing? How do they not realize that this just makes you sound like you got owned? You sound like the biggest fucking crybaby bitch loser by complaining about this shit and acting like Jay Jones is like some tyrant or whatever because this got like leaked in some private chat. It's not going to fucking work when you're literally, this is coming from a Donald Trump supporter. Donald Trump, who led an insurrection on January 6th after the election didn't go his way. These people that cheered on Unite the Right rallies, fucking Charlottesville. These people that were totally fine with getting people fired just because they spoke ill of Charlie Kirk or didn't think he was a fucking American patriot and after he died. Like, these are the same people that are going to turn around and pearl clutch. The same ones that refuse to disavow Nick Fuentes, that refuse to call him a fucking Nazi, that support mass deportations. They're totally fine with people being sent to fucking CCOT, which is basically like a fucking gulag. That are completely fine with making fun of George Floyd and his death. That are totally, totally on board with having people like taken off the like people deported because they were critical of Israel. These are the same people that are going to turn around and cry about controversial political figures. Get the fuck out of here.
Harassed people about this. So how exactly?
Like I'm more concerned about the like Nazi group chat coming out of the fucking young Republicans and the fact that our own vice president won't disavow that.
Are we the ones who need to unite when it was our friend who was murdered, and it's the Democrats that in the numbers of hundreds of thousands are elected?
Like, he's complaining about Jay Jones. This was like October 14th of this year. I love Hitler. Leaked messages expose young Republicans' racist chat. Thousands of private messages reveal young GOP leaders joking about gas chambers, slavery, and rape. Leaders of young Republican groups throughout the country worried what would happen if their Telegram chat ever got leaked, but they kept typing anyway. They referred to black people as monkeys and the watermelon people and mused about putting their political opponents in gas chambers. They talked about R-wording their enemies and driving them to unaliving and lauded Republicans who they believed supported slavery. William Hendricks, the Kansas Young Republicans vice chair, used the N-word, variations of a racial slur, more than a dozen times in chat. Bobby Walker, the vice chair of the New York State Young Republicans at the time, referred to grape as epic. Peter Gunta, who at the time was chair of the same org, wrote in a message sent in June that everyone that votes no is going to the gas chamber. He was referring to an upcoming vote on whether he should be the chair of the Young Republican National Federation, the GOP's 15,000-member political organization for Republicans between 18 and 40-year-old boys.
A candidate who has said he wants to kill our children. Mikey McCoy joins us now.
And if you're wondering why I'm using the dumb coded language, it is because I learned if you go off a little bit too hard on just from speaking, I had a video get like age restricted, and it didn't identify why it was age restricted on YouTube. It just said it was age restricted, and I didn't know how to appeal it. And so I have to assume it was because I was speaking too much about certain things a little bit too candidly. So
thank you for having me. It's like the Olympic race when you pass the baton.
A little bit, yeah.
I tapped in.
Andrew's fueling up a little bit. I think
we're getting
Blake
the
is as
feel.
well.
Yeah, I like what you said, Jack. There's 800,000 people that voted for this, and I just feel like...
And more to come.
More to come. And this is someone who didn't even threaten the life of two parents, loving parents, but then these two children, then doubles and triples down on it and says, quote, only when people feel pain personally do they act on policy. That is the psyche of the left. We will use our political power, political violence. We will do whatever is necessary for you to feel pain so that you then act on policy. And coming out of the 24 presidential election, it was a huge win for Republicans. And I feel like Charlie used to always say this, complacency is a cancer. I feel like we just got way too comfortable. And it's going to be a blue sweep. across the board. Like this is a blowout for Republicans have gotten destroyed today.
It's a blue bath.
It's a blue bath.
It's a blue bath.
And it's just literally complacency is a cancer, and Republicans have gotten too comfortable. But also Republicans they spend too much time infighting than they do actually spending time on the wars and the battles that matter. And that is a sign that we have too much time on our hands. We are sitting back too comfortable that we are infighting.
And this is the debate that, that was kind of brought up by Jack. He said, and sorry if I'm exposing you on this and you don't want me to say this, Jack, but you said...
What did I say? What did I say?
You said...
I say a lot of things, Tyler Boyer.
You said, I don't think, Twitter fights matter with this stuff.
Defend it. Explain to me how Twitter fights matter.
And I disagree with you. And here's the reason why I disagree.
No. There are types of e-drama that, because I was specifically referring to the people who were attacking Ali Beth.
I'm not calling you out, I promise. But what I'm saying to this is that, I think it does matter a little bit. And here's the reason why it matters, is because your best people that have to go out and do the door knocking and do the work are usually the people who are paying the most attention now in the public sphere on X.
On Twitter. Yeah, there's definitely, the people that actually... do boots on the ground activism and also spend a bunch of time on X, the everything app. Yeah, I'm sure that Venn diagram is actually just a fucking circle. You're right, dude. You're so right. Like IRL political activity that actually corresponds to online activity. What?
And some other places, but mostly X. And those are the people, that's where they go. I mean, we've seen it because our top activists are all super active on X. And when you have drama on X, we've seen some of that this last couple weeks.
I'm not saying that people that canvass don't use Twitter, they don't use social media, but like to the extent that they use social media, it's probably like fucking TikTok and Instagram and shit and Facebook and like talking to other people. They're not on X necessarily.
I've been saying, and I have a tweet up right now talking about this. So I was specifically talking about criticism of Ali Beth Stuckey, but I've also said that we've now seen the last few weeks of a bunch of people online who have spent their time engaged in e-drama, spent their time engaged in cancellation efforts and turf out efforts and just infighting rather than engaging in get out the vote efforts. Yeah. And if you're not engaged in get out the vote efforts, if you're not out there holding rallies, if you're not out there working on this to fight in the elections, then you are basically helping the Democrats. Yeah. And we've seen people, and I saw even this week, and Andrew Kovach just came back, and you know what I'm talking about. People were
to your credit, by the way, you were out doing the work. You showed up to rallies, helping encourage our door knocking efforts that we saw in New Jersey and some other places, but not everybody was doing that. Some people
I've seen a lot of big name conservatives, and I have a list. I certainly have a list. If anybody wants to come at me about this, I'm more than happy to drop receipts that didn't post a single thing about voting in this election,
or helping, or promoting it,
or appearing at Turning Point events, or doing any of this stuff.
Yeah, I just feel like when we're infighting, it's our way of saying we have nobody else to fight, so we're just going to fight ourselves.
Well, and guess what? And guess what? While we spent time doing that, what did the Democrats do? They won elections.
Yeah, exactly. And I also think that there was...
It's so weird to watch them have internal conversations the same way you see liberal commentators and people on the left talking about we need to stop with the infighting. We need to be more disciplined. The midterms are coming up. We need to think of better strategies to defeat Maga, blah, blah, blah. I mean, even the way that I'm summarizing it makes it sound like it's far more productive than it actually is when it's just like all of the chickens pecking each other's eyes out. But it is funny to get a glimpse into this, to be this deep into conservative commentary and hear about their own the ways that they fear the Democrats out organizing them, out politically maneuvering them, which is insane.
Super low hanging fruit this election cycle with what Winsome Earl Sears chose to spend ad money on. What you saw with Gavin Newsom, he told Charlie it was the best ad,
because it just seems so it seems like so many times that Republicans don't win elections, Democrats lose them. So to hear them talk about how the Democrats were disciplined, they were out there, they were motivated, they were active, they were getting people to the polls is just strange.
That you guys had was Trump's for you, Kamala's for they, them. And that ad just killed it. Why wasn't Winsome Sears running ads saying, I'm for your children, my opponent is not. My opponent has endorsed candidate and refused to condemn a candidate who wants to kill your children. I want to make sure that men cannot come in your children's locker rooms, your daughter's locker rooms. There's low hanging fruit this election cycle, and I feel like we totally missed the opportunity.
Okay. The thing is that they could have put money into those things, but the reason why those Democrats were successful, even the moderate ones, is because they leaned into discussing policy changes and affordability. not necessarily populism, because populism kind of involves this like us versus them framing, like the people versus the corporations, or in the case of like, you know, fascism, right-wing populism, etc., talking about like nationalism versus globalism, or, you know, global corporations at the very least. He's talking about like, the reason why, even if they had put a bunch more money into ads like that, do people really care that much at the end of the day about the Attorney General's leaked text messages about political enemies from 2022? Because that's how old the text messages that were leaked were, which is also why the endorsement wasn't rescinded from, I think it was Spanberger, over that. She said that the texts were bad, but she didn't end up rescinding the endorsement because at the end of the day, it wasn't recent and it was too late to get him off the ticket anyway. So why would she rescind the endorsement? Why would she say that people shouldn't vote for the candidate and let that go to a Republican if she wants to pass her own agenda and she was hoping to win and she did win? Or like, again, talking about like, how come they didn't do more, attack trans people more? Again, like, at least he's admitting that is low-hanging fruit, because people right now, the thing that carried Donald Trump to a fucking electoral victory in 2024 was that, like, so many people say it's inflation. It's just it's like the state of the economy. And at the end of the day, people are more concerned about that and the fucking kitchen table issues, as they always call them, than they are about, they're transing your kids or whatever. These people really think that's like break glass in case of emergency, talk shit about trans people, and that will translate to electoral success. They clearly learned nothing from the midterm elections from 2022, because that's what Republicans leaned into in those last midterm elections, and it didn't pan out for them either.
So Cliff, let's extrapolate some of this. You know, what if any wins can we take from this? What are the losses that we need to make sure we fix moving forward?
Yeah, so I think first off, there's a lot of lessons here. I mean, Tyler probably was right to give me the warning that is, if you're not going to permanently be somewhere, which is Jersey, you don't have that infrastructure, you need to really think about, is it worth it? And do you have a 4 to 6 year plan to be there? So I think that's a really good question. I still want to see where these election day results come in, right? I want to see just how bad it is. I want to see if some of the, some of the on the ground work that we were doing led to people voting on election day, whether it did not or whether it did. I mean,
how bad has the coat been tonight? Well, this was from election night. And I just wanted to show you, like, watching them have to face the fact that, like, Blue Wave was coming in and getting their live reactions and seeing what they all said was like the reason why Republicans obviously underperformed in this first election day since Donald Trump's election.
I want to learn from that. The only wins that I'm still holding out on at the moment are a lot of these PA races down ballot. We're not going to win the retention races. I've said that for a year. I never lied to anybody about that. Those are pretty much impossible to win. I get a lot of people got excited about them, but they're not winnable. But all the down ballots are where we are pretty fascinated at the moment. And I want to see, were the Democrats that good at turning people out that they got them to vote the entire ballot in Pennsylvania?
Thought he was in a prison jumpsuit at first.
Or a lot of these people just coming in and bullet voting. But my biggest takeaway is, you got to pick the states where you have the resources and that you have the ability to win based on the demographics.
And this is the other... What was that?
It's where you have the resources and that you have the ability to win based on the demographics.
Okay, when you're a Republican talking about you have the ability to win based on a demographics, this guy is not confident that Republicans can win anyone except white people. And he at least understands that is generally the case. And they absolutely did not. It looks like, when on election night, I was listening to both like CNN and MSNBC news feeds, and they were talking about those gains that Trump had made with Hispanic voters, Latino voters, with non-white voters, younger voters, and how you're already seeing those voters that flip for him in 2024. He's like losing them immediately already because, again, a lot of that came down less to like his 2024 win. I'm not gonna say it was simply because of people's like grief, like they were voted, like it was negative mobilization against Kamala or anything like that. I think one thing that Kamala suffered from was the fact that, like, again, she didn't have enough time to make her case. And I have said since that I think even if she had more time, I don't think that it still would have translated to electoral success just because of the type of candidate that she is. Honestly, I think she is kind of one of these people that the more the public sees of them, the less they like them. But this idea that, like, Trump was always like that he was destined to either, it's equally as delusional to think he would have just kept all of those voters that he picked up as it is to think he could have done nothing to retain them. But in reality, it just doesn't seem like they really put in the work to try to keep those voters sticking around and continually voting for Trump, or those voters were only motivated to vote for Donald Trump themselves, but not other Republicans necessarily, because they're like newer converts. They're not people that think of themselves as Republican partisans yet, but they had the opportunity to really try to make those gains more permanent. And it doesn't seem like they've actually put in the work that they could have made with these minority communities.
It can't be a one-stop shop. I mean, I think we need to figure out where we can go deep, where we can commit to for multiple years, multiple cycles. And I still think I want to look at these numbers and understand, where it landed. Democrats showed up to vote. Republicans did not. That to me is not something I'm proud of. It's not an excuse. But at the end of the day, we got to figure out how to fix that. I think that's on all of us.
Well, and I think I still think Rich has the key insight here. It's domestic issues. It's the economy stupid. It's jobs. It's how much money people got, in their bank account at the end of the month.
That's the other thing, is that these are races and areas where Donald Trump's, the Doge cuts, all of the mass the mass firings of federal workers, those policies hit these states really hard. They hit Virginia really hard. They hit New Jersey. All of these areas have a lot of people that relied on government jobs to be able to make ends meet. And if you eliminate their positions, well, they're not going to be too happy with your administration, are they? And your endorsement's not going to carry that much weight for your candidate unless you actually go out there and do rallies and campaign and just accept that that is also going to lead to some negative polarization and negative turnout against you. But it also might have turned out more people from your own side because you rallied the fucking troops.
Check this out. I mean, the media is going to run with this, right? That this is a referendum on Trump. So we got to talk about it. We got to be ready for this attack vector and what we're going to say to it. Play cut 229.
Virginia. Different story in New Jersey, which we'll talk about later, where there are some very specific issues specific to New Jersey. In Virginia, this is a little bit more of a referendum on Donald Trump and the federal government. And right now, with 26% in, you're seeing a fairly significant lead, a 10-point lead for Abigail Spanberger.
So, Jack, this is going to be a referendum on Trump media narrative, right? This is a referendum on Trump media narrative. I do not think that is a fair conclusion to draw. First of all, I think
literally why? Is it that it's not a fair conclusion to draw because the data doesn't support that, or because you need that to not be true?
Trump should have gone out in New Jersey? Yes. Trump should have absolutely been out in New Jersey. We talk about this working class voters, the muscular class, the people that love Trump. They would have been motivated by that. Trump. The argument against putting Trump out in Jersey was that he was going to be a get out the vote draw for Democrats, right? Well, you're missing your best asset out on the field. Maybe he didn't want to be tied to a loss. I don't know what the exact rationale is here, but this is going to be the narrative for the next however many months, and we have.
Well, and it's going to color the midterm narrative now,
which maybe is good. By the way, can I just say maybe it's good? You got guys like Cliff Maloney and Scott Presley. You've got
they started all of the things that Donald Trump is doing. He's underwater on every single issue, practically. And I'm not saying the Democrats are doing better, but again, when people look up and they see which parties are in charge, when they see that it's a red executive, a red SCOTUS, and a red legislative branch, and then they see those same sorts of politicians in their own state supporting these policies, supporting the president, etc. Yeah, it's demotivating to voters. They can see they have no one else to blame at this point except for Republicans and voters, I mean. So naturally, they either don't vote, or they don't continue voting for Republicans, or they flip to Democrats.
Point action. We're out in the field, and there is still a reticence within sort of the donor class on the right to not want to participate in ballot chasing, in door knocking, and get out the vote. And that's the infrastructure piece that we have to make sure is robust if we're going to compete, especially in off-cycle elections. Again, my hope is that we're going to be able to make up the delta in a presidential election year. But that's a hope and a prayer. We have to actually do the work and build the machine if we're gonna get there. We have Blake Neff joining us again here. We have Blake Neff joining us again. So we have a new exit poll. Trump was not a factor by 47% of voters in New Jersey.
Again, also, what do you do? What is the Republican Party platform right now? Because they don't want to talk. Donald Trump is also leaned into, again, some of the most unpopular things right now. He's in the midst of a bunch of, leaning into the Venezuela shit really, really hard, which is yet another foreign conflict, even though he ran on being I'm going to, I'm going to be this peaceful dove where I'm going to get us out of foreign entanglements. It's going to be America first, baby. Does that sound like it's been what's happening in the first year of Donald Trump's presidency? No. Okay, so that's already a failed campaign promise. Did he bring down grocery prices? No. Okay, so that's another failed campaign promise. Mass deportations, those are underway. They're ridiculously unpopular, and they're not even getting the criminals that they said they were going to be getting. So that's not something that they can boast about. The fucking tariffs, you think those are popular with people? The tariffs are another front that he's losing on. It's probably not even going to be held up. And then the most glaring thing going on is this fucking government shutdown, literally a record set for the longest government shutdown in I don't know how long, maybe ever. Is this the longest government shutdown? Yeah. The government shutdown is now the longest in U.S. history. See how it compares. The government shut down, and they're using food as leverage to be able to consolidate more power. Because, again, their platform, to the extent that they haven't accomplished it yet, again, they got the big, beautiful bill passed, but the big, beautiful bill did what? It cut Medicare and cut Medicaid. Do you know how many fucking voters, especially in these areas, rely on that shit? They shouldn't be they're not happy about that. They're about to see their premiums go up. They can't get people in their fucking state can't get access to SNAP benefits, to WIC benefits. People are having to wait in all of these lines at fucking TSA. You think people are happy about any of this shit? No. So like the only thing that they have left as far as like a platform to run on is just, will help us consolidate more power, even though right now we're making your life hell on earth.
And by 47% in Virginia.
This is really simple. It's just more.
Exit poll. Trump was not a factor by 47% of voters in New Jersey and by 47% in Virginia. Okay, but that actually cuts again. Like, that's actually an indictment of Donald Trump. Because if 47% of voters, unfortunately, were saying that Donald Trump's not even the reason why they're even motivated to vote, then that whole, like, they were scared of their own fucking shadow. He should have been out there campaigning, and he should have been trying to convince these voters, because it seems like that's a sizable amount that could have been swayed to vote.
Yeah.
That's more failure on their part. So even if it wasn't, which again, this is still a minority, so that means 53% of voters were reporting that, yeah, Donald Trump is a reason why I was voting. But that 47%, that's way too close for comfort. It should be far lower. The amount of voters that are saying that Donald Trump's not factoring in to their statewide election decisions, that's, as far as how they vote, that is bizarre. That's already bad. But like at that point, Trump should have been out there trying to campaign and trying to flip these numbers.
Tyler's trying to
trying to get those voters to either continue voting for Republicans or to flip them for Republicans.
Numbers.
Tyler ran into the studio.
We're going to look at this and go, how did we lose? Well, it's really simple. We didn't have enough bodies to chase votes.
Tyler just said, people are going to look at this and say, how did we lose? Well, it's really simple. We didn't have enough bodies in the field chasing votes. I'll just be really honest. I think it's a little bit both and. Winsome Sears, I never had strong hopes that she was going to win. You look at Governor Youngkin, he had the tailwinds behind him with the Loudoun County stuff. He's a, what is he, 6'7"? He's like this huge giant.
So tall.
He's so tall. He's got this really polished demeanor, the quarter zips, the vests, like he's out straight out of Central Casting. And
because she's a black woman, to say, okay, literally I was about to say, watch. The reason why he was like, I didn't think she was a strong candidate. It's about to become abundantly clear why he didn't think she was a strong candidate.
Sears just had a different demeanor. I felt like, and it's not about her being black and him being white, or maybe it is about her being a woman and him being a man. That's possible. But I just felt like she just didn't have this captivating presence, and it's just what I never thought that it was going to go her way. So I'm not even going to look that much into Winsom's position.
Gee, wonder why this guy did not have faith in this candidate to win the race. What do we think is motivating his feelings on that, and why he doesn't believe that this particular Republican female candidate was not going to do well in her race?
She seems like a lovely lady. She did win, she had rode the coattails of Youngkin in 2021. But anyways, I just think more bodies in the field, but you also have to field the right candidates. Listen, she won the Republican primary. She got the right to do this, to run.
Honestly, again, I could be reading the room totally wrong, but in this moment, with the times that the elections coincided with some of Trump's most unpopular decisions as president, especially with respect to like the government shutdown and all of this, this is probably the type of candidate that you would expect to see like overperform. And a really, really diehard MAGA candidate right now in this moment where attaching yourself to Donald Trump could have been really, really disastrous. Like being really, really outspoken, coming off as like more of a kind of like Matt Gaetz type partisan, more of like I'm Marjorie Taylor Greene's been making her pivot, but Marjorie Taylor Greene of a couple of months ago, that type of candidate, who's to say that they wouldn't have done far worse? Because again, they're coming out there being like rah 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 about Donald Trump at a time where voters are dissatisfied with the decisions that he's making as the executive. So this sort of like retail politician, like, I care about working families, but I'm a Republican and I'm going to help cut taxes. That probably is what you would need to restore confidence at the state level in this party. Somebody to remind people that like, oh yeah, this party is like more than just a cult of personality surrounding Donald Trump, but it isn't. Right now, it is just that. There's not really a policy platform to look forward to, or to the extent that there is, it fucking sucks and is not good for working class people. And guess what? There's more poor people in this country than there are rich people. That's why they're like the 1%. They're a minority. And they care more about that than they do the culture war grievances.
But I just didn't have great hope. But that being said, I thought Chitterelli was going to do. I thought it was going to take longer to call that race. Jack, you were out there campaigning for.
Especially like again, don't get me wrong. Like racism, culture war issues, like these types of things can unfortunately drive turnout to elections. But usually the narrative spun around it, like surrounding that is like they're taking your jobs and stuff like that. But like you can't leverage that narrative when your party is in charge of all three branches and was in charge of the state already. You can't blame it on them.
He had momentum. It was still a long shot. Let's be fair. This was a long shot in a blue state of New Jersey. I thought he was going to have a little bit more.
Yeah, well, and I will say this, by the way, he had no momentum until September 10th. And it's just true. There was no excitement in that race, and people were just not paying attention to it at all. And that was something that happened that made people turn around and look and say, you know what, maybe we do give it a try, and maybe we do actually focus something in. And I think that you didn't see that until September 10th took place. And so that's what really catalyzed this. Now, that being said, it was only like 2 months of runway, and it's not like people, immediately started deploying to New Jersey. So it was really this 1 month crapshoot to see could there be enough momentum to overcome what Tyler was talking about earlier, the massive Democrat registration advantage. And no, it wasn't enough this time around, but
the massive Democrat registration advantage.
When you look at it, and I'm just going to say it again, New Jersey tonight is where Pennsylvania was a couple of cycles ago. Here's one of the key differences that I'm picking up, and I want to toss this to Cliff, is that Trump isn't going to be on the ballot in the midterms. He wasn't on the ballot tonight. He's not going to be on the ballot in midterms. So how do you engage those people that would come out and vote for Trump, but aren't even paying attention to the election if Trump isn't there? That's what a low prop or even a no prop voter is, no propensity voter. My argument going to Maha is saying you've got to go to each individual coalition of the Trump 2024 winning team and engage all of the different facets of it. Not just Maha. Maha, of course, was a big part of it, but you've got to go to Second Amendment. You've got to go to veterans. You've got to go to unions. You've got to go to every single aspect of this to engage them.
I mean, I don't even disagree with Jack Posobiec that I do think sometimes the conversation surrounding what needs to happen to win becomes overcomplicated when in reality it really does come down to these sort of brass tacks things, like the party that has more people register, that has more political activation from the party that has better ground game, is door knocking, is trying to get people out doing deep canvassing. Those are typically the parties that's the party that succeeds in that race. It's not really rocket science.
And bring in the huge national stars to be able to get them to do that. Is that going to be enough to win? I'm not sure, but it does show that if you want that blueprint to win without Trump, you've got to find a way to engage on this. Cliff Maloney, are you picking up what I'm putting down?
Yeah, let's sound the alarm here. We have a low propensity problem in the Republican Party that, just a few cycles ago was flipped, and it was a problem on the Democrat side. I'll give Tyler Boyer a lot of credit when he says that the only way to fix low propensities is to build relationships with them, right? To do what the Democrats do, to run these reminder campaigns. This isn't an excuse. I'm not here to tell you, because
it's so funny to talk about them, to hear Republicans talk about modeling their strategy after what Democrats do, because if you were to ask me, Republicans actually succeed at doing these things usually, and it's Democrats that actually struggle with them.
Because of X, Y, or Z, we lost. It wasn't candidate quality. It wasn't the consultants. It wasn't this or that. We need to knock more doors. We need to put more bodies on the ground in some of these states. I feel like in 2020,
they really want to pretend unions support the anti-union big business party. Well, when you look at the Teamsters president, Sean O'Brien, and the fact that he was cozying up to Republicans, and the fact that union leaders will report that like they have plenty of people within their ranks that are unfortunately voting for Republicans because of the Second Amendment, he's actually not wrong that there are reactionary elements of unions, like really, really big pro-union guys that you could like lean into and get their electoral support.
a lot of us got lucky. I'll just say that because Trump was able to carry the mantle and he was able to push and motivate a lot of people that we just weren't able to get to at the door. We don't have Donald Trump on the ballot anymore.
But the thing that's like an advantage for them for the national races for the presidency is a thing that makes sense to me is a disadvantage to them because a party is a cult of personality surrounding one man. So if that one man is not involved, then do people even know that there's midterm elections going on? Did they even realize that there were gubernatorial races going on, that there were congressional seats, that there were, attorney general races and all of these sorts of down ballot races that are equally as crucial at the state level to maintaining and advancing your party's agenda as it is at the federal level every 4 years. The thing that is at a disadvantage for Democrats is actually a thing that I think works in their favor when it comes to these smaller sorts of races.
And so I think you're right when you say, like, this is going to be a numbers game. And I think we're going to analyze all the results. We're going to see what we need to do. And we need to keep building permanent infrastructure. I don't think that this proves that what we're doing is not working. I think if anything, it shows
the funny thing, too, is weren't they all saying Dems are going to lose forever after 2024? Yeah, but that fits entirely with why there was a blue wave, because they just assumed that they were going to have the loyalty of those voters that they picked up in 2024, took them for granted, and didn't realize that you have to actually work to maintain those voters, to maintain those gains. They're not just something that you're going to have granted to you into perpetuity. They got comfortable too quickly, and they lost those gains that they had made because they didn't actually do the work of making sure that they stuck around to continue coming out for other elections. It's not only presidential elections every 4 years that matter. It's the elections every single year that also at the state level that are also integral.
We've got to double down and really figure out how to beat the Democrats at their own game. These initial numbers that came in, they very much surprised me, right? I thought that a lot of these independents were going to break for Jack. I thought a lot of these people that were going to come in, I mean, we're seeing now that some Republicans did vote for Cheryl. I mean, based on some of these crossovers, we're down about 197,000 votes. The last time I checked, we've got about 31% in. They're obviously calling the race. It's a disappointment, but I think there's a lot of lessons for us to learn here. And, I think Jersey was a nice wake-up call that we definitely have a low propensity voter problem on the Republican side, and we need to fix it.
Yeah, so Holly wrote in, she says, "Hi, Andrew, it is a referendum on Trump."
They can't make sure they'll stick around because their agenda is directly contradictory to what those voters want. It totally is, but that's why they don't really ever talk about their agenda as far as what they're actually going to do. They just broadly, they talk about tax cuts, the things that really holds the Republican base together. The reason why you can get black people to vote for Republicans, the reason why you can get self-hating gay people to go vote for Republicans is because, suburban people, white people, all of these people voting, what do they have in common? For the most part, they want tax cuts. So if you just lean into the Second Amendment shit, if you lean into tax cuts, that has been a recipe that has helped carry Republicans to many, many wins across many, many different races, both at the state and federal level. But they weren't willing to lean into that. Then you don't really have, what campaign are you going to be running on?
And we've been emailing Charlie.
And the thing is that people at this time are becoming are aware that, that I get the tax cut, but I also lose Medicare or Medicaid. I lose Social Security benefits potentially. They're realizing that it has to come from somewhere, and they cut into the programs that they actually like.
For months, he needs to focus on American citizens for the love of God, not other countries. Thanks, Holly. What do you think about that, Jack? Do you think that this is sort of like a confluence of a couple bad things happening all at once, where we got a low prop situation that's going on, but we Trump's dipping in some of the polls right now? Right? There's headwinds. You got the government shutdown. You've got debates about National Guard and ICE and all this stuff. Is that what we're saying? It's a confluence of a bit of a referendum on where the focus is?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say where the focus is. I mean, but I do agree with you that voters vote more on pocketbook issues and kitchen table issues than they do on issues that have to do with things that are overseas, right? It's really as simple as that. And I kind of see where the administration...
So how do you reconcile that with your own candidate who claims to be this anti-interventionist America First guy, but he's turned around spending a bunch of time on these foreign policy things because he cares about getting a fucking Nobel Peace Prize, and he's over here bombing and killing a bunch of fishermen in fucking Venezuela? Like, how do you even... Not, you're talking about, like, yeah, that doesn't resonate with voters, but how do you defend it? How do you defend it? Because it's completely antithetical to what he said he would do.
Is sitting there, going, well, wait a minute, we've done all this work on these peace deals. We fought so hard to get this, to end wars, which are obviously serious strategic problems and serious wins. But at the same time, it's what the voters are focused on, and cost of living in some of these areas is still a huge issue. That's something that they're obviously responding at the ballot box with. And
in some of these areas, it's still a huge issue. Name me a single area, Jack Posobiec, where you're finding people that think that their cost of living has improved since Donald Trump has taken office.
And there's a lot of people saying, look, I don't think the economy is working for me. That's still a huge issue. We do have a huge problem of mass migration in this country. You're going to see that, by the way, rear its head when the New York polls close here in just a couple of minutes, 12 minutes until they've closed, and we start getting those Mamdani numbers out. And so, yes, it really just does come down to it's the economy, stupid. And when voters see that more of that engagement on economic issues, when the Maga coalition sees more engagement.
And you're in charge of everything and there's no one else to blame. Yes, they correctly identify who is responsible for their life getting worse ever since a Republican has consolidated power in the executive, judicial, and legislative branch.
And more wins for Maga, that's something that's going to put that front and center. But if you're not focused on those issues every single day, and by the way, I don't mean like talking about it, I mean actually putting up the W's, putting points on the board, getting wins, getting prices down for people everywhere, that's going to be what people want, and that's people want to be able to see. And yes, that then also includes like, go to the factories that are reopening and cutting the ribbon when the new factory reopens and seeing people flooding into those jobs. Like those are the type of optics that you want.
Cutting the ribbon when the factory reopens? Does he actually believe the MAGA propaganda that Donald Trump is going to bring jobs back?
To start to be seeing that will directly translate to votes.
People are just waiting for the tariffs to be ruled unconstitutional for them to roll them back or stop enforcing their compliance, and for him to fuck off in general. They're not going to be complying with them to the point that people are just forced to start that it revives businesses here that are just not profitable and haven't been for decades and decades.
In the midterms.
Yeah. I want to... Zuzu's Pedals donated $10. Jay Jones is a criminal who didn't... We do. Zuzu's Pedals supports us a lot. Jay Jones is a criminal who didn't actually do his community service correctly. It is only a matter of time before he has a huge scandal or breaks the law and has to be removed. Mikey, we need a shame bell. I have bad news, is that he's going to commit crimes and he still just not get removed from office. Like, who are we kidding?
We're not talking about Donald Trump here, folks. We are talking about Jay Jones.
Shame. Wow.
Shame.
Like, being a criminal makes you a better Democrat, probably. He might, he might go actually kill a baby and get elected president.
Yeah,
probably. Again, Donald Trump literally said that he could kill somebody on Fifth Avenue and he would still win. And they're talking about this Democratic dude who had some leaked text from 3 years ago. He's probably going to kill a baby, and also he's going to be rewarded for it by voters. What?
We have a guy threatening to kill kids. We got a communist that eats food with his hands. This should be a warning sign going into the midterms.
One more time.
President.
Yeah, we have a guy threatening to kill kids. We got a communist that eats food with his hands. This should be a warning sign going.
Yeah. No one in America has ever eaten food with their hands. Not pizza, not wings, that never, not, tacos, that never happens. Not fried chicken, certainly. Yeah, that's only that. Zohran Mamdani was the first person to eat food with his hands. Correct.
Midterms. That if we can't put up good numbers in races like these, or at least good ads and good results.
Again, Cuomo is not a great candidate. Okay, he was not.
But Sliwa is
splitting the vote.
There's still hope.
I mean, a big picture.
Oh my God, he actually the Cove dude. He actually thought Sliwa had a chance of winning. Holy fuck.
I want to flag this as an issue. Well, you can put some blame on Sliwa for not dropping out, but another thing is, I think Sliwa was basically the only one who ran. in the Republican.
Why does Sliwa need to drop out? He is the only one who is actually, he and Mamdani secured the nominations from the major parties in their race. Andrew Cuomo was the one who should had no business being in that fucking race as far as the parties were concerned.
Primary. Yeah. So we're stuck in a case where we don't have a terribly serious candidate who could, let's say a guy who could conceivably become mayor, maybe if a really radical guy won the Democrat or if another guy had to drop out. You need a credible candidate. And if we had a credible candidate, we would have been able to pressure Cuomo to stay out. We would have been able to possibly get more momentum for a Republican alternative, whether it's just run a normal cop or run a normal businessman or run a guard.
I mean, that was Eric Adams. Eric Adams is may as well be a fucking Republican. He colluded with the Trump administration to keep his ass out of fucking jail. You needed a push for Eric Adams to stay in.
Run. Well, but that's the thing. It's like a guy who we shouldn't be running a guy for mayor of the biggest city in America who looks like he's a character in a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles episode. And I think that
God bless you.
Dude, Curtis Sliwa, even though I obviously he's a fucking racist, this dude is like a Reagan era type Republican who fucking what is it, the Guardian? I can't think of the group that he founded, right? With his his little beanie, his little beret, okay? Like, don't get me wrong. I abhor all of that. But when you heard him speak, he actually, this is not his first fucking rodeo. He's always trying to become the mayor of New York City, apparently, okay? Looking into it, it's not the first time that he's run. It's not the first time he's captured the nomination. But two, he actually comes off like he likes the city that he was running for, at the very least. So I feel like they just don't understand New Yorkers if they really can't see the appeal of Sliwa. To be honest, I can understand why Republican voters went for Curtis Sliwa in New York City.
He's actually, I do think he's a pretty great.
He is a great guy.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
But your point's well made.
Yeah,
he's had some crazy stuff.
Yeah,
I love how every debate that would happen or a question they get would be they would answer it very normie, and then it gets Sliwa, and he's like, "I was shot 15 times by the Covidis and Gambonis."
You can. And, I don't mind him, but there is this element of this is serious business.
Oh my God, your president, Donald Trump, is your fucking president. Donald Trump is your fucking, is the head of your party. Give me a break about, this is serious business. We need to look good, you guys. Well, we need a serious, dude, your president is a former reality TV show, game show host. That's why he's fucking famous. Really? So you're going to talk about Curtis Sliwa being fucking embarrassing for the party? Are you fucking kidding me? Not the dude who is writing bizarre love letters to Jeffrey Epstein, who used to run a reality TV show. Give me a fucking break.
And Tiffinal says, none of you dumbasses look at suggestions. You need a MAGA rally in every state, every month. It's not Trump's fault. It's you who won't organize a MAGA rally in every state, every month. Well, okay, first of all...
By the way, Turning Point does literally
we do
hold
organize rallies quite often, all the time.
Yes.
But I would also note, it is resource intensive to organize massive rallies. And also, as Charlie would point out, rallies don't win elections. Ballots win elections. Pieces of paper, inbox win elections.
Not only do rallies not win elections, but that is our entire point. Donald Trump, as much as we love him, he is not going to be on the ballot again, right? If our crutch is to go back to say that Trump has to save us, obviously we'd love his time, we'd love his resources, we'd love his energy.
He was plenty famous prior to that, so you're just too young to know it. Oh my God, my age does not inhibit me or prevent me from looking at Donald Trump's Wikipedia page. I know that Trump was famous prior to being on The Apprentice. I realize that. If he wasn't big already, they wouldn't have given him fucking a reality TV show host. I'm telling you, the thing that skyrocketed him into the American consciousness permanently, it is the reality TV show. That is the big thing that really, really made him more of a fucking household name than any of his previous ventures.
To come out and do any of these rallies, or
being a big businessman, but relegated to giving your opinion or guest spotting on a fucking Fox News or CNN segments or whatever, weighing in, still doesn't compare to the type of name recognition that a show can give you and that he was able to get with The Apprentice.
Try to help some of these candidates, but that can't be the easy excuse, right? We have to come up with...
It's the difference between, people know him because he was on Home Alone and he was famous versus the fame that he got after that show. Think about it the same way, there was a level of popularity that Elon Musk enjoyed, right? Obviously, the dude is making he was known as a businessman or whatever. He's fucking making cameos and Iron Man. But he reached entirely different levels of success slowly and gradually. And you can see that marked by different moments in his career that really propelled him into the mainstream spotlight. Like him acquiring X, even if it was fucking stupid for him to follow through with that, that is something that made Elon Musk even more famous than he already was.
Other solutions.
This is what I'm getting. This is the message I'm getting. It's time to course correct. It's time to do. We need more of this, less of this, and putting that into place. And now you just don't have Charlie doing that. And so those and I'm not going to say, look, we're going to have those conversations. I'm going to have as many of those conversations as I can. But not having Charlie around to be able to be that leader and that focal point for so much of where the base is at, between the grassroots and the higher ups, I think it's very rough. And I don't know, I'm just kind of thinking about that right now. He'd be doing so much right now to kind of figure out what the next plan is. And of course that was taken from us. That was taken from us by a violent leftist. And we're forever going to have to
oh my God, so crying about Charlie Kirk.
Continue on. But at the same time, at the very same time, there's a lot of things we can point to in terms of how this has to work. And it's very clear to me that infrastructure going forward is absolutely going to be key. There is no replacement for Donald Trump, the same way there's no replacement for Charlie Kirk. However, what Tyler's been saying here about the numbers, the math, the door knockers, guess what? You need more of that. Rallies don't win elections. They can gin up support, but they don't win elections. It is the process of putting pieces of paper into the boxes. And by the way,
yeah, how dare they cry about the dude assassinated? Correct. The dude that was assassinated is not a dude who is worthy of being valorized or missed. He was evil.
One thing that Charlie...
I'm not surprised that they miss him. They were personal friends or whatever. But the fact that, again, just it's never enough. That has been done in, Charlie Kirk's name.
And Tyler, and actually, Andrew, you talked about this a lot. And we know this, that one of the big things that we didn't have in this election, and I certainly hope we get back for 2026, Elon Musk. And Charlie understood the importance of having Elon, the importance of having his impact on the political scene, and was something that he was working very...
Dude, Elon Musk would not have helped in this fucking election. He would have hurt, if anything. There were already different races that he tried to tip the scales and put a bunch of money into. I think the Wisconsin race, he put over $1 million and still didn't pan out.
Hard to restore because Elon Musk was a huge, huge part of that win in 2024.
Oh my lord, straight on the evil arc. Okay, Grant, I'm fucking timing you out. This is not an evil arc. This is what I've always felt. I fucking hate Charlie Kirk. I always hated him.
So we got a lot of emails from people. Okay. Cheryl says, could the election results be an immigration backlash? If so, GOP needs to focus its messaging on 2026. I think she's probably getting to the fact that, there's a lot of energy on the left about how we're overzealous and we're overreaching. And to that, I would say, yeah, we always need to make sure that we're messaging. I think this is why Trump kept saying the worst first.
Who's Charlie Kirk? He died of a fentanyl overdose.
First, he was trying to calm the temperature down. And maybe there is more backlash on that. As soon as you close the border, it's like people forget that there was an invasion 6 months ago. And it bothers me, actually. It bothered me in Trump 1.0 of just how quickly the American voters forget. Because mark my words, if a Democrat ever gets to become president again, those borders are going to fly wide.
They're complaining about the mind of a fucking American just being really short, as if that's not the thing that enabled Donald Trump to win in the fucking first place. The fact that people don't remember how unpopular he was in his first fucking term. They're complaining about it now. That's usually the thing that helps a Republican win, dude. You should be fucking happy that voters have horrible memories and forget shit. If you actually reminded them of what Republicans have been up to, there would be even lower chances of them winning.
Wide open.
They're getting so radical on this issue. It's genuinely terrifying to think about. We can see how they do it in the UK, if you want a good model. In the UK, their courts have ruled you cannot deport an Afghan migrant for any reason, including if they're a gang rapist, including if they are a murderer. No reason. They have to remain in the...
Donnie was famous as he could... Donnie was as famous as he could make a real estate guy become, but the Mark Burnett reinvention to The Apprentice pushed Trump and his mythology, self-made billionaire BS into the mainstream minds of middle America. 100%. 100%. That's my understanding of how Donald Trump really was able to leverage his presence into a successful political career, because his 2016 run was not even the first time that he had flirted with becoming a presidential candidate. If you look up Donald Trump Reform Party, he had talked about becoming president. Roger Stone has talked about, I pushed him to run for president before. Pat Buchanan, he went to run with the Reform Party. It was not the first time he had considered it. It was just the first time that he actually had a chance of being successful.
UK. And, I kind of think the next step for Democrats is probably they will be like, let's find every rapist we can around the world and buy them a free plane ticket into America so that we can buy them a free home to live in.
Yeah.
That's basically what the level we're at.
And by the way, let's just be really clear about things. I mean, the left wants open immigration.
I don't even know how to say your username. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat at XKXKXKX. Like, you get the idea. And I really appreciate the you are amazing super sticker. Very, very cute. Thank you so much.
Unfettered immigration because they want to continually import voters. And they want to dilute the, capitalist, Western, Christian, European heritage of the United States. It's just very
correct. True.
Very simple because they hate it. They hate it.
This is the gimme grins model that we're going to see in New York play out very soon here. Yep. This is, by the way, and I'm going to throw this out as well. So you want to course correct on this. You want to actually fight back on it. This is why ending the filibuster is so important.
Okay, so this is Daniel.
It's very dangerous.
Sorry, Daniel says, will tonight's fuel...
They're going to do it if we don't.
Will tonight fuel Trump's argument to nuke the...
Both parties are scared to get rid of this thing.
Filibuster. Will it apply more pressure
nuke
to
it
the GOP?
and do what is what I would say.
Seeing tonight...
Already back to culture war BS, talked so much about delivering affordability, and then went back to culture war BS not even 5 minutes later. I mean, they're already comfortable with lying, so they may as well tell lies that favor them and lie about an affordability agenda that they intend to bring to their fucking voters that they'll never make good on, obviously. That would be more successful pitch than trying to be honest with culture war issues. But, like, again, honest. They'd be honest by airing their true feelings, but it wouldn't be things that are, like, grounded in reality. But just they know that that's not what people's vote really hinges on. Those are, like, low priority issues that can be used to, like, generate enthusiasm, but in the same way that, like, Mamdani being pro-Palestine and, like, outspoken about that at first is something that helped grow enthusiasm for his base. But if he tried to make that the centerpiece of his campaign, he would never have won.
Losses. Thanks for what you guys do.
Wait, what do you? I mean,
I didn't even know that was the email, but that's exactly what I think. I think it's exactly one of the things that helps to make the president's argument for him. If people are upset about the economy, if people are upset about the lack of action, and guess what? The average person out there, the average voter, the average normie, they don't understand the filibuster, the inside baseball kind of stuff in D.C. They just know Republicans are in charge, and they don't understand why things aren't happening.
Look,
this is also correct.
The president led with this message today.
I mean, it's the same reason why Joe Biden is like his admin is like blamed for inflation, like. They don't understand the relationship between the executive branch and the Federal Reserve and how interest rates work and any of that. Like, they look up, see who's in charge, blame them, vote for the other guy, or don't vote.
Knowing that then
that leads to bolstering the opposing party.
Heading into a bloodbath a little bit today. I mean, obviously, the president's team, have eyeballs and they see polling and they know how things are looking and their sentiment on the ground and the inside scoop from.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ! I refreshed my Twitter feed while listening to This is Erika Kirk at tonight's Fox Patriot Awards. This is quite the look.
That I don't stay silent. I'll keep speaking the truth, no matter the cost. No matter the cost.
Is that Ms. Brett Cooper?
And I will make sure that I don't.
Dude, why does she wear all? I mean, like, I'm one to talk. Clearly, I have a face full of fucking makeup on, but I like to think that the makeup that I wear, even if it is dramatic, does not age me. This ages her. She looks like a drag queen. Genuinely, she genuinely, truly looks like a drag queen. Like what she is wearing. We're doing more fashion analysis, you guys. Like between the shoulder pads, this literally looks like a dress that you would see on like an old person that they got off the fucking rack at Dillard's, and her hairstyle, it's like very like, this is like a dated hairstyle to do. It's really, really like poofy. And then on top of it, like just the amount of like heavy makeup that she has on, it makes her look like 20 years older than she actually is.
That I don't stay silent.
She is grieving. Can we give her a break? No, not when her husband's death is being leveraged to take away rights from other people. No, sorry.
I'll keep speaking the truth.
I will keep speaking the truth also, and that is the fact that it is kind of strange for you to wear leather pants to a huge event. No, I'm kidding. I actually didn't care about the leather pants that much.
No matter the cost. No matter the cost.
Tammy Faye. It is kind of like Tammy Baker. Yeah. It's not as bad like put Taffy, but let's put Tammy. It's like this kind of shit. I don't know why she's doing this.
For all the top campaigns. But he led with that message today for a reason, which was that you have...
Yeah, that or it's Wizard of Oz subliminal messaging as she's signaling to people that to follow the Yellow Brick Road all the way to the Emerald City.
People who are not motivated to get off their butts, off their couch, to go out and vote. And that's the most basic form of civic engagement. And that's the most basic form of...
Oh my God. How did I not know about this? Usually I know about the Mar-a-Lago face. Plastic surgery and fashion trend among American conservative and Republican individuals, such as excessive makeup, fake tan, fake eyelashes, dark smoky eyes, and full lips. Okay, by full lips, they also mean like, you know, lip fillers and lip injections. The trend has been described as a status symbol among Donald Trump's inner circle, purportedly signaling wealth, privilege, and alignment with Trumpism. Some commentators and surgeons have described the look as engineered and overdone and have linked it to the aesthetics and aspects of Trump-era politics. One cosmetic surgeon listed facial surgery, fillers, and cosmetic dental work among the procedures constituting the look. True. All of these people, a hallmark of what they're looking, it's bad veneers, it's horrible fillers for a face that just cannot have it, and just like pillow face from just too much Botox. Notable public figures as having described as having the Mar-a-Lago face include First Lady Melania Trump, Matt Gaetz, Kimberly Guilfoyle, this is Gavin Newsom's ex-wife, Kristi Noem, and Trump's daughter-in-law, Lara Trump. Yeah, Lara Trump for sure has it. She looks like a completely different person now. This is Lara Trump in 2025. If I just look up like Lara Trump, if I put like 2010, this is what Lara Trump used to look like. That's the same person. That's the same human being. And she was actually far more naturally pretty here. She already has veneers that look ridiculous, but like she was actually pretty hair. The thing is that she's like like her hair looks terrible because it's fucking bleached and her skin is like too tan. But she looks better than she does here.
You know, the giving a pat on the back to the president.
Love that Gaetz made the list. I mean, he literally should. Hold on. There's like, if I put Matt Gaetz RNC, like, why shouldn't he? This is a man who wanted to ban drag queens from being able to tell stories at schools. This guy.
And to Congress. And this is a really bad sign, as per what the president was saying today, that next year we are going to lose the House. And we know what that means. They're going to spend all of their time attacking Trump, that they're going to waste all of their time trying to, trying to invoke every possible, throw everything that they can at President Trump to ruin the last 2 years of his tenure. And today is the big warning sign for all Republicans that we have to get our stuff together. Now, the benefit is that there is a ton of money that is being raised by the Republican National Committee, by the Trump campaign, and that needs to be deployed pretty dramatically and pretty significantly in some of these places. I would venture to say that there hasn't been enough effort, and this is an RNC question.
Oh, they fundraised off these people. The difference is that they fundraised for the billionaire who already has enough money to pay for all of his own shit, especially now that he's taken office and has literally doubled his net worth. He is now worth over $4 billion. But the RNC was so busy campaigning to get people's money to put into his fucking legal defense funds and shit that it's a fucking waste. It should have gone back into advertisements and trying to further entrench power. But when your party is, there's no platform for the party outside of just whatever dear leader says and wants, then can you really be surprised that that's how they fundraise, that's what they fundraise for and how they spend it?
Again, is that there hasn't been enough effort in killing multiple.
Like, lucky for them, there's always conservative benefactors like, oligarchs and multimillionaires and corporations that are going to be aligned with Donald Trump that are willing to put money into his reelection bids and shit. But, I mean, they're missing out on a bunch of funds that they could be tapping into if they weren't always fucking doing crimes and constantly trying to, pay off legal fees.
Birds with one stone, which is that you have key target states with key target races that have to be invested into for years in advance, like 4 years, 6 years in advance, not a year or just a few months or even a few weeks before the election.
It's interesting, especially on this filibuster question. Tyler, because you seem to come out in favor of it. I'm a little bit more hesitant on Blake's camp, but I will say that J.D. Vance came out at Ole Miss and he said we need to stop being afraid of to do things just because we think that then Democrats will do it too. He's like, they're already going to do it.
Yeah.
Again, it's like it's like a bizarro world to learn that J.D. Vance is saying shit that I've heard Hutch say about we can't run on like expanding the court because then the Republicans are gonna fucking do it next time. Well, apparently they have the same when they're off in their own wine caves giving their own speeches to their fucking donors. They make the same types of warnings that you guys, we can't do this because if we do it, the Democrats might do it. The difference is that they're fucking delusional to think that the Democrats are gonna be that into resisting them, even and like actually taking them at their word that they fucking will. Like, I wish this party doesn't really exist. It's funny to know that it keeps them up at night a little bit. It keeps them on their toes.
Well, hold on.
So I'm just saying that's an argument. That's one argument. And then I said this on the show, the Daily Show, Blake, exactly what you're going to say. They just didn't do it, actually.
Well,
Kirsten Sinema stopped it.
Yeah. And so they may do it, but also it takes time to do it. And you actually really do think in terms of just time that it takes.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons I'm so wary of us doing it now is we'll nuke it to end the shutdown, I guess, and that's it. Like, do we have a Republican Party that's ready to pass? Like, what you really need to pass if you're going to nuke the filibuster, you need to actually change American immigration laws for real.
Yeah.
Change it so we're getting fewer legal immigrants.
Yep.
Remove all of that crap that they use to make it.
You mean the bipartisan border bill that your party was not going to vote for? That was a giveaway. They're not even interested in resurrecting that. They're making the fucking all of this again to the extent that Donald Trump has an agenda. He's going to be. Like, after this, he's just going to be upping the intensity as well as the timeline for deploying a bunch of troops to all of these Democrat-run cities and states. He's going to be opposing them on those grounds alone.
So easy to bring in, like these fake refugees.
Other than that, their legislative priorities include, again, decimating voting rights.
Yep. They, wave in asylum seekers. You have to blow all of that up.
Yep.
You have to be ready to do that. You have to be ready to claw away that like regulatory morass that the bureaucracy has been relying on to make America the way it is for these past few decades. If you are ready to do that, then
is Pisco still our boy? Pisco is still our boy. He is just not currently the co-host of Just Press Play.
By all means, kill the filibuster because you have something you're going to do. But I have this feeling that the only thing they're going to do with a nuked filibuster is reopen the government and refund SNAP. And then they'll, futz around for a year, lose the midterms, and then go, oh, well, now there's no filibuster. Democrats very much have an agenda they would like to execute as soon as they're in power.
First votes.
Name the Democratic agenda that's going to be executed when they get into power, because Democrats are afraid to take positions on fucking anything.
Zohran for New York City. So check in with our audience at home. So this is your first look at New York City. New York City, Mamdani winning 51% of the vote so far.
Are you shitting me? The commercial maybe it wasn't Hutch hate. I was just saying that it's so funny to hear them say, because they were talking about J.D. Vance is saying that like they're worried about nuking the filibuster because Democrats have an agenda and then they're going to want to pass the agenda. Oh no, we should get rid of we shouldn't get rid of the filibuster. Like, it's so funny to hear Republicans be paralyzed over procedural like things being disrupted out of fear of like the other party doing something. I never hear that from Republicans. And it is also hilarious to hear that like J.D. Vance is fucking warning about oh, if we run on this issue or if we get rid of the filibuster, then the Democrats are going to use that. We have to keep that in mind. It's so funny to hear the lies that both of their leaderships tell their base so they can justify continuing the status quo and not doing anything because their short-term interest is to not advance anything that could be too controversial, that could shake things up too much, get too much attention, and get them fucking kicked out of office because voters see it, their favorability drops, they attribute it to them, and they don't forgive them. Even though they'll say in the next fucking breath that voters have the memory of a goldfish, Clearwatch, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Spineless Dems. I know they are describing a Democratic Party in opposition that I wish existed, but does not really exist at the national level. Obviously, this blue wave is hopeful as far as voters being mobilized and out of the polls and opposing Republicans at state levels.
Cuomo at 39.7% and Sliwa at 8%. So you have a early indicator for some of these early votes.
Sam was talking about this yesterday. Said it would be good because the Democrats are cowards and would never nuke the filibuster. No, neither party wants to nuke the filibuster because they will actually have to do things. They will be accountable to things. They will be accountable to voters. Neither party wants that. They want to. Both parties have just different strategies for managing capital. Obviously, Democratic strategies are more stable, and they are not quite as draconian as far as how they fuck over working class people in this country. And there's actually been times where they have actually helped out working class people in this country. I'll even admit that. But Republicans have that same fear. It's both parties that worry about this.
You expect that they're pre-tabulated going in. So this is like the polls just closed 3 minutes ago. So these are early tabulations. That it does look like Republicans moved away from Sliwa. Trump wants to nuke it. He's figuring out how to do it. I mean, they know how to do it. They don't want to nuke it though. Like nuking it, by they I mean like the Republican leadership doesn't want to fucking nuke it. I mean, they don't even want to seat elected representatives because they're scared that it's going to lead to the Epstein files coming to light and that being bad for their fucking party because their dear leader could be fucking implicated and probably will be implicated. Towards Cuomo, which is a good indicator. But in reality, just ending the government shutdown is not going to be enough. Voters are upset because they are mad about the SNAP benefits going away, like being gutted. They are mad that they don't have access to WIC. They are mad that they don't have access to that like TSA is not looking good. They're mad that federal workers aren't getting back pay. Like those are going to be the things to reverse the unpopularity that this government shutdown has ushered in for his administration and for the party at large. But if you just end the shutdown, but you don't actually fund those programs again, you're not going to see the reversal of the favorability. And also, like, they're trying to blame Democrats for this, but it's not sticking because they are the ones holding this up. They are in charge of all three branches, and they are the ones refusing to negotiate with Democrats on the single issue that they're holding out over on this. But in reality, they're using very, very little leverage. It's largely Republicans that are holding this up. With right now on the early vote.
Because even if Democrats don't even have an incentive to do it because they're already not adhering to the negotiated federal budget. You have, and I don't even need to point to the Doge cuts to show that like they obviously don't care about the fucking rule of law. But that was an example of them getting rid of cutting things that they did not have the authority to be cutting because it was congressionally allocated funds.
Only about 12 points behind. The question is that going to be enough with election day votes to make up with the tightness in the polls? So again, Staten Island went for Cuomo. So you have Staten Island, which is heavily the heaviest Republicans per capita within New York City. They were split on Sliwa and Cuomo, and Mamdani came in dead last with 30,000 votes for Andrew Cuomo, Sliwa, and that's about.
Clearwatch, thank you so much for gifting 5 Tier 1 subs to my community. I really, really appreciate it as a longtime viewer and VIP of mine. So everybody who is a recipient of Clearwatch's generosity, please go ahead and thank them by dropping a emote in chat or something that you now have access to, as well as an ad-free experience. And if anybody else wants to piggyback alongside Clearwatch's generosity and help me get to like a hype train or something, would really, really appreciate it. It's absurd how Mike Johnson's excuse for nuking it is that Democrats would make Puerto Rico a state. Like, that's the worst thing you could imagine is base hearing. I mean, these are the people that defended the comments about that guy that went up, like, and was campaigning for Trump saying that, like, Puerto Rico is, like, a floating, like, island of garbage or whatever. But, like, don't they have one senator and that senator is Republican? Senator Republican. I just botched the spelling of that. Yeah, this person, Zoraida, she's served as United States Senator, but she's a Republican. It is like a mostly conservative area.
40% of the votes are in Staten Island. So you've got a long way to go here.
End of the day, I don't think normies are seeing Dems as saviors for the shutdown because Jeffries and Schumer are god-awful faces for the fight. Yeah, they are very unpopular right now.
Tonight?
So if we look, Manhattan, 52-44, Mamdani. The Bronx, 52-38, Mamdani over Cuomo. Queens, 49-39, Mamdani over Cuomo. Brooklyn, 60-30.
But luckily, I mean, like, they don't have to do much because voters are just, like, predisposed to naturally blame the party that's in charge for the shutdown. So Republicans are getting fucked either way.
for Mamdani.
It's just not hitting as strong as I think it could be. But largely the messaging has not been terrible, but like it's the messengers themselves being unpopular obviously undercuts that.
Cuomo. And then Staten Island, Cuomo 51.
This is over. They'll call it in a second.
I saw multiple funny posts about Curtis Lewa earlier today that like Curtis Lewa is like the perfect like controlled opposition for like Mamdani as far as like a foil candidate. The other thing was that like somebody suggesting that like, you know what, how about you let Curtis Lewa be like the mayor of Staten Island? He could be in charge of parades. He should be like the guy who is in charge of all parades for New York City.
That's a third
In
of
all
the vote
boroughs.
with a 12-point lead, and it's across all boroughs.
You pretty much
Mayor Mamdani.
You don't have, and
Elections
again,
have consequences.
I
Mayor
think
Mamdani.
It looks
Here
like
he comes.
the estimation is that Mamdani is going to increase his lead, actually, not shrink his
nightmare.
lead, because Republicans are going to vote in person insignificant. So it's going to
Yeah, the cat czar, he could be the New York City's dog catcher.
split more of the vote from Cuomo.
And instead of taking them to like a kill shelter, you could like take them to some sort of sanctuary.
I don't think it'll shift too much from.
I mean, here's the truth, though. I mean, if you look at if this sort of like margins hold, even if all of Curtis Lewa's votes went for Cuomo, he'd be at basically Mamdani was still going to win 51-48%, 51-47, something like that.
Yeah.
So like Mamdani is their choice, and it looks like he's the first choice of about equal parts male and female voters. Exit polls show that he's getting basically equal.
Lewa says he got offered cash to drop out, and I believe him. Yeah, somebody told me that he said that on the Breakfast Club, and I 100% believe it as well. But like even though it's not 100%, like 99%, 100% of the votes aren't in yet for Mamdani. Obviously, he has won. But like if you add up the votes that Lewa got and the votes that Cuomo got, Mamdani still would have eked out a win by like 30,000 votes.
It's just
we're hearing Mamdani
shot.
just got the call.
Yeah,
Lewa splitting the vote did nothing. No, that's not true, because him being on the ticket probably demotivated some people who would have come out to vote otherwise, but they felt like, oh, it's not going to matter because Cuomo's not going to win because it's split too many ways. That definitely does have an effect.
He's gonna get his chance to run this city.
Welcome to.
Adam's got 6K and he dropped it. Yeah, it's also because people don't even like realize that he was like done.
Mayor Mamdani, the communist.
Let's just like,
because that's like saying like oh, if Nader had like never been on the ballot, like it wouldn't have made a difference for Al Gore anyway, or like I promise you, like it would have. I'm not trying to say like Nader is responsible for that or anything like that, but it does impact how people's like decision to come out at all.
We don't need to oversell it. Like
Democrat, socialist, fine, whatever he is. He's quoted the Communist Manifesto.
Here we are.
Yeah, but
There's a fan cam mashup of Mamdani and Lewa set. I have seen the subway video. There's multiple people that have sent that to me. I've seen it. I've gotten it on my recommended. I have seen it. I wish I could show it to you guys.
And they haven't recognized the.
Casper Cosmic Lord, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. You've been subscribed for 2 months, and I really, really appreciate it. Please continue to enjoy your ad-free experience as well as your emotes.
Call, yeah. Oh, it looks like they recognized it at MSNBC here. CBS, is that CBS? That Mamdani headquarters here.
I mean, CBS says it's leaning, but they're not calling it yet.
Honestly,
it doesn't look like.
The line I would like to use for that we should mainstream is like he's a Fanonist. You know, that Fanon guy. Like he's a third worldist. He's a guy who he sees it as his political cause is sort of bringing down the West, to lay low and humiliate people that he thinks are the reason the places he came from weren't.
We're describing Zohran Mamdani, by the way, for anybody who's like lost the plot or is just listening and not looking at the on-screen visuals. We are describing Zohran Mamdani as a third worldist right now. Third worldist, for anybody that don't realize, or people that believe that the United States empire, like that power needs to be consolidated and put in the hands of like developing countries in the third world to undermine the imperial core of the United States, Russia. Like it is not. Zohran Mamdani is not a third worldist.
Nice. So he wants to. That's why he's like wants.
Even in his more like radical days, I don't see there being evidence that he was a third worldist, but I could be wrong.
To tax white people. He wants to punish white people.
Straighterade, wear a red beret for next stream. I have a black beret, but I don't know how it would look up with my headphones for one. If you guys crowdfund a red beret for me, I'll wear it. Okay.
People for the crime of ever being wealthier than the country he came from.
And there are a lot of people who pointed out that this is not too dissimilar from some of Barack Obama's rhetoric in Dreams of My Father, that, you know, his father having been this.
Yeah, we all know that rhetoric from Barack Obama in Dreams of My Father, his book that everybody definitely read in America. Thank you, Jack Posobiec.
Anti-colonialist in in Kenya, and so really came into this like this is.
I thought they just made that up on the spot. No, the third world is thing. Like it is a thing. It is an actual term that they didn't just make up.
You saw Obama return the bust of Winston Churchill, right? I think it was like his first week in the White House.
Dude, they're like the way that PBD and this podcast are talking about Obama, like he's this really, really relevant figure in the Democratic Party. Like, don't get me wrong, it still is in some significant ways like Obama's party, but he's like not the man right now.
White House, and you saw a lot of these elements, and he kind of.
Do you have a PO box? No, that's yet another thing that has to be crowdfunded if you guys want me to open one.
He kind of, didn't embrace all of it publicly, but you saw it early on. And then what else did you see? You saw, especially in the second term of Obama, Tyler, you remember this, that was when we saw the huge expansion of Black Lives Matter. That's when we saw wokeism really took off. And a lot of it goes to this third worldism that Blake is talking about, where...
He's not wrong. Wokeism did win on... Dark woke has taken over, obviously. On top of the blue wave, a new era of dark woke has been ushered in.
And by the way, at the same time, Mamdani has a tweet up. It's right there on his account from 2020. I think it was the day the George Floyd video came out on May 29th, where he said, the Black and Brown Alliance will defeat white supremacy.
One of the first things Zohran did after winning was call Hassan, who is 100% a third worldist, which is sus. 2025 is, again, an insane year that sentence is supposed to mean something.
And that's what he believes. That is just...
I don't even know if that's true. Was it fucking Hassan Zohran Mamdani's first call after he won? That sounds like bullshit.
Fundamentally what he believes, and he believes in taking things that were earned by his target groups and then distributing them to his political...
No. Ogre boy. Are you just defending Hassan? Like, you should be bragging about this.
Coalition, and those are predominantly
big if true. I'm sure. Actually, why did I even doubt it? Of course, Hassan was Zohran Mamdani's first call after he won. Who else would he call? His wife? No. His family? No. His campaign mate? No. Hassan.
The immigrants.
Twitch streamer.
Yeah, we're gonna get in Cliff here, but we have a big backlog of dono messages, so I want to get through those. Jenny LS says, "Missing Charlie like crazy. Thanks to all of you for carrying the torch. Dem areas are typically more costly to live in, so I don't understand the results we're seeing if the economy is the issue." H. Sagad says, "I live in Stafford, Virginia. This is giving me anxiety, thinking the majority of people here voted for someone who wants to kill our children." Also, he says he's still waiting for a hat from the previous election. Please email us about that, and we'll try to get on that, I'm sure.
Email freedom@charliekirk.com,
yes.
and
I know it's difficult. We have a big backlog, but especially if it's the last election, we need to get on that.
Been all sorted out.
Swimmeroo says, "Trump and his focus on foreign policy was not on the ballot, but these state and local candidates needed to message why the foreign policy will lead to better times here. They ignored it." I don't think it's the wrong...
Why would they message that? How are they supposed to sell that to a public that has been primed to accept that their daddy is doing America first and stopping intervention as a fucking dove who's vying for the Nobel Peace Prize? How are they supposed to now you're saying, oh, turn around and feed them the bullshit of neocon era talking points, that this is actually good for the United States to be involved in this heavily entrenched in foreign conflicts and to be starting them?
I think they should have ignored foreign policy a bit more, personally. Let's see, we've got several more here.
I'm sure these types actually come off to them in the same, like, because again, they're like... They're annoyed by some of these suggestions, and I bet the same way that you had moderate Dems pissed off that, oh, people kept talking about the genocide and Palestinians, and, they hear people being like, hey, you should have probably, been outspoken against this genocide that we were complicit in and said that we were going to do an arms embargo. They're like, nah, people don't care about foreign policy. That's like what moderate Dems said. And then these people saying, like, why don't you just, address the elephant in the room and admit that he is obviously entrenching he is getting the United States deeply involved in these foreign conflicts that we weren't involved in before. Like, why not do voter outreach and talk about that more and just try to manufacture some support and consent from the American public for these wars that he is clearly doing and is clearly being reported on. This guy's like, nah, don't talk about that stuff.
I think we got Jenny there. We've got IROP. There's tons of talk about healthcare affordability. As a nurse, I'm curious if there's any talk about CMS reimbursement methods and the millions that hospitals are losing. I want to take on CMS reform.
These idiots support a president that loves to hang out with Saudis that funded 9/11. I never listen to these things other than when you watch it. LOL. And if it wasn't because of your commentary is on point, I would not hurt myself with this mind-numbing stupidity. This is what Christians Well, I'm glad that my commentary makes it bearable. But that is a good thing to point out that, like, yeah, the deals that Trump's, like, for anybody that's, like, wants to be upset over, like, Zohran Mamdani having a photo with a guy who was allegedly a co-conspirator, or, like, that guy's not even a co-conspirator for 9/11, I found out. He was, like, not even charged, or they dropped the charges, and the only reason why he was brought in was because a friend of his, I don't know, it was something so convoluted. It was definitely far removed from the claim that was actually being made and propagated by right-wing media and, like, all of the, like, Zionist fanatic supporters of Cuomo, that wasn't even true. But yeah, the Trump hanging out with the Saudis and all of those deals that are being crafted, it's the perfect, like, retort, in my opinion.
I don't know how big, like, something like that direct would be.
Yeah, we had Dr. Oz on today talking about healthcare, and you know, it's basically, you go back to the fact that we're dealing with the ramifications, the hangover of COVID subsidies in our healthcare system, and Republicans are like, hey, there was an expiration date on these for a reason. You can't do this forever.
It's totally a trap. You get people hooked on things, and then you vilify people who ever cut off the dole. And the end result of this is just a bankrupted country.
Oh no, yeah. They just said the quiet part out loud. Correct. You cannot give people things. If you show people that their government can actually be a force for good in their life, a positive thing that actually assists them and helps them in a tangible way that they come to expect, guess what? Those people are going to want that thing, and they're going to continue to expect their government to continue doing things with the tax money that they extract from them. And they will actually ask things of their elected representatives, which is why you can't give it to them in the first place. I mean, yes, that is what you people think, right? You have to intentionally run the government poorly and then tell people, see, this is why you can't have nice things from the fucking government, because they fucking suck at running anything. When in reality, it's like, yeah, if you run the government poorly, then you will get people thinking that, oh, the government can't do anything for me. And if you show them that the government can do things, they will expect it.
Yeah, and by
so
the way,
these people's solution is to just never give them anything. Just let them starve.
This is a lesson for any future subsidies that people want to put out there. Even if it's in an emergency situation, you will be politically vilified if you ever stop the money, because the voters don't care. They don't see they don't feel in a personal way the deficit growing. They do feel it, but they don't connect it
Do
up.
not become addicted to water.
Feel what happens at the end of it.
Yeah,
for sure.
they do feel it, and they will feel it at the end, but they don't connect it up.
I have service member relatives talk about how they don't trust the government. I have to remind them, bitch, you are the government. Or it's an "Are we the baddies" moment, just like over and over and over.
And so there's people that are thinking rationally about this, that are trying to wave the alarm or ring the alarm bell and wave the flag, but voters in the short term just like, give me my benefits, give me my money. And so if you give it to them, you can never get it. You can never get it back. Cliff Maloney.
Yes, correct. Give me my money. Exactly. These people were taxed. They paid into a system, and now they want things out of it. How dare they?
We'll go back to this.
Vicky gave $50.
All right, Vicky deserves.
So we need to thank Vicky for that one. Thank you very much.
Vicky, what the fuck? Giving $50 to these fucking multimillionaire goons.
Hallie gave 10 and says Dems will be opening. I'm not sure. Slightly oddly worded, but he says they'll be happy. Oh yeah, I think they'll be opening Congress tomorrow. He's saying they'll end the shutdown now that they've got their wins.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean that's just in the end. You know what I like to say is you can't be that mad at your opponent for just doing good political tactics. And the only counter is you have to do good political tactics yourself and try to win.
What tactics did the Democrats even do? You mean the tactics of running a fucking half decent campaign against a historically unpopular president? Well, they have historically low approval ratings. You guys still should have been able to fucking win. It's because your president is enacting a ridiculously unpopular agenda. He himself is ridiculously unpopular. The government is shut down for the longest period of time that it's ever been in U.S. history. He's using food as leverage against poor people to be able to get what he wants. He's having great Gatsby parties and destroying parts of the fucking White House so he can put in an expensive ballroom that is being partially subsidized by taxpayers, partially subsidized by private donors. That's what your guy is up to. But even then, it doesn't change the fact that Democrats have 30% approval rating and Republicans are still trusted more on all of these same issues than Democrats. You still could have won. It's because he's too fucking lazy to go out and campaign. If Trump had campaigned in these areas, they probably would have won. They probably would have gotten some of these races.
When it makes winning moves,
just 95%. I'm always 95% of the way to a crash out when I'm watching Republicans.
They're just beating you. Politics, in the end, is just a harsh game. You play to win.
Yeah.
And Blake, let me jump in on that because I know I got cut off earlier.
Again, like tactics suggest that they did something like kind of shady or like under the table, or it's not. It's the tactic of canvassing, the tactic of having a better message than your opponent. It's not rocket science here.
System went down. Look, all I was saying was Democrats have no leader, they have no plan, but to them, this is a business, right? And so they're able to win these elections because they treat it as a business. And I got to ask you guys this question. Are you guys ready? Are you ready for the spiritual and the messaging battle that we are going to have? Mamdani is going to be the mayor. He is going to be the figurehead for the Democrats. You can compare him to Obama. I think that's a great comparison, but this is a self-avowed socialist.
I'm waiting for some of them to say we need a conservative Joe Rogan. All of their other commentary has been that detached from reality, so fuck it.
Who's going to fill the void for a party that has no leader. And as much as I get excited about the fact that
they're losing their mind over one mayor of one city, it's a self-report. If they were so secure in their political positions, why would they be freaking out? Because even if it is one mayor, it is a major city, which is why everybody's excited about it. But I mean, I would rather have a Republican mayor or like a Donald Trump being in charge of like New York City, but Dems are in charge of SCOTUS, Dems are in charge of the legislative branches, and Dems are in charge of the executive. I would make that trade-off any day. So Mamdani's power relative to Trump's pales in comparison. It's not even a question.
Finally going to be able to have real, honest discussions about free market capitalism versus...
Did you see Lycan made Hutch backpedal? No, because he sent it to me and he was like, tell me what you think. I was like, you're like fucking 5 tweets deep in this like semantic argument. I have to read it off stream.
Socialism, it should scare the heck out of us. Because what if they win?
Mamdani got no. I did not say that Mamdani has no power. I just said relative to Trump, it pales in comparison. Mamdani has power. He's going to be in charge of one of the biggest cities and the largest economies in the whole world.
Right? What if they galvanize people? And I think that's going to be the real test to all of us, is to make sure that we can message.
Dear Lord, what's your sleep schedule? It's 1:30. It's not that crazy. Come on.
Correctly, that we can expose this type of role of government and thinking that that's what they're supposed to do in our lives. This to me is a direct threat to the idea of a constitutional republic. I mean that peacefully, of course, but we're going to have...
Okay, Zohran Mamdani's win is a threat, a peaceful threat to the republic. Not January 6th, though. Not Donald Trump trying to run a fake elector scheme. Not threats. Zohran Mamdani securing the nomination of a major party in the United States and then winning against all odds, despite having a grassroots campaign that was not backed by a bunch of fucking multimillionaires. That's the real violent threat. I mean, peaceful threat.
We have to win this battle, and it's going to take everybody on our side to push back, but we've got to be ready for this. This is not a joke anymore. America's financial capital is going to be run by a socialist. Are we ready to combat that? That's the question I'd ask the entire audience out there. Because
Lycan is actually correct, though. There's a difference between affordability, politics, and populism, and the whole thing was over Hutch not understanding the difference, crying over Ryan Grimm's post. Like, I need to look into like the claims that Grimm made surrounding whether or not these campaigns, like their rhetoric, featured populist rhetoric or not. But like, isn't a hallmark of populist rhetoric, like, it's not enough to center it around affordability. It's also supposed to be this kind of like us versus them, the elites versus the people versus the corporations, or the people versus the government, or Americans versus globalists, or like there's supposed to be like this us versus them rhetorical dichotomy. But then on top of it, like Kamala Harris having examples of like, I think the one that he sent me was like price gouging. Like, that's not populism. Like, it could be, depending on how she like the rhetoric surrounding it, but she never talked about like corporate greed and like the way that like Bernie Sanders did or whatever. If she's doing the like corporations need to pay their fair share, and that's why if I'm president, I'm gonna make it a priority that we make sure that they pay, like, that's not populist rhetoric. That's just like, that is just, I wouldn't even say that's like soft populist rhetoric. That's just pushing regulatory reform. That's it, which is good, but it's not really like populist.
That's the challenge in front of us.
Look, I'm just going to say it. I've said this again. This has been Mamdani's political strategy. It's been his political project from the start. You're going to see open season on white people in New York City. You are going to, if you thought that there was a bad 2-tiered system of justice before, you have
any white people from New York City in my chat? Open season declared, bitch, because the Mamdani won.
No idea. You have no idea. You are going to see in New York City more Irina Zarutkas. You are going to see more of these violent criminals let out of jail. The Lumpenproll, as Karl Marx would call them. They will be let out and they will be set upon the middle.
We are just rapid firing like some great hot takes. There's going to be more Ukrainian refugees stabbed on public transit, a thing that doesn't really happen in the first place to begin with. You're going to see more of that. And also you're going to, the activation of the Lumpenproll, a Marxist term. Interesting stuff.
Middle class in New York.
Also open season on white people.
City. And it's just going to happen. It's going to happen over and over. This is a guy who said he wants to defund the police. He says he wants no cash.
Okay, Mamdani's been elected. There's going to be a direct line to be connected. We're going to trace a direct line between Zohran Mamdani being elected, running on an affordability agenda where he talks about wanting to freeze rent and make public transit free and expand childcare. There's somehow a direct line that I'm supposed to draw between that and if somebody is stabbed on the subway. That's Mamdani's fault.
He says he wants no bail at all in many of these circumstances. It is going to be absolutely horrific. And he is going to demonize the affluent in New York City to the point where they will flee the city. The tax base will flee. And that, of course, will have structural problems for the rest of New York City because the communists always do this and Marxists always do this. They claim that they're for the little guy, but it's always the middle class and the little guy who...
We do have a habit of doing this, yes. We claim to be for the little guy.
Always ends up getting screwed by them. And you're going to see this horrific cycle play out again and again.
But then we screw everyone else, true.
But we have been warning of the rise of this insurgent left-wing populism. And Charlie Kirk himself warned about this so much, the rise of Mamdani-nomics, because he said, look, it's resentment. And so it's really simple. Either you get MAGA or you get Mamdani. And by the way, you can also throw...
Yeah, Charlie Kirk invented the phrase, it's either socialism or barbarism. Charlie Kirk came up with that.
New York City. You can also throw Mangione in there as well, as we also saw, because if they can't win at the ballot box, they then turn to the bullet box and they turn to murder, they turn to mayhem, and this is what they do.
We're not describing the right or January 6th or any of the MAGA movement trying to overturn a peaceful, a free and fair democratic election. We're talking about what the left intends to do.
Do it every single time, and so we're going to see a lot of problems out of New York City coming forward.
The bullet box. I guess that's supposed to be a gun.
Pray for the people of New York right now. I really do pray for the people of New York right now.
Yeah, pray for. Why? Like it's so weird. Like they know what they were doing. They voted for this man.
Yeah, you can say that. Listen, you get the voters that you deserve, or you get the leaders that you deserve, that voters deserve, and that doesn't change the sentiment that you just expressed. That I feel bad for New York. They're choosing this, but I do feel bad because they obviously are doing it in ignorance. It's like forgive them, Father. They know not what they do.
Yeah, no, Data Republican has a great.
But they do know what they fucking be doing, because the whole thing that they could be pointing out right now is that so much of Zoran's base is a highly educated people. It was a bunch of like wealthier people. It was a bunch of white people. It was a bunch of educated people. This idea that it was a bunch of like people like rubes or people that were like uneducated or like, oh, they didn't know, even though they always get annoyed when people point that out, that like MAGAs and Republicans are on average the ones that are getting duped by a bunch of fucking billionaires that are saying that like, yeah, tax cuts for us is good for you. No, that's not what happened here. It's the opposite.
Has a great tweet up that I wanted to throw to Tyler. Tyler, I want you to hear this, man. She goes, what does this mean for 2026? And Data Republican says, it's a structural problem. The machine which spends billions of dollars to employ tens of thousands of civic engagement coordinators can dominate low turnout elections. Yep. Nothing more, nothing less. The GOP has to accept this instead of taking away silly lessons like we lost because we didn't compromise enough. And then she keeps going and says, the problem...
Oh man, this analyst sounds like me.
Republican donors playing catch up is that it's also structural.
But for stupid things on the right.
If you give, and she's just saying,
again, it's nice. It's so funny to hear that they have these same sorts of infighting type arguments or whatever. I guess there are somewhere out there are Republicans that are saying we need to moderate on some of our issues. We're going too far. We're alienating people. And then you have right wingers who, despite this like ongoing fascist takeover, are like, no, all of this is super popular. Believe me. When I draw similarities to myself, it's like, I'm not saying that I refuse to engage with data or that I couldn't be open to data that suggests like, no, you do need to compromise on this particular issue, or there needs to be more outreach before you can be as outspoken about that. But principally, I can understand the desire to not want to compromise on things that you find to be moral and righteous causes. Obviously, where I disagree with this person is that as a conservative, they don't stand for anything righteous nor moral, in my opinion. But the underlying sentiment of like, no, this idea that like we need to pivot to the center is not necessarily the answer that we should take away from these electoral losses.
Gave me $100 million, I wouldn't know how to spend it, but Open Society.
Mamdani-nomics. What the fuck is he on? I mean, do you think none of this commentary is based on any fucking reality? So we're just making up terms.
Knows how to do that. And then, so I just quote tweeted her and I said, this is why Charlie Kirk's turning point action is essential. He got it. He could see the problem in these low turnout elections. He could see the way forward. He'd already started doing this and putting it together after 2022. And this is going to be the way forward. And it's really just, and Cliff Maloney, you're there as well. We talked about it earlier. We're taking what works because we've seen the Democrats been able to do it. We're working now, but we're playing catch up, aren't we?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I mean, listen, do I feel as if we're going to be in a good spot 2 cycles from now? Yeah. I think I said this on your show today, Jack, earlier. Yeah. That I feel like 2024 was the first time that we really broke the bread and understood we had to fight fire with fire. I think this is a year of learning, right? A year of getting...
Right-leaning Straighterade exists out there. What do you mean out there? I am right-leaning. I am a conservative streamer. These are conservative statements that I'm making. Nothing radical here.
Getting some experience to see, guess what? Democrats are just as serious in off years. I'm not saying that we're not serious, but the resources and where we're spending.
They attempted to call Joe Biden socialist. It doesn't matter. It's all about bad faith. And it's not just Republicans doing it. I mean, we were just a couple of nights ago, we were going over this fucking deciding to win center left, aka fucking center right, blue dog, centrist think tank, Welcome Pack that had commissioned this massive study of voters that of course, says that what Democrats need to do is compromise, pivot to the center to be able to win back voters, blah, blah, blah. They were trying to say that voters think that Joe Biden is far left and that Joe Biden is far left. It's such bullshit.
Time and money. We have to understand this is a business for them. And until we take it seriously, look, I just want to make one comment about Jay Jones, okay? Because it really bothers me the more I look at this. Mike, you might have said it earlier. Somebody said the fact that over 1 million people voted for this guy. More than 1 million people voted for someone who said he fantasizes about putting bullets in his political opponent's kids' heads. That is insanity. This is not something that we can take lightly. And it's not like they're getting people to be inspired by Jay Jones. They're just using the current set of rules.
I mean, you could say this with any number of Trump quotes. Like, can you believe X number of people voted for a guy who said that he wanted to ban Muslims into the country? Can you believe that this guy who said he wanted to he's okay with grabbing women by the fucking pussy, he got all these votes? Can you believe this guy that was sending love letters to Jeffrey Epstein and cryptic notes back and forth, that he got all these fucking votes? Can you believe the guy who incited January 6th, killed all these people during COVID? Like, any number of things, you could do this with Trump, and far better, far more effective than Jay Jones having fucking messages leaked from 2022. Why is that supposed to have salience of voters now if they don't even care about all of this shit that Donald Trump has said?
To win. And it should prove...
Said and done, by the way. These are not just words. Some of these were actions.
Even more that these are low propensity, low information Democrat voters, but they understand how to turn them out. And we have to understand
crimes in some instances. Indictments.
How to do that on our side.
Yeah. And that's the toughest part that exists. And we've been singing the same tune for the last...
I refuse to explain why my mind made this jump. But speaking of right wing, did you see the Sydney Sweeney clip? The white supremacists are all freaking out over... Well, actually, I'm not seeing white supremacists. I'm seeing like people on the left freaking out over the fact that like she was like, I like jeans or whatever. Like, I like to post or whatever. Mostly because I find her unbelievably cringe at different points. This. I love jeans. I've pulled it up before, but I need somebody, if they have the clip of Hassan being like, I don't mean to be offensive, and then he's like, but she looks like she has a mental disorder, like she sounds like she has a mental disorder or like disability.
Which was basically that, maybe specifically in this political climate, like white people shouldn't joke about genetic superiority. Like that was kind of like the criticism, broadly speaking. And since you are talking about this, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about that specifically.
I think that when I have an issue that I want to speak about,
people will hear. The criticism of the content, which was basically that maybe
she has like okay, I'm just gonna see if anybody else sees what I'm seeing. Fetal alcohol syndrome. Like, am I crazy for kind of like seeing that in this person? I don't know.
4 years.
I still think she's attractive. I just think she has this kind of like downy look to her face. I'm not gonna lie.
Essentially, is until we get serious about this. I mean, look. I mean, this is the stark reality, is that these elections are not fully staffed with the get out the vote bodies on the ground. And the way that we do this is we're talking not weeks in advance. We're talking months and months, if not years in advance. You have to put these bodies on the ground. That's not happening in presidential elections to the level it needs to happen. It's certainly not happening in midterm elections. And that's the fight that we're putting up right now, because we're preparing for that here at Turning Point Action in key places across the country. But it's definitely not happening in these off-year election cycles and these special elections. And so, I mean, it's really simple. You have an equation that you have to put together. It exists. The left uses it. We share it with everyone. We've done it in all 50 states, is putting it together and sharing with everyone and saying, this is how many bodies you have to fund. And I can tell everybody here, how big the eyes get on people who are
sharing with the left,
running campaigns and donors and major stakeholders. When you tell them how many bodies you need and how much it's going to cost, their eyes get really wide. But the left doesn't even blink at that. They're spending dramatic amounts of money. I mean, we're talking tens of millions of dollars in every key target state, every election that they want to win in order to win. And it's not insurmountable. It really isn't. I mean, look, the reality is in an off election.
She's too pretty. Her face is boring, like Taylor Swift as well. I would say Allison Williams. I call it like boring hot. Allison Williams is like boring hot to me. That she's the face that is like so symmetrical, so conventionally attractive that like anything unique or interesting about it, it's like completely devoid of it. And it's basically somebody who almost adheres too much to the golden ratio, and they have nothing that's defining about themselves, that they kind of just look like average in this weird way.
Cycle, you put enough bodies on the ground.
Disney face.
With the low turnout, and you're usually in the 40s, 30s, 40s, in most of these places, you have enough votes to actually upset the left. The problem is they know that we're not going to fund the bodies, and therefore they don't have to fund as many bodies.
What are they talking about? Like, the right's hurting for money.
They're doing way more than we are. And
like the right's out here like fucking struggling for some fucking bread for their elections. So it's like, dude, the right has a well-funded media apparatus and election apparatus. You guys just didn't put it to work. That's what you lost.
Here's the net result. This is also part of the problem, is that it's a relational problem. Every person that we talk to, we have to build a relationship with. This has to be people that we look for an opportunity.
You've made me see things that which I cannot unsee. Well, I have spent way too much time see, here's the thing, is that Sydney Sweeney is clearly somebody who caters so much to the male gaze, and yet there is so much marketing campaigns for women's products that she has put in. If you go to a beauty store like Sephora, her face is in different like beauty campaigns for different products that are in the store, or like for these shoes called like Hey Dudes, that they're like sandals for women, even though I'm like why is she marketing stuff towards women? Women don't want to buy things from Sydney Sweeney, men do. She's definitely not, she's like not even like she's not big enough or appealing enough to women to be the kind of like men want her, women want to be her. It's not like Sydney Sweeney is like not that woman for women.
Opportunity ahead of the election to become their friend.
I have thought about like, what is it that makes this person like so attractive to like so many people? I think a lot more than most people have, unfortunately.
Their neighbor, not just have conversations with them about Trump or about anything election related. And don't get me wrong, there's plenty of Trump fans out there, but having conversations with people that are more neighborly, so then we lead into the election, and when you actually show up,
They're like, oh, I know who you are. I expect you to be at my doorstep, and I'm not going to reject you straight up. That's what makes the difference. And I can't reiterate that enough. That's what we teach our people here, is build some kind of societal social guilt with your neighbors, so that when you show up on their door,
social guilt
is build some kind of societal social guilt with your neighbors.
Build social guilt with your neighbors. I mean, this entire stream is them just like saying things in very, very straightforward, blunt terms that I didn't even know that they were that comfortable saying. Usually, like, you expect to hear it about with the racism stuff, but sometimes like them talking about their strategies is like oddly predatory and manipulative in a way that is off-putting, even from what I expect from Republicans.
So that when you show up on their doorstep, they feel like they're indebted to talk to you. They feel like they have to talk to you because they're your neighbor.
Men like Sydney Sweeney equals women want to look like her. Nope, no, it doesn't. Sydney Sweeney is one of those women that if men say she is a celebrity crush of his, red flag. I promise you. Go ask women. It's not like a good. It's a thing that makes. It's like that gives women the ick. They don't be like, oh yeah, she's really hot. They don't like it. They see it as a red flag.
They're gonna see you again.
You got to throw this up, guys. So this is a David Hogg tweet with a proposed community note that.
Why is it a red flag? Because women are up to date on the fucking Sydney Sweeney tea, and the Sydney Sweeney tea is that she is a registered Republican. It's that she is like a blonde, like a busty blonde, and a lot of women find her basic looking. And so when they see men drooling all over her, it makes them roll their fucking eyes because they think that she's overrated.
It actually exposes illegal campaigning, because I just talked to a volunteer for Zohran who told me that this morning 2 voters at the polling site were undecided, and she told them Cuomo had been endorsed by Donald Trump, and they said, well, that decides that. I'm for Zohran. Thank you. The community note: campaigning at a polling station is illegal under New York state law. But it also is revealing of kind of what we're talking about with the machine, right, that you're up against, where you've got actual volunteers campaigning at polling locations against the rules. I will say there is one nice piece of information that's coming in. Texas Proposition 3, the denial of bail for certain violent or sexual offenses, has passed. It looks like look, we got it on the screen there. It's expected to pass handily. So that's at least one decent win on the board.
There was also another big one that I'll share in the chat, but there was a
surprised even in Texas that you could get almost 300,000 people to vote against that, to be honest.
On the board.
There was also another big one that I'll share in the chat, but there was a special election that was held in New Hampshire today that went the Republicans' way as well. So there are some silver linings that exist here.
I've got a silver lining. New York is voting down, changing their elections to presidential election years, which means we'll get to have more exciting New York mayoral election streams separate from the others. A couple more donations that I want to flag. SoCal Girl gave $20 and says, you guys are doing awesome. I'm sure this is a difficult evening for you without Charlie. Continued prayers for you all. Charlie is still here. He's just not in that chair.
Charlie's on assignment with God.
He's on assignment with God, watching over us. That we believe. Ethan Fleckenstein also gave 20 and says, God bless Charlie and his family. I find solace that they will.
All these people just sending in money to be like, God bless Charlie. We love Charlie. We miss him so much. As if again, they are multimillionaires. Like they didn't make enough. Hold on. Let's see where that fucking, is it a GoFundMe? Hold on. GoFunds. Maybe Give, Send, Go. I think it was like Charlie Kirk, Erika Kirk, Give, Send, Go. Yeah, they raised, this is the support the Kirk family. This is the official support page for the Kirk family. If you'd like to donate more than $100,000, please email donate@CharlieKirk. The world is devastated by the death of the founder and CEO of TPUSA, Charlie Kirk. He was a devoted husband, father, friend, blah, 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 blah. Charlie stood, whatever, please join us in giving money. Again, an hour ago, $10 somebody gave to this fund. $50 somebody gave to this fund. $31 9 hours ago. $50 16 hours ago. $100 $100 a day ago. They've raised $2 million. They keep sending money to these multimillionaires. Charlie Kirk's net worth. Charlie Kirk net worth. About 12 million. He has multiple fucking houses. His personal holdings included 3 high-end homes, according to Times Now, a $4.75 million estate near Phoenix with sweeping desert views, a nearby apartment, and why does he have an apartment? And beachside condominium on Florida's Gulf Coast. And yet people still sending money to these fucking people.
We'll all be reunited in the afterlife someday. And I wish these haters would stop with divisive rhetoric. We need to unite more than ever. Amen. We must all hang together or we will surely hang separately. I believe it was Franklin who said that.
Amen.
And I always like to remind people, this is just to drive the numbers home. In last year, Donald Trump got 2 million votes about in the state of Virginia. And Jones and Spanberg, every single Democrat running this race is going to get fewer votes than that. Everything is a turnout race. Every single election is a turnout race. We could, if we had, in theory, 100% turnout of every right-leaning person in California, we could win a lot of races there, too.
We have another big...
A lot of what?
California, we could win a lot of races there, too.
We have another...
I don't know why I thought he said a lot of white races.
Big deal coming from New
Crazy that I thought I would think a Republican would say something like that.
Hampshire. Manchester, the largest city area in New Hampshire, swing state New Hampshire, Republican mayor was reelected.
Okay, whatever about this. Let's go to Tim Pool. Tim Pool's meltdown over this. Okay, before we do that though, if you're watching on Twitch and you haven't followed me already, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live, which is usually Monday through Friday at varying times. If you're watching on YouTube, please go ahead and do the same. Subscribe to me, hit the bell so you can be notified when I go live on YouTube. Like the stream, it pushes it out to other people. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. What really helps me is also subscribing to me on Twitch, where you'll get access to ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. You can also give subs throughout the chat or use your Prime sub to subscribe to me. If you want to follow me anywhere, I'm at Straighterade_ on anything. If you want to catch up on past segments, all of my VODs are housed on my YouTube page, and they are mostly timestamped for the most part. Would also love if I could get more followers on Twitch, because right now I've only gotten 18, which is minus 23 from the last stream. So before I could end, I could at least match that. That would be fucking sick. But okay, let's look at... we're going to look at Tim Pool's predictions and then a little bit of the reaction if we have time. Let's see. What will happen if Mamdani wins? Let's see how much of this I can fucking stomach, because it's Tim Pool after all.
When I was 17, I was like...
Off topic, but have you seen anything on Fuentes versus Shapiro? Any thoughts on that? I looked through it, but Ben Shapiro's video responding to Nick Fuentes was literally a compilation of Nick Fuentes that he's like, he said he loves Hitler. That's really bad. He said this thing. That's cringe. That's bad. And it's like, yes, all of those things are objectively bad, but guess what? He just sounds based and epic when you fucking... You may as well be showing a highlight reel of him as far as his fucking followers are concerned, and they brigade and astroturf every single video and about him, especially Ben Shapiro. So how he doesn't know how to oppose Nazism better is fucking hilarious. But Smug and I will be going over the Tucker Carlson Nick Fuentes podcast very, very soon. So I'll be able to give you more of my thoughts, and then after that I can look at more of the fallout and understand that. I have the Brett Cooper thing where she's playing defense for Fuentes pulled up. I don't know if I'm going to get to that tonight. So thought Gavin dropped off the face of the earth. Unfortunately not. He is still very, very real. New Yorkers to flee NYC if Mamdani wins. Communists are taking over, featuring Gavin McInnes. This was 3 days ago to 157,000 people.
Prostitution should be legal, man. Sex work is work. You say stuff like that when you're a teen. Then you hear about the cartels and how they use kids as soldiers and spies and prostitutes. And you go, oh, that dumb pie in the sky thing I said when I was 17 is idiotic. But he's still in the 17-year-old phase of his life.
I don't know. Maybe
to be clear, that is whenever I wish Zohran Mamdani was cool with sex work being illegal. That is not something he ever campaigned on. That is not something he champions, unfortunately. What he ran on is saying that it should be decriminalized. Something that even Curtis Sliwa and him kind of found some agreement. He said that, why are you going to criminalize the fucking women for doing this? You should be criminalized. If you're going to go after anybody for this, it should be the pimps and the fucking madams, not the women.
He just wants to destroy the fabric of this country. And this is how you do it.
Yeah, that's the best case scenario, is that he's evil and smart. I think he's evil and retarded.
Yeah. We have a story from the New York Post. Nearly 1 million New Yorkers ready to flee NYC if Mamdani becomes mayor, possibly igniting the largest exodus in history. Now, the reason this is scary...
This is empty threats.
...is because it will entrench political power for the far-left extremists in New York. And more importantly, the majority of the city does not want Mamdani. But he might win. Why? Because you've got Cuomo and Sliwa.
They're pulling from each other.
Yes, chat. The women were good girls, no problem there. Do you think that women that are sex workers in New York City are doing that for any reason other than wanting a fucking check, dude? Why do you work the job that you have? Because you're like a good guy? Because you're just such a kind person? You do it for because you're begging a capitalist for money. It's the same thing for them, okay?
Sliwa is the Republican.
The you're doing.
Cuomo is the independent. But if Cuomo dropped out and endorsed Sliwa, I don't know necessarily that Mamdani would lose, because there's going to be a bunch of Democrats who hate Republicans and say, I'd rather a Democrat than a Republican. But it's possible. If Sliwa dropped out and endorsed Cuomo, Cuomo would probably win. But
although, yeah, that's why I do my job now. Yeah, that's why everyone does a job. Sex workers are fucking different.
And you're just empowering a Democrat. What's the argument? Evil or evil light? The issue then becomes, the polling we have right now between the three of them shows Mamdani certainly with the plurality, but still around 43%. Sliwa is the least, and Cuomo is in second place. If Mamdani wins and people
you sure collect a lot of token right-wingers. They're my DEI chatters.
Flee the city, it means that those who oppose Mamdani will no longer vote, and this means the city will only move further to the left. As more and more people leave, the radicals can push their agendas and pull the Overton window in this direction. The same thing is happening across the board.
He's also leaving out the PBD aspect of this analysis, which is that those New Yorkers will leave and they will be replaced with criminals. And the criminals are also going to help get this agenda underway here, folks. The agenda of affordability, trying out city-run groceries, free buses, and public transit, improving public education. Yes, these are things that criminals want.
In many different jurisdictions. This geographic hyperpolarization spells political violence. But we will pull in...
the same man who thought that the 2020 election, it was going to be a 49-state blowout. I've seen previews of this other video as well, and he said that he put money into thinking that Mamdani was going to lose.
And Gavin McInnes to discuss this and talk about what he thinks about Mamdani and the exodus as well as the political violence. Let's see if it looks like everything is working properly. Let's get it rolling. Gavin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can indeed.
How's it going, buddy?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing well, although stories every single day seem to indicate it's
How many rubles did he vet?
Getting crazier and crazier out there with political violence and hyperpolarization. And so we've got this one story I want to kick it off with. They're predicting a mass exodus from New York if Zohran Mamdani wins, which I fear will just increase the hyperpolarization, because now anybody...
Also, we're covering this probably tomorrow. Eric Adams is an iconic guest. Eric Adams on Z-Way. It's going to be amazing.
Who'd vote against them, they're going to be leaving. So I see you got the newspapers there. Well, what do you think? You think people are...
those newspapers are going for like $150 on eBay or something?
Really going to flee the city?
Yes, I'm thrilled. My property value is going to double. I'm up here in Westchester. There's going to be a mass exodus of everyone rich. So if you have a nice house in Westchester or New Jersey or Long Island, you're about to make a ton of money, because without a shadow of a doubt, Mamdani is going to destroy this city. The same way City Khan destroyed London. I mean, we're about to have a Muslim problem for the first time ever.
I do think property values, well, it's hard to predict. I'll tell you, certainly there's going to be a lot of people who go to Westchester. Maybe they'll go to Long Island, maybe they'll go to Connecticut. But I think most people are going to just generally get out of New York. If you're moving, you're moving. There's going to be a lot of people who don't want to lose their jobs, so they want to leave the city but keep working there. I think people are not going to want to be in New York at all.
Well, we started seeing that exodus during COVID.
Yeah, maybe by this time next year, New York City will be empty. And it will just be Zohran Mamdani in a cardboard box panhandling to nobody.
Eric Adams did a terrible job. So we've seen people leaking out of the city for a long time. But you're right. Everyone who was considering South Carolina, Texas, Florida, this is going to put them over the edge. I guess the only guys that are going to stay are the sort of Wall Street finance bros that have to be here. But anyone who can work remotely, which, by the way, we all practiced during COVID and figured out. So like commercial real...
Gus was looking at buying one last night, but they were all at least $80 and pretty much were all sold already. Damn.
Real estate in New York, they lie about it a lot. They say it's up to like 70%, 80%. Dude, it's 50, and it's going to go down to 30. And one of the catches is with Bill de Blasio, he set up this tax law where, if you own the Empire State Building and you only rent out one office, the landlord only pays for that one office. So there's no real incentive to have successful commercial real estate in New York. So it's going to be absolutely devastating. My cop friends are talking about Mad Max levels, like they're buying ammunition.
Your cop friends? Anybody else's cop friends talking about stockpiling ammunition?
It's going to it seems hard to believe that we'd get to escape from New York levels of insanity in the city. But
we're getting there.
Wait, at first glance, Tim Pool's like a floating head because there's like no contrast between himself, the clothing, and like his background. It's just like all millennial gray. And his beanie is dark. If it weren't for this, it would just be like a floating head, like a moon face, just in the middle of this square.
People don't realize how violent New York can be. Like, we have a homicide rate right now. It's about a person a day, and that's considered fantastic. Oh, good. Like in the 70s, 80s, even the 90s, it was in the thousands. It was like 1,400 to 2,000 homicides a year.
Wow.
And the population's always been about the same here. You can't fit
Okay, so you admit that it's actually crime is falling. So you admit crime is falling and that there's really no good pretense for Trump to be launching all of these fucking militias to all of these cities that don't want them there.
People in it. So we learned with Giuliani that New York thrives when you follow law and order. The second you take that away, this place is a powder keg. It's going to go.
I think that if this trend continues, maybe Escape from New York is a bit of a hyperbolic example, but take a look at the politics of it. The people who oppose Mamdani are more likely to believe in law and order and keeping prisoners in jail, and they're going to leave. And the people voting for Mamdani, the people who are voting for Mamdani, are more likely to be criminals themselves. So at a certain point in this equation, non-criminals are
criminals are definitely known for voting. People that are ex-cons and have they're definitely known for their civic participation. That's 100% true.
I'm tired of being victimized, and the criminals are like, this is the place for me.
Unless criminality literally just means you have like a speeding ticket. If we're talking about that level of criminality, then sure, yeah, Mamdani probably gets a criminal vote. Good job.
And then maybe we'll build a big wall around it.
It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. All the cool people.
But again, we're talking about your options in this race were for somebody who is an actual criminal, Eric Adams, somebody who should be fucking considered a criminal and in a just world would be locked up, Andrew Cuomo, for sexually harassing women or being held responsible for his administrative lies surrounding the COVID deaths in the nursing homes and the scandal related to that in 2020 and his mishandling of it. Or Zohran Mamdani, who is young, outspoken about what he believes in, and doesn't have any of that fucking baggage. Or you could vote for Curtis Lewa, who puts it all on his fucking sleeve, okay?
Believe, and you're left with his voter base is a lot of LARPing rich girls whose dads pay their rent and they're here, sort of like that chick in White Lotus, Piper, who wanted to become a monk. I don't know if you've seen that show, but it's all rich kids playing. Then there's a lot of
Gavin McInnes telling on himself by making a reference to White fucking Lotus. Why would you assume that he has seen this? This is where it like shows that like, oh yeah, he's like the co-founder of ICE or like he's the founder of ICE. Why would you think that he has seen that?
Right. There's a lot of anti-white racism. They're all voting for him.
It's like next year you should make a reference to Orange is the New Black. I'm sure Tim Pool it's another show Tim Pool hasn't seen that you could definitely talk about with him.
Who's an immigrant. Like, no one is voting for his policies. His policies are insane. He wants to get rid of the police. He wants to replace them with social workers, which we've all tried. He wants free grocery stores, which will be empty, but they'll also bankrupt all the Puerto Rican bodegas. So he's fighting a food desert by creating a food desert.
Just realized I'm a criminal. I got a lot of speeding tickets over the years. LOL. Are you also a Mamdani voter? Drop some insight from the criminal mind into YouTube chat, please.
What else is he doing?
Well, let me clarify that. He wants profitless convenience stores.
Oh, yeah. Also, he's like a co-founder of the Proud Boys. The memes just fucking write themselves.
Which effectively does the same thing. If there's a bodega, government-run bodega that's selling milk for $1, then the actual private ones...
Yeah, they're Vice News buddies. That's the reason for the meeting of these minds today.
Shop that needs to sell it for $1.50 is going to be like, I can't compete. No one's going to come there.
No one's... And then so they'll be gone.
The idea that the city-run groceries, the one in each borough is gonna put like Publix out of business. Are you fucking kidding me?
And the grocery store will be empty like it was in Kansas City. We did this in Olympia, Washington. It never works out. Communism has been tried, dumbass. And you know that whole thing is based on a typo?
We have people on the verge of starving now under capitalism because of the guy that you voted for and supported because he refuses to fund programs like SNAP. That's happening now under capitalism. People wish there were fucking bread lines because that would mean that there was bread to line up for, but that's not happening because the government is shut down for the longest in U.S. history.
Website and he saw, $60 million surplus. I'll spend that on free grocery stores. No, dude, that's not a pile of cash sitting there. That was subsidies and tax breaks that are going to go on over the next 5 years. He thinks it's just a bag of gold.
Well, that
was
AOC too. When they offered up the tax discount to Amazon, she thought a discount was cash to be spent. And she was like, if we're going to spend $3 billion, we should build roads. And they're like, no, lady, they're saying they won't charge them the $3 billion. It's a discount to get them to come here and make more jobs.
Okay, it's the same thing. It's the same thing, Tim. It is functionally that even if they're fucking tax incentives, revenue that is not collected is revenue that is denied to people to use in the city.
She didn't understand that by bringing in the
She
Amazon.
doesn't actually think that there's a fucking pot of gold, you dipshit. She understands how fucking taxes work, which is that if you offer subsidies or breaks to these wealthy corporations that don't need it to incentivize them to come to places they would have come already, then all you're doing is not collecting revenue from them that you should have been collecting, and you were denying that to be able to be used to get back to your fucking city.
On jobs, each individual would be paying taxes, and it would increase the total tax revenue for the city. But no one ever accused the communists of being smart, so here we are.
No, he's never worked. Just like AOC, she's a bartender.
This is a guy who attended school up to the age of 13 and then stopped. I'm not kidding about that. Talking about who is smart and who is not. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to equate, being intelligent with credentials. There's plenty of people that are morons and they have credentials at the fucking wazoo and no shortage of letters after their name. And then there's people that are very, very intelligent that have no more than a high school diploma. But Tim Pool is not one of those people. His education stopped at 13 and it is reflected in every time he opens his mouth.
He's never had a job. He was a state assemblyman. He introduced, I think, 20 bills in 4 years. 3 of them passed, and they were all anti-Israeli, anti-corporate, anti-wealth. He just hates
rich people. I forgot.
People.
Gavin McInnes is like a really big Zionist, if I'm remembering correctly.
He's a rich kid.
Yeah.
And when rich kids grow up with free stuff, and they go, I have had free stuff my whole life. It's awesome. Everyone should try it.
Yeah.
No, dude, that's not how free stuff works, you boob.
Have you seen the videos where he's putting on fake accents?
Oh, yeah, those are great.
Those are funny.
Really?
Oh, this is Republicans discovering code switching. Also, those are not fake accents. That is his actual accent that he swallows for the comfort of white people.
Like this. My Uganda brothers. It's like, why are you talking? He doesn't talk like that in America. But so all of this.
Yeah, because even though he doesn't talk like that, he still has a bunch of Republicans saying that he should be denaturalized and deported. So all that good it got him. But could you imagine if he didn't do all that shit? It would probably be 10 times worse.
Right, this mass exodus stuff. We've actually seen it for years now. The Pacific, I shouldn't even say the Pacific Northwest, but the West itself. People have been fleeing California, Oregon, and Washington. I went to Arizona recently. There's a ton of people fleeing to Utah, Idaho, Arizona, which is making it easier for socialists to win elections in these states and to enact these psychotic policies. I fear that this hyperpolarization is lending itself to the already escalation of political violence. And
here, this is what he's talking about. Okay, I keep seeing this on my feed, and it looks, at first glance, like some sort of promo for a live-action version of Demon Slayer, and I think it's because of this logo in the corner. Because look, Demon Slayer, logo. All I see is this in the corner. And between that backdrop, the fact that he's just wearing this plain white thing and talking with his hands, there's just something about it that makes it look like, oh, he's doing a promo for this or some sort of live action anime movie.
I'm from Uganda, but I also grew up in New York. In New York, you don't really, you go out, some guys are very hesitant to dance. If they're not grinding, they're just standing. In Kampala, you will just not find that. I'm from Uganda, but I also grew up in New York. In New York,
they think he's faking this for some reason. He is not faking this. This is just clearly an accent that he swallows, a regional accent that he has.
Look, if you just write this down on paper and do the math, people splitting into various territories by political ideology, increase in violence equals civil war.
Yes, you're totally right. And it becomes asymptotic. The more it happens, the more intense it gets. And everything you need to know about America is the 4 biggest states. Everyone has left California and New York, and they've gone to Florida and Texas. Florida and Texas are prospering. They're thriving. They're wonderful places to be. And you have a brain drain. You have a money drain. You have everything good drain. And the schools in New York and California just keep getting worse. I hate when people go, oh, it's got to get way worse before it gets better. There's no end to worse. Look at San Francisco. Katie Hopkins told me when she was there. You know, when you walk on an ice rink with shoes on and you're sort of like, whoa, whoa. She said the feces and slime and drudge on the streets of San Francisco make you slide in your shoes. That's where we're going to.
Voting for Zohran Mamdani, this prediction definitely came true. A vote for Zohran Mamdani is a vote to have feces on the sidewalk of New York and be slipping and sliding all around it. That's what he promised. That's what he intends to deliver. Also, even if that does happen, that never happened. No homeless person has ever shit on the sidewalk in New York City. And if it does happen now, it's because of Mamdani.
Be human excrement making you slip. God forbid you fall.
I fear that, there's a lot of variables. I always say, like, we can't predict what'll happen tomorrow. Maybe Trump will.
This is like so boutique. Like, even the way that they try to frame things that are like happening, like, yes, there are people that urinate and defecate publicly. Like, even the way that he frames it just sounds so far removed from like anybody's personal experience of how it actually goes. Like, he said like, this happens in San Francisco. It's like, weren't you just complaining about like criminality and like homelessness in New York City? You could easily say that, just claim that that's happening in New York City and people would believe you.
Go in and occupy these states and shut them down and nothing ever gets to it's over, right? But I fear that if we're on this track, what ends up happening is one of two scenarios where either these blue states become failed states. They largely are becoming this. Theft is running rampant. You can't get criminally charged for stealing under $900 in a bunch of these jurisdictions. I think in Philadelphia, it's $500 or less is not crime anymore. And then in California, it's $900. As these states fail, they'll begin to vote and demand that red states provide for them. Now, it's funny because what the Democrats often bring.
It's literally the opposite. It's literally red states that are the ones that draw upon these sorts of programs far more than blue states.
Bring up is the red states are the recipient of federal funding more so than blue states. Blue states pay. I'm saying that's going to reverse if you keep playing this game. Or to be fair, the blue states will tax their citizenry at such remarkable levels, they'll always be able to pay something. I don't know. But I fear that as these states crumble, they're going to try and take from red states.
Tim just accidentally you just explained how things are funded in this country if they worked, correct? You would tax wealthy people.
It's the red states in this game. Or to be fair, the blue states will tax their citizenry at such remarkable levels, they'll always be able to pay something. I don't know. But I fear that
they're citizens. Exactly. And they're wealthy. They disproportionately will tax the wealthiest because they have the most wealth to give back.
As these states crumble, they're going to try and take from red states. The red states are going to say no. And this is going to be the main point of contention between two now hyper-polarized factions.
That's the future of America. We're getting divorced. We're splitting up. We're fighting over the kids. If we're quite literally, like, if you
sued Canadian, who is we, white man? McInnes. Yes, born in England, nationality Canadian. Canadian writer, podcaster, far-right commentator, and founder of the Proud Boys. What is this we?
legalizes prostitution, child sex trafficking will go through the roof because you can't stop pimps and prostitutes. They're just, legal workers. So we're fighting for the kids, but cut me loose, cut New York loose. This is about to become the most dangerous city in America, worse than Baltimore and the south side of Chicago. So everything you're saying is true, but the secret is the red states have to say no. We're not helping you out. We're cutting you loose, New York. We're cutting you loose, Chicago. We're cutting you loose, San Francisco. I don't want to deal with this mess.
That's a great point.
I mean, you're actually seeing what happens when Republicans, I'm like Democrats are not responsible for the shutdown, but Democrats will, and Biden continued to do this. It didn't matter how divisive Republicans were being. It didn't matter. He would never even Democrats would never even dream of withholding federal funds for political reasons or, withholding money for the times of a natural disaster to constituents in a red state. They would never even dream of doing shit like that. Donald Trump and his admin have openly talked about doing that already in this term and his first term as well. The other threatening to withhold federal funds when there have been hurricane and natural disasters in California, he didn't want to give money to the what is it if I put Trump withholds funds, Gavin Newsom, California fires. Yeah. This was reported June 18th of this year. Donald Trump suggests he may withhold California disaster aid over his feud with Newsom. President Trump and Governor Gavin Newsom have traded sharp insults in recent days as California awaits billions of dollars in federal wildfire relief. See, Trump openly flirts with stuff like this, pursues stuff like this, not a fucking word. But now you're actually seeing Republicans have to feel the consequences of their actions. They're over here talking, they're off in La La Land talking a big game about how like Republicans and red states are going to be the ones denying funds to blue states. I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, because again, Republicans and red states are usually the bigger recipients of these because they're on average poorer and they have poorer constituents. They have more people that are dependent on these programs. So the idea that like they're going to be withholding, like, dude, what? The other thing is that, like, again, Republicans having to face a government and feel what it's like to when a government like cuts everything that's actually worth a damn about this fucking government. Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, WIC, etc. Hopefully this is something that is permanently etched into the minds of these voters, and you actually get people that do not forgive Republicans and remember and actually feel the consequences of it, because Democrats get in power and they do not punish Republican voters for voting for candidates that openly and enthusiastically said they would cut these programs that they depend on.
Point about Mamdani wanting to legalizing
the
sex
massive
work.
economy of Nebraska and Idaho.
It's because sex work is work, he says.
And don't forget Montana.
And then what happens when you have an underage girl walk in the streets, being forced to do so by some pimps? Maybe she's from Guatemala and they forced her to do it because they will. And then when the police come and say, we want to stop this trafficking, they go, we have no probable cause to stop a legal worker in New York. And so any information they gain from this young woman to stop the trafficking will be, it's the exclusionary rule, the fruit of the poison tree. Sorry, you had no legal reason to stop this legal worker. That's the game they're going to start playing. The scary thing is what we saw in California, where they found those child slaves working on the pot farms. The cartel members are bringing families and children into this country illegally and then saying, now you have to work to pay us off. So the family then brings these children, and the children don't choose to be there and don't want to work, but they're forced to by the cartels who brought them here. So now you have child slavery. Once they make
child slavery brought into New York State and then New York City by the cartels will be is the fault of Zohran Mamdani.
Prostitution legal
is where we're at in the predictions game from 3 days ago.
Those little girls are going to be doing more than just picking marijuana.
You guys are going to want to bookmark this. I'm sure it's going to age so well
on the streets of New York, and that's what's terrifying about it.
Isn't it? It's a nightmare scenario. And it's the kind of thing, like when I was 17, I was like, prostitution should be legal, man. Sex work is work. You say stuff like that when you're a teen. Then you hear about the cartels and how they use kids as soldiers and spies and prostitutes. And you go, oh.
Then you become an adult man and you just solicit, you just pay for these services anyway, but you stop going so far as to say publicly that they should be decriminalized.
That dumb pie in the sky thing I said when I was 17 is idiotic, but he's still in the 17.
That dumb pie in the sky thing that you're talking about is literally policy in different countries that are developed across the world, but okay.
Year-old phase of his life.
I don't know. Maybe he just wants to destroy the
Yeah, they really care about these poor kids. Anyway, defund SNAP ASAP. Get the government, abolish the filibuster so we can reopen the government without having to fund these programs.
Epic of this country. And this is how you do it.
Yeah, that's the best case scenario, is that he's evil and smart.
I guess Tim thinks prostitution is a counter statutory rape. Zohran Mamdani thinks that as well, apparently. Zohran Mamdani says that, I'm going to make sure that there is no probable cause for anybody who is suspected of trafficking a minor, because that's what he talked about. That's what he ran on. That's what he's promising.
I think he's evil and retarded.
Yes. I'll say something crass, but I'll keep it light just for the sake of people who maybe listen to this. Well, earmuffs for your kids. My response to all these leftists, when they say sex work is work, I said if that was true, it would be illegal for the boss at a Starbucks to require the young women working for him to take care of him in the back room as part of their jobs. And as soon as you mention that, all the feminists lose their mind and get offended at the end.
Checkmate. Sex work advocates. If that were the case, it would be legal for your boss to sexually coerce you. That's what sex work advocates are always talking about. They're always trying to find more ways for your boss and men to exploit you. Yep.
The idea that a male manager could...
Being pro-sex work legalization, that means you're in favor of a male boss coercing you into doing sex acts on them and effectively engaging in statutory rape. Correct. Yep.
Require that of his female staff. And I'm like, but why? It's no different than taking the garbage out. If there's a manager at a Starbucks and he says, hey, I know you're the barista, but garbage got to go out, you say, fine, right? Because taking the garbage out is work.
No one is saying that sex work is the same as exactly the same as that sort of labor. What they're saying is that the same reasons that you do any job in this economy are the same reasons that somebody turns to or engages in sex work.
It's work is work, right?
Yep. I don't think people get that New York City, the wolves are at the door. Like, I'm not a big...
And there's a difference between providing a service to patrons versus being coerced into providing sexual favors to a person that has power over you and is your boss. And they're not paying you. They're up for that on top of everything. That's just an additional thing that they're forcing you to do.
Not a big cop guy. I don't want everyone getting arrested for jaywalking. But
how did he even think this up? Jesus Christ! I mean, this is literally where some people's understanding of like what like sex work advocates are like actually fighting for.
For some reason,
unfortunately,
in New York City, when you really follow the letter of the law, broken window theory, turnstile jumpers, all that, New York gets cleaned up overnight.
Yeah.
We learned that from Giuliani. I don't like people getting arrested for jumping a turnstile.
Yeah, just like being a masseuse is legal, any boss can force you to massage them in the back because it's a legal thing. Makes perfect sense. Exactly.
Sounds fascist, really. But for some reason, New York needs that level of discipline. And without it...
Didn't Tim get his employee pregnant? No, it's like a longtime friend. They've been like friends or whatever. There's nothing like weird there, as far as I know.
It's not like we're in Finland here and everyone is going to abide by the law and help out. The second you let your guard down, this city just eats itself.
They worked together, but she like never... I don't know that she ever like worked under him, but like even if she did, I don't think that necessarily means there's an issue.
No, LA's subway system works though, right? I don't know if they've changed it because I haven't been there. I haven't used the train there in a long time. But it was honor system. You just walk in. You walk in, you get on the train, and what they would do is they would place cops.
CFO of Timcast. Okay, but like when you say his employee or whatever, and it's like a CFO or somebody that he's like known for a long time, basically been in business with, I think it's like very, very different than somebody who he like hired as like an intern last year and he like got her knocked up or whatever. But even then, if it's between like consensual adults, I don't really see a huge issue with stuff like that. I mean, it's like, it can be messy as fuck and like, you should probably try to avoid it, but it's not necessarily the worst. Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Heart surgery is legal work. So what's stopping the cashier at the local Chipotle from doing bypass surgery while you wait for your order? Checkmate, libtard. I mean, that is literally the tier of argument that we're on.
At random train stations to check people. But it was always the dumbest thing. Because what would happen is, like, I'd be on the train and I, of course, always bought my ticket. It was $2. But I'd see people get off the train. One guy would walk up the stairs a little bit, run back down the escalator and go, cops. They'd jump back on the train and like you'd see 5 guys just go to the next stop and get off for free.
Okay, now we're just like trading made up stories. Okay, I want to see Tim Pool and Batya trading more analysis, more predictions.
I'm really despondent.
Okay, whales make huge bets on Cuomo to beat Mamdani. Democrats go full communist featuring Batya Ungar Sargon. This woman lies. Anytime this woman opens her mouth, for the most part, she's lying or engaged in the dumbest political analysis. This was 2 days ago. This was their second to last ditch effort to get people to not vote for Zohran Mamdani.
On it about the tolerance and acceptance for political violence on the left. It's not a both sides issue. That's a canard. Mamdani himself, it's so amazing, Tim, because he was so disciplined throughout the campaign, focused on, affordability or whatever. But then right in that last week, he just couldn't help taking a hit off that grievance bong and came out with that whole Islamophobia thing.
Yeah. Oh my God. This woman, her entire thing is like going around whining about fucking anti-Semitism, like talking about being like, as a Jewish woman, like that kind of shit is going to turn around and try to call out Mamdani for playing into being a victim and of like calling out again anti-Muslim bigotry and Islamophobia that he was facing. Not him making it an issue, other people making it a fucking issue, him addressing it. That's him being divisive.
Several bomb threats were made in New Jersey today as the election continues over who's going to win the governor's race, who's going to win the mayor race in New York. Plus, we have Virginia, Pennsylvania. It's getting pretty interesting. But Mamdani is blaming Trump for the threats and the intimidation, despite the fact that we have videos showing leftists assaulting ICE agents once again, ramming vehicles, kicking these feds when they attempt to arrest these people. In one video the other day.
Oh, no.
We saw somebody run up to
I don't even know what this is or if this is even true.
Agent's vehicle and pop the door open to help an illegal alien escape custody. What's happening in this country is getting pretty crazy. And if Zohran Mamdani wins in New York, around 1 million people are expected to flee the city. I wonder if that'll actually happen. Well, we're going to bring in Batya Ungar Sargon to discuss these issues. Let's see if we've got looks like everything is working well. Let's kick it up. And here we go. Batya, how's it going? Can you hear me? Apparently she can't. Batya, can you hear me? Nope. I believe she may have her system muted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. There you go.
How's it going?
It's going well. Thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me. I'm always so happy to see you.
Absolutely. So I've got some questions about what's going on in general politics across this country, but New York's the big story right now. Not just New York, but New Jersey. We saw these bomb threats. Mamdani is blaming Trump, saying it's this intimidation, and they're trying to stop Democrats from winning. The first is the easy question, and it's a question that won't last
I bet she heard him the whole time, but she wanted to get that tweet out.
much longer than today. But do you think Mamdani's going to win?
He's probably going to win. Despite,
I mean, at least you can read a poll.
Cuomo got much closer towards the end. There was a huge mobilization effort in the Jewish community, in the Orthodox community, to get people to show up. Really, thousands of people turned out who don't ordinarily vote. But I just don't know that it's enough.
And also from the donor class who pumped millions of dollars into his likely to be failed campaign. They had to go with somebody who was marred with all of these fucking scandals. I mean, if you really, really cared about Israel and Zionism, you would have at least tried to run like a better candidate than fucking Andrew Cuomo, who I guess literally thought that he was owed this and could coast off name recognition alone. That was never going to fucking happen. Whoever the opponent was, it was always going to be an uphill battle. Like the only way that he would have gotten out, he would have outflanked is that I don't know. I just feel like if he and Eric Adams would have been trying to exchange no, you're more corrupt, no, you're more corrupt, if they had stayed on towards the end. But Eric Adams was refusing to make any public appearances when he was trying to get re-election, because then he would have to address and talk about all of his own corrupt scale. I just can't even think of how different the race would have been. I don't know that I think I just can't imagine a field where if Cuomo had jumped in, that somebody wouldn't have jumped in to try to challenge Cuomo, even if it hadn't been Mamdani.
What Mamdani did, and this is a bitter pill to swallow, but we have to be honest.
But she says the Jewish community, but it's no, it's you're talking about Zionists specifically.
If we want to prevent something like this in the future, he ran a very good campaign. And it is extremely important
they can't deny that he had aura, and he has aura.
Understand how he did it, because it's not rocket science. He identified 3 constituencies and brilliantly crafted messaging that would sort of find the overlap between them. So his constituencies were Muslims, South Asians, and then these 20 to 30 something overeducated, over-credentialed, downwardly mobile hipsters in Bushwick and Brooklyn who think they're the working class because they failed to get amazing jobs and have student loan from getting, degree upon degree upon degree.
I mean, it's not some special category, lady. It's, do you own or do you work? If you work, you're working class. You can even have a degree and be working class. Many people are.
They have enormous contempt for labor. And as a result, they want things from the government despite him being
wait, what?
Jobs and have student loan from getting, degree upon degree upon degree. They have enormous contempt for labor. And as a result, they want things from the government despite him being the most privileged people.
Why would they? You just said they see themselves as working class, but they have contempt for labor. How would they simultaneously identify with the group that they then are exclusionary towards? What?
On planet Earth, and Mamdani is their avatar. This is a guy who's a total nepo baby.
The people that LARP as working class or whatever, if anything, overstate the extent to which they have reverence for working class people. And I mean, you could try to argue that it becomes fetishizing, and then it ends up being ultimately disrespectful. But I don't even think that's what she's saying. I think she's just tried to piece together an incoherent narrative of saying they're simultaneously trying to LARP as working class people, but also they have contempt for them.
Never worked a day in his life, lives off his parents, but makes it seem cool, right? It's cool to live off your parents, be a total failure if you can make great content for social. Okay, so that's how he got those people. He got Muslims by making ads in Arabic, by being one of them, by very clearly catering to them and pandering to them and using Israel in this really interesting way that could activate both the 20 to 30 something over.
And by interesting, she means literally nothing new or novel about the fact that he cynically tried to pander to the Jewish vote in New York City, as well as to the extent that there's fanatical Christian Zionists there. by just being basically like Israel first at different points.
Credentialed people
That's
who are
not interesting, though. That is literally just a Hasbara playbook 101 thing.
Anti-Zionists and the Muslims and the South Asians who are really against Israel and pro-Palestinian. And so he did this kind of interweaving of messaging, despite the fact that he doesn't believe anything. He's not like a real politician. It's like politics as lifestyle.
Working class is only like construction to her. Yeah, she clearly thinks that like to be working class, it has to be blue collar. Like there couldn't actually be, and I'm not going to pretend like you're like, you know, if you have like a white collar working class job that you're not more privileged or can be upwardly mobile, but like it's still fundamentally working class. It doesn't change the dynamic between yourself and your relation to capital. That's all that is designating.
Brand. And it's just really, I think, important that we acknowledge how smart this was.
Doing outreach during a campaign is cheating, apparently.
So that we can defeat it.
It's cheating, or it's like very, very sneaky.
Next time around, instead of sitting here like being butthurt about it, you know?
I got to give it to him. What I will say is, I think you've nailed it, especially with these overeducated young people. The issue that we're dealing with, though, is these overeducated young people are actually really, really stupid. Zohran Mamdani is offering things that make literally no sense. He's I'm going to make the buses free and go faster. And not a single person asks, what does that mean? If the buses could be free, they'd be free. So, like, you pay for them because there are workers, there's maintenance, there's storage, there's fuel, there's energy that got used for these buses. The money sustains that. So here's my pitch. I know how we beat Mamdanis in the future. I mean, more people like him. My proposal is I will run for office, and I'm not just going to make the buses free. That's offensive. When you board my bus, a machine will spit out a $5 bill just for you. And faster?
Oh my God. Is this genuine laughter from her? Is she genuinely laughing, or is she forcing this? This is like not even worth cracking a smile for. This is so unfunny.
You're gonna make them go faster? No. I'm gonna make them fly. I don't need to explain how it's possible as long as enough retards vote for me because they want free stuff. So you've got a guy who literally is offering up things that make no sense.
They want their tax. It's not just like it's free stuff that they paid for with their tax money, dude.
And it's funny because when I talk to my friends and my family, you know, my wife is like, has Mamdani explained how you pay for these things? No, of course not. Because
somebody was saying that she's hot, and I do think that she's an attractive woman or whatever. I just want to point out she used to not dye her hair, and she is only 44, but this made her look significantly older than she is. And then she finally got the message that if she just dyes her hair, she will look a lot younger.
You can't. A really great example of where we're going is AOC. When Amazon wanted to bring jobs to New York, they offered a tax.
She's 44, not 24.
Break over 10 years. They said, you will save $3 billion in taxes spent. AOC then claimed that was a grant of $3 billion cash for them to spend.
What is this?
Because she doesn't understand
fucking claim. What did AOC claim? Okay. Maybe this will enlighten us. This was February 20th, 2019. He's used this example twice. He used it in the conversation with Gavin McInnes, and he's using it now with Batya. AOC fires back at critics who question her understanding of Amazon deal. Representative AOC fired back at her critics yesterday after being attacked by financial commentators and fellow Dems for allegedly not understanding how the Amazon tax incentives are structured and for lacking pragmatism. I have a feeling it's what they're framing is like, you lack pragmatism, is like you're criticizing policies that are basically corporate handouts, and we don't like that. The criticism grew over the weekend following an interview by Chuck Todd of Meet the Press that raised doubts as to her grasp of the proposed deal. In it, AOC said, if we're willing to give away $3 billion for the deal, we could invest $3 billion in our district ourselves if we wanted to. She added, we could hire more teachers, we can fix our subways, we can put a lot of people to work for that money if we wanted to. It is a giveaway. There is no difference to get. What is the difference between not collecting money versus denying it to people? Critics argued that it indicated that she lacked an understanding of how the incentives work and that she believed there was a pot of money that could be spent. He literally said this in the past thing. Did he just have somebody send this to him recently? He said like the term pot of money. That could now be spent with the deal being off. Obviously, she doesn't literally think that. Meanwhile, Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney argued in a CNN interview that progressives such as Ocasio-Cortez were not thinking clearly. Maloney, who represents Long Island City, was baffled by the opposition, given that 25,000 jobs were on offer, paying an average of $150,000 per year. I am progressive too, but I am pragmatic, she said. It used to be that we would protest wars. Now we're protesting jobs. Oh my God, this is definitely a fucking talking point that was handed to her by a think tank or a fucking corporate lobbyist. They, the progressives, just said we don't want it and demonstrated against it, but it's jobs, and I have not seen anything like it, Maloney said. She added, if this had gone through, it would have made overnight. New York City, the high-tech capital of the East Coast. Pay attention to this. An average of $150,000 per year. You don't want to know what the average is. You want to know what the median is. Because the average is going to include manager salaries. It's going to include the white collar salaries. We're talking about the median salary for an Amazon worker in New York City is not going to be fucking $150,000. The only reason why you're able to arrive at that figure is because it's including people that get paid hundreds and hundreds of thousands of fucking dollars, as well as the people that get paid far less than that. And it still averages out to that. But if you actually knew the median, probably far less than $100,000 in New York City. And these are laborious jobs, backbreaking labor sometimes. You're lifting shit constantly, all day, picking it up, putting it down, load-bearing jobs. Also, the idea that, Amazon's gonna, not come on. The deal, as critics pointed out, required Amazon to build a campus and create the jobs in order for the tax breaks to kick in. Bill de Blasio, and again, these campuses and shit like that, these just incentivize people to stay and work longer hours, and the company gets more money because it turns into a fucking second home. So they end up getting more productive workers. Bill de Blasio on Meet the Press indicated that many progressives didn't understand how the $3 billion in tax incentives work. Most of the tax breaks were based on job creation. For instance, Amazon was projected to receive $1.4 billion tax credit from New York City as part of a program that incentivizes companies to bring jobs to areas outside Manhattan's central business district. The company was also likely to get $1.2 billion in tax credits via the state's Excelsior Jobs program and $500 million capital grant. So they were explicitly being cut a check. $500 million capital grant. AOC shot back in a series of tweets critical of those who questioned her intellect and understanding of the deal. What is this? I've been telling at AOC critics that she's smart, but what do I say when she says nonsense like, we can invest those $3 billion in Amazon tax breaks in our district. We could hire more teachers. We can fix our subways. We can put a lot of money to work, a lot of people to work for that money. You tell them that obviously she's saying instead of cutting them a $3 billion tax break, we should not cut them a tax break at all. They're going to come here anyway. And then we could use the money that we fucking raised from the taxes to hire people to fix our subway, to invest in the infrastructure. That's what you fucking tell them. She put, not sure how many pundits talking about Amazon even read the deal or where it was going. 500 plus million of the deal was capital grants, $2.5 billion in tax breaks. It's fair to ask why we don't invest the capital for public use, plus why we don't give working people a tax break. Frankly, the knee-jerk reaction assuming that I don't understand how tax giveaways to corpse work is disappointing. No, it's not possible that I could come to a different conclusion. The debate must be over my intelligence and understanding instead of the merits of the deal. There's no way that this deal, one of the biggest giveaways in state history, could possibly have been bad, right? Surely there can't be anything wrong with suddenly announcing a massive restructuring and pricing out of a community without any advance notice or input from them. The term campus is a very sneaky technique to sanitize what it really is. Thank you, Facebook, Google, for that. Yeah, exactly. Campus would be doing way too much fucking work. If you actually see what qualifies as an Amazon campus, it would be fucking depressing. There's no chance that the speculative insider real estate buys that were created, that were creating immediate spikes in rent in one of the most rent-burdened communities in NYC could have possibly been unpopular. No, it must be because I'm dumb. I mean, literally, that's what they're saying.
Math. I don't know how weird
that Tim was digging back to 2019. I mean, he probably picked it up in some reply. Like, somebody replied to him on Twitter, like, remember when AOC did this? There's, like, no way he, like, memory hold it, or he did, and he hasn't come up with any new criticism since then.
You're not going to educate these young people. They're stupid. They've not held jobs in a management position. They think communism works because they've never actually run a business. They've never actually organized anything. This is why people like Mamdani win. And you know what the worst part is? We're going to operate on the assumption right now Mamdani won. Although to be honest, I wagered for Cuomo. But what's going to happen is
good for you.
When Mamdani
good for you, Tim. You wagered for Cuomo. How much?
He ultimately fails in these policies. The response from them is going to be an excuse. It's because Trump obstructed us. It's because the capitalists interfered. It's exactly what they said about Venezuela.
The thing that
Venezuela, yep, that's relevant here.
Makes this so funny is that the subway and the buses pretty much are already free because they don't enforce fare evasion. So I, like a good, every time I get on the subway 3-4 times a week, I feel like a complete idiot because I'm paying and there's 15 kids just jumping the charge.
Okay, wouldn't it be great if you had a politician that's acknowledging that there's a lot of people that are skipping out on the fare anyway, so instead we should just subsidize it and make it completely free. That way we're not slowing buses down to selectively pick up fares from people when we could just not do it at all. Wouldn't it be nice if there was a politician who was running on that exact policy, Batya?
Style. So they're already free. That's A. Yep. B is why the buses and not the
if they're already free, then why do you even care that he's doing this? If then it's literally not a change.
Subway, right? It makes no sense. Like really very few people take the bus in New York, and it's because those 20 to 30 somethings don't take
this is like so privileged to think that like the people, barely anybody takes it. Barely anybody takes the bus in New York. One, that's probably not even true. But two, the people that need to take the bus, if they had any other option, they wouldn't be taking the bus. So to the extent that they have to use it, it should be free and affordable and fast. Well, free and affordable are fucking synonymous, obviously, but like, why shouldn't it be fast?
The bus, right? This is what I'm trying to explain to you. Like, they don't actually want him to do any of this stuff. They would never dream of shopping in an Aldi. Forget about a free supermarket. These are people who spend $12 on a cold brew. Okay, Tim? It's all one big virtue signal. They feel like the government should pay them to make their shitty podcasts. And this is just a protest vote for them because he embodies everything that made them feel like failures. And it's so amazing to see like how in it they are.
This is a woman like who's wearing probably like a white gold necklace around her neck, talking about like these privileged people who get their like $12 cold brews or whatever, wanting affordable things, but they're, actually wanting their taxpayer dollars to be spent well.
Like there's no distance between them and any of this stuff. Like, of course you can be a socialist if your parents are funding your life, which is, I think, what's going on for a lot of these people, including Mamdani himself.
I think, it was really, it was actually fairly terrifying to wake up and see all the bomb threats in New Jersey, 7 locations. And young people are increasingly embracing violence.
Yeah.
Unsurprisingly, Mamdani then blamed Trump for the bomb threats. I don't care either way. The bomb threats are a bad thing, and we were actually just talking about.
No idea what they're talking about.
This I've been talking about this actually for several weeks now, that we're going to get to the point with our elections where you have bomb threats or actual terror.
Apparently, she's a millionaire. What? This woman privileged and out of touch? No way. Doesn't sound like Batya.
Attacks, and that will be used to discredit the results. Now, because of this, if Chitterelli wins in New Jersey,
parents definitely funded the majority of her life. I mean, I'm waiting for her to be like, trust me, I would know what it's like for somebody to have your existence subsidized by your family and your parents.
You know that these Democrats are going to say it's because of the bomb threats disenfranchising voters. Mm-hmm. We're seeing this escalation of violent rhetoric, threats of violence, and this past year, just overt terror attacks across the country, especially considering the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I'm curious what you think happens in these places or in this country moving forward with our elections, considering.
I'm really despondent about the tolerance and acceptance for political violence on the left. It's not a both sides issue. That's a canard.
She's correct that it's not a both sides issue. It basically all comes from the right. So yeah, the only thing that she's wrong is that she's saying that it's all from the left, but not true.
Mamdani himself, it's so amazing, Tim, because he was so disciplined throughout the campaign, focused on, affordability or whatever. But then right in that last week, he just couldn't help taking a hit off that grievance bong and came out with that whole Islamophobia thing.
Yeah.
Also framing it like grievance bong, like that isn't highly racialized in and of itself.
Which Islamophobia to me it's sort of like oppression envy. You know what I mean? Like they have this envy of like people who are actually the subject of violence.
What, like Zionists, people that love Israel, the real victims in this country. There's not, because when Zionists whine in this country, yeah, it's definitely not like the fucking New York Times, CNN, all mainstream media listens.
Hate crimes, violent crime, and I think there's a lot of that on the left. They use rhetoric to turn themselves preemptively into the victims of the very violent.
Also, just like the idea that like, yeah, Muslims just living it up in NYC. especially after 9/11. Muslims treated really, really great after 9/11 in New York City.
Violence that they themselves are justifying and meeting out on the right. And again, this comes right out of the university. That kind of reversal of victim and perpetrator is just classic postmodernist, post-structuralist crap that was imported here by the French in the 60s and 70s and was like safely ensconced in the
Zohran Mamdani is definitely this can all be explained by postmodern neo-Marxism. Pomo nomo. Thank you.
Hallowed hallways of academia until it became totally mainstreamed, because in this country, the Democrats built an economy that you really needed to have a college degree in order to achieve the American dream. And so suddenly having
this is literally just like Frankfurt schools, but instead of like scapegoating Jews, like she's scapegoating like Muslims or like English academics or something.
And having spent years of your life.
Yeah, I mean, like she's just fucking reheating Jordan Peterson's nachos for this analysis, doing a lot of work as well.
Swimming in this mind virus crap was the only avenue to getting any kind of financial security, and so it was totally mainstreamed.
I think it's going to be interesting to see where how this transforms. Right, we're looking at an estimated, whether the reporting's true or not, but they estimate 1 million people will flee New York City if Mamdani wins. And I'm hearing people say things like, "Let him win," because then they're going to learn what socialism is really like. And my response:
who said things like that? People like fucking PBD and Video were saying things like that. It was.
Immediately, we were talking about this the other day with Ian on IRL. Chicago did that with Brandon Johnson, and they've not learned their lesson. Nothing's changing. Mamdani will win. They'll just blame. They'll keep saying we need more communism.
I mean, he's not wrong though. Like this entire this philosophy of just like, just let the voters automatically reject them because of their poor performance. That is not always the fucking case. If that were the case, Donald Trump wouldn't have won re-election.
More communism. That's the only answer. And I think what it really comes down to at the granular level is an individual says to themselves, maybe communism doesn't work, but if I vote for him again, he's promising me free stuff. So I'll take what I can get, and then I can always flee and let the system burn down. It feels like it's an inevitability that's going to keep getting worse.
I'll take what I can get, even though all of the free things that he's offered are literally only located in New York. How are you supposed to take the free bus with you when you move? How are you supposed to take the free childcare with you when you move? How are you supposed to take the the city-run grocery store prices with you when you move? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? This is not like you're not the recipient of like a fucking fruit basket.
And there's nothing we can do.
Or like he's acting like Zohran Mamdani is like offering every New Yorker, like New York City resident, like a fucking free pony that they can leave with.
To stop the expansion of young people just saying, screw it, everyone should pay for me and I don't care if it works or not.
Okay, so the reason I feel a lot more hopeful about it is none of his proposals can he actually like put into effect. Kathy Hochul, I believe, has already said she's not going to raise taxes on the rich. He can't make his own supermarkets and he can't make buses free. The only thing
but she wants to do the universal childcare.
He can impact
people.
The only thing he can impact is public safety.
Okay, so if the argument at its essence is you should never push for an agenda unless you have the numbers to do it, then why would you ever support, like, you could make this argument that it's stupid for any Republican that was having to campaign or trying to get into, like, trying to win office in a year that Republicans were not predicted to win the House or the Senate or whatever, that like, oh, why even bother running on a platform? Because you're not even going to be able to get it done when you get into office. They would never make this argument for their own side. They're exclusively making it to complain, like, they're pulling up the stupid, like, standard for Democrats and the left.
He can fire Jessica Tisch, who's the police commissioner, who's excellent, who has actually
He's literally okay. They just don't even paying attention. He literally said at the second debate, he doesn't intend to fire her, and he has doubled down on that. He's not going to get rid of her.
Is actually like quite low. It's funny. You see a lot of these like, male influencers talking about how like dangerous the streets of New York are, and I'm like, dude, grow up hair. Like, it's really not that bad. There was a while where it was really bad. It was really sketchy during COVID. But actually, Eric Adams is kind of sad. He never got credit.
Okay, if it's not that bad, then why are you scared that he's gonna usher in all of this fucking criminality? Because it's so perfect now. Is New York City currently perfect and he's about to ruin it, or is it already like basically on the verge of collapse and he's going to help push it over the edge? Pick one.
For this, but he did make the subways safer. Like, it used to be I would encounter a crazy person every week, and now it's really once every 4 months or so. So it really is much. It's nothing like Chicago. And by the way, in Chicago as well, crime is so racially segregated. Like, if you're a young man who's black who lives in Chicago, your life expectancy is lower than that of the Congo. But if you're a white person,
I don't even know if that's true.
Actually, like normal. I mean, this is true.
Is your life expectancy lower if you are a young black man in Chicago than in the Congo? Let's see. Even the AI summary is fucking stupid. Yes, a young black man's life expectancy in Chicago is lower than the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The average life expectancy for black Chicagoans is around 69.8 years, which is significantly lower than the average life expectancy in the Congo, which is around 61. This is exactly why I don't go off AI summaries, you guys. Literally doesn't even fucking make sense. Do you think she just like read that and did not actually realize that like what it spit out was completely incoherent and didn't make sense? Yeah, it's not lower. This is fucking wrong. I don't even know what there is. I'm not saying that there's no racial life expectancy gap, but these comparisons between like this and like the Congo, it's like usually decontextualized stats that give you like a skewed photo and make you more confused than if you had never engaged with that stat to begin with. Let's see, our Chicago racial life expectancy gap. This was reported in this year, February 16th. Since the pandemic, the Chicago Department of Public Health says all racial and ethnic communities in the city have seen an improvement in life expectancy. However, it's the lowest among black Chicagoans at 69.8 years. That's more than 11 years lower than the average life expectancy for non-black Chicagoans, according to the health department. See, this is what she'll never point out. She wants to compare the only reason why you would even think to compare this black population to that black population in a completely different continent, in a completely different like socioeconomic, like in a developing country, is because, oh, well, they're both black. Instead of pulling out the obviously much more practical metric of why compare them to people in the Congo, you should compare it to people in around them, like their non-white or their non-black counterparts. But she wouldn't want to say that because then she'd have to draw attention to the fact that that racial disparity that exists is really bad and privileges white people. But of course, when you tie it back to the Congo, you can like subtly suggest like maybe it's something to do with just black culture or black people themselves, like genetically or something. We know the reasons why people are dying before the age of 65, and we want to do something about it in the communities that are most impacted. Dr. Ige said, we want to tailor our programs to better engage with the community, make sure people can access the services they need, and make sure people have info about how they can live longer, healthier lives. Mental health. Like, they're not even talking about, like, she's also making it sound like there's, like, open gang warfare in the streets of fucking Chicago. I'm not saying that there aren't issues obviously related to like handgun violence and stuff. But like this idea that like, again, the reason why that life expectancy looks the way that it looks is because it's being skewed that significantly by like, it's like not that. It's like, it's the fact that these people don't go to the doctor enough. And so they have like these comorbidities that form that could, if they had just been going to the doctor regularly, they could have managed earlier and had a, you know, longer life expectancy. Or they're in like food deserts. If they had access to like more nutritious foods over their life, like they could have had like a longer life expectancy. It's like all these small things. It's not this like she's trying to insinuate it's like violent crime that's like leading to this, and that's one factor, but it's like not the most significant.
Crime across America. It's very racially segregated. It's a lot, and obviously liberals won't talk about it. They've made it a taboo to actually admit.
She's implying that Black Americans are better off in the Congo. Like there will never be that follow-up question to her. Like, did you really just try to insinuate that people living, like Black people living in the Congo are doing better than Black men living in Chicago? I know you didn't just try to imply that, right?
Admit this because the majority of violent crime is done by Blacks. They erase the fact that it is done to Blacks, like literally just making it impossible to protect the most vulnerable. But anyway.
Oh, there we are. We definitely, the media does not talk about Black on Black crime enough. Certainly not conservative media, right? Thank you, Batya, for picking up the mantle of doing that.
Because of that, I think rich people don't really actually suffer from the stupid, horrible, vile policy that they enact. It's always the poor who can't afford to actually move.
She loves to frame this shit this way, that like, I take it from me, an out-of-touch, rich, white wealthy person, we definitely don't care about anybody else. So we're just like, we're actually speaking down to people by thinking of the ways that we could try to improve their lives based on data. Just to, like, that's not true or whatever. It like can't be done.
Yeah, defunding the police. Who's it going to
exactly.
affect?
So he promised he was going to defund the police before. Throughout the campaign, he said he's learned his lesson. He promised to keep Jessica Tisch. If he keeps that promise, everything will be okay.
How are you like fear mongering, but you're admitting now that he's moderated his position with respect to policing and public safety, when 2 seconds earlier you implied that he was going to fire that commissioner, when you just now are admitting that that he said that he's literally not going to be doing that, and he's walked back his like rhetoric surrounding defund the police.
He hates the Jews. It's fine. Like, I really don't care what he thinks about that. Like, it's fine. Like, as long as he protects my...
You don't care, but you have to like mention it, right? Also, again, he was hitting from the what again? The victim bong rip is what he took when he called out Islamophobia. But when she just casually drops, he hates the Jews, but I don't really care about that. What are you doing again? Are you taking? Is that Mamdani passing the bong to you, or you're taking it back from him, or what are we doing here?
My synagogue, as long as he doesn't tell the cop that has to stand there on Shabbos to protect us from being shot up. Like, so as long as that to me is the only thing that
the cop that has to protect her at the synagogue from being shut up
really matters. And he's promised to keep her if he breaks that campaign promise.
Yes, the racialized victim bong. She passed it.
Just one more thing very briefly. Mamdani is very popular, 40% in New York. He never cracked 50%, and he's very unpopular nationally. So there's a very high chance that the Democrats...
Well, it's almost like it doesn't matter because this is not a national race, and he was not born in the United States, even though he is a naturalized citizen now, so he's never going to run for president or be president. So it doesn't fucking matter what his national polling data is.
We'll learn the exact wrong lesson from this, and it'll hurt them.
I think Cuomo could actually win. So I was looking at... There's an interesting post from Kalshi where they said externally, like nationwide... The people trading on the New York race give Mamdani 90% chance to win and 11% to Cuomo, which is weird. It's greater than 100%, whatever that means. However, inside of New York, Cuomo has a 9% edge on Mamdani. So he's at 49-40. The people who live in New York who are betting on this race are betting Cuomo is going to win. And just recently, data came out suggesting major whales are dropping tens of thousands of dollars this morning on Cuomo to win. I actually think the perception of Mamdani may be influenced by the national level political machine, claiming that
the national level political machine that declined to one half of that declined to endorse him until the last second, and it was a very, very weak one, Hakeem Jeffries, and then the other guy who all but said that he voted for Andrew Cuomo and never endorsed him. That national party that's definitely supporting Zohran Mamdani.
He's this very popular character when he might not actually be. So the other day I saw this and I said, okay, it's a value bet. I put $400 down on Cuomo to win. And if he does, I get paid out $5,217 or something.
How cool.
I do believe Mamdani has the edge to win. But
he may as well have just like flushed that $400 down the toilet.
Odds don't make sense. Cuomo has a much better chance of winning than 10%. That's a weird number to give. I guess people are so convinced.
I mean, you just said that they had him at 11%.
But when you, again, look at the data inside New York, Cuomo's actually leading. So I wonder, they do this strategy, the Democrats, the progressives, where they go for the primary because they know most people don't vote in the primary, and they can easily convince Democrat activists to vote for their Democrat activist candidate. But when it comes to the actual city itself, do they want someone as radical as Mamdani making these pie-in-the-sky promises he can't ever fulfill? I think Cuomo's got a chance to win. I think.
Yes. The pie-in-the-sky promises include free busing with taxation, free childcare, plan that Kathy Hochul is on board with, rent freezing, a thing that Bill de Blasio has done before. Crazy.
I think he's being underestimated.
I love that
this is so funny in retrospect. It was like insane cope.
Saying that. I've been saying that for the last 2 weeks, especially since I've been seeing the early voting, and that's been very much weighted in Cuomo's favor. I'll just say two things. First, which supports what you're saying, I have 4 screens up in my office. Every person of color who has been interviewed in New York over the last week is voting for Cuomo.
Wow.
And every white kid or white person is voting for Mamdani. So it's really going to come down to voter turnout.
It was like 50-50, could go either way. I think he like slightly had like an edge or whatever, like 48% or something like that went for Cuomo, and then like 52% went for Mamdani when it came to like black people, but he like did better with black men. But like, yeah, it was no secret that like a lot of people who carried him to victory, yes, like a lot of white people. But that is like, I mean, what do you fucking care about that? If you're a member of the Republican Party, white people are the bread and butter of that fucking party. So you clearly don't have an issue with non-white people being underrepresented.
You have to say, Tim, I am enraged at Andrew Cuomo for running the worst campaign I've ever seen.
Yeah.
For never once giving a single person a reason to vote for him except to stop the other guy. Like, how pathetic is that? Like, how cucked is that? Like, you literally have nothing to offer us except
I can't stand her using Zoomer speak.
Our, fear of that guy. It's so lame. He never reached out to Republicans. It was all just so entitled.
Yeah, they also don't mention it's fucking New York. What's the racial demographic of New York? Pay no mind to that.
So I think a lot of people are going to be standing there and looking at
She's never used that term in her life before this year. I guarantee it.
Sliwa's name and looking at Cuomo's name. Like, objectively, if it was between the two of them, Sliwa deserves it so much more. It's just that Sliwa can't win because New Yorkers are all
if that's the case, then why didn't you encourage Cuomo to get off the fucking ballot? He didn't have to run as an independent. He lost in the primary.
Democrats. So the whole thing is so fascinating. I've never been in a situation like this. One other quick thing.
If she's not wrong, he did run a terrible fucking campaign. So, but remind me again why Curtis Sliwa was the one who needs to drop out, even though he was the one who actually secured the nomination of the two major, for one of the two major political parties. It was incumbent upon Cuomo to drop out.
I didn't quite realize, something that really hit me today was we're never going to.
Zohran got a majority of minorities, LGBTQ, youth, and women. Well, obviously, what she said wasn't true because it was just going off anecdote. She wasn't even going off data. She was like, "Isn't it funny how everything that I interact with shows black people fucking hate Mamdani and white people fucking love Zohran? I don't know, but no, that's not a surprise that your timeline is highly manicured to show you that. Obviously, so you're a conservative woman."
And get to vote for Donald Trump again. That feeling you had going in and being like, this person is going to break everything that sucks and spit at every person who had contempt for me and rewrite the whole story to make, life better for working class Americans. And then to see him do it for the last year, the euphoria I got from that and continue to get from that. I was like, Batya, you're not getting that again. That's not what it's supposed to feel like every time. It's never going to feel like that again, probably. Just slow your roll here.
So I made this point on Twitter a while ago, half jokingly. I said Israel is the new left-right divide. And I don't think people understood the point I was making. It's a generality. But there are moderate Democrats very pro-Israel, moderate Republicans very pro-Israel.
What do you want to bet? Most of his Twitter, he tries to play off as, I'm half joking, guys. That way he can play Schrodinger's asshole with whenever he says something crazy, but it happens to turn out to be true. Oh, I was dead serious. I predicted it. When he says some stupid shit, he can always back up. It was a joke, bro. It was a joke.
And then the emergent left and the emergent right are both very anti-Israel. And I'm half joking saying, I see a possibility in the future.
She's a MAGA leftist. Oh, yeah, I forgot. She says that the reason why she supports Donald Trump is because he's actually the left candidate. That's her whole thing, right?
Where moderate Republicans and liberals actually come together, and then it kind of rotates to a new left and right where Israel becomes this central focus.
I only say cuck whenever I'm being ironic or trying to make somebody uncomfortable. Well, she achieved one of those for sure.
Because you've got young right-leaning individuals, I don't even know if right-leaning is the right word, that just hate Israel. The left, of course, just hates Israel.
Right-leaning's the right word.
And I feel like that could be a potentiality in the future. But the question I want to ask you is...
I love how we're going to try to draw an equivalency between principled anti-Zionists and people that conveniently adopt the Palestinian cause or oppose Israel because of anti-Semitism. We're not going to analyze the reasons why one faction dislikes Israel and the other dislikes it, but just both of them just fucking hate Israel.
What did Zohran Mamdani mean when he said the boots of the NYPD are laced by the IDF?
What I wanted to know is when he apologized to the NYPD.
What do you think he means? That there is a relationship that exists between the NYPD and Israel. That is a thing that is objectively true.
Did that include
this fake wide-eyed naivete is so fucking disingenuous and disgusting.
People lacing their boots, right? I mean, it was this
NYPD and station in Tel Aviv. That's all in your head.
Blanket apology.
What does this mean?
There's this meme on the left that because the IDF has developed certain methods of, control of I don't remember exactly what it was. So they used to do these, no, actually it was anti-terrorism training. The IDF is very good at identifying suspicious objects, obviously, because people are always trying to blow up Israelis. And so they would do specifically like identification of, I can't remember when this was, like 10 years ago, they would have NYPD counterterrorism units train with them. And this, of course, was blown out of proportion by the left into the IDF is importing all of its anti-Palestinianism and whatever. And the NYPD now, because the NYPD obviously hates people of color, therefore they got this from Israel. I mean, it's like the typical elevation of Israel to this level of Israel is the source of all your problems. The Jews are the source of all your problems. I want to say something about what you said about the left, right. I think the real thing is it's going to continue to be immigration, which means it's the divide. It's just going to, which is about the class divide. If you're working class, you can love immigrants. They're coming for your job. They're bringing down the wages in your industry. It's just a fact. God. It's pure economics. And if
just
you are an elite,
just pure economics, nothing, no Republican propaganda here, folks. Just facts. Only the facts.
Degree working in the knowledge industry. Immigrants are labor. They're cheap labor. That, I think, is going to continue to be the dividing line. It's interesting. Only 13% of Democrats overall.
Yeah, it's definitely not educational attainment. It's definitely not income. It's definitely not race. Yeah, okay.
Not young Democrats, but Democrats overall now support Israel. But still 71% of Republicans. And Charlie Kirk at the last Student Action Summit did a poll. So this is young conservatives. 75% of them still call themselves pro-Israel. They're against funding Israel. And honestly, I'm probably against that too. I think it really reduces Israel's sovereignty and ours. But they still would call themselves pro-Israel. And so I think the war in Gaza was very unpopular. But we're really I don't see to me, what you're seeing now, we could talk about this or not, but the reaction on the right from the Christian right, including people of all ages, to Nick Fuentes to be he's not in, that's something you would never see on the left. So
wait, what? She's trying to act like right now, Nick Fuentes is being rejected on the right when the Heritage Foundation president literally just made room for him in the Overton window.
When for me, what you're seeing now, we could talk about this or not, but the reaction on the right from the Christian right, including people of all ages, to Nick Fuentes to be he's not in,
they're not saying that. They're literally saying the opposite. They're literally saying that there should be space, but it could not. The opposite is true. Holy fuck! Hold on. And he said Christians specifically have the mandate to criticize Israel and without being anti-Semites. She just lies so brazenly. It's insane.
In the coming days. But today I want to be clear about one thing. Christians can critique the state of Israel without being anti-Semitic.
Only Christians, not atheists, not Muslims, certainly not Arabs, only Christians and Jews.
And of course, anti-Semitism.
And even then, not all Jews, because the self-hating Jews don't count, right? Their criticisms don't mean anything.
Condemned. My loyalty as a Christian and as an American is to Christ first and to America always. When it serves the interests of the United States to cooperate with Israel and other allies, we should do so, with partnerships on security, intelligence, and technology. But when it doesn't, conservatives should feel no obligation to reflexively support any foreign government, no matter how loud the pressure becomes from the globalist class or from their mouthpieces in Washington. The Heritage Foundation didn't become the intellectual backbone of the conservative movement by canceling our own people.
This looks and feels like AI. I mean, even if it had some sort of AI upscaling, I wouldn't be surprised, but this is, what he believes in. So
that's something you would never see on the left. So when big influencers on the left,
it's actually the left that's really just rolling out the fucking red carpet and welcome wagon for Nick Fuentes. It's definitely not Dave Smith. It's not PBD. It's not Tucker Carlson. Yeah, who are all inviting him on for uncritical interviews. Got it.
Say anti-Semitic things or platform anti-Semites. They close ranks around the anti-Semitic element. But right now what you're seeing against Fuentes and even against Tucker.
Or the guy that she's talking to who literally tried to have Kanye West and Nick Fuentes on his show at the same time, but Kanye stormed out, so it didn't happen.
Against heritage is the right, the mainstream of the right saying, actually, there's no room here for Holocaust denial. So, and that seems to me to be really widespread. And I don't think that's necessarily about Israel, but obviously it's sort of tangentially related.
Well, Tucker Carlson, he used to be the top voice in this movement or whatever. And now he's interviewing Nick Fuentes. He is attacking Christian Zionists. He seems to have very much shifted. Candace Owens, of course, has now very much run this
rhetoric.
rhetoric.
Getting into Candace Owens, completely forgot.
And whether or not,
even though she's like the biggest,
it's Nick Fuentes or not, it does feel like there's a divide on the right. What I will say is,
so he like definitely did not agree with what she just said, and he just pushed back in the most gentle way that he could without like being like, yeah, that's literally the opposite is true, lady. But I'm not gonna call you out for that. But oh my god, this is a really sane and gaslighting conversation. There's no other kind with this woman. But holy shit, I think I'm gonna call it, you guys. I will be back tomorrow. Don't know what time, don't know when, but we'll be back hopefully. If you're watching on Twitch, please go ahead and follow me. Subscribe to me, give subs throughout the chat, use your Amazon Prime sub. If you're watching on YouTube, please do the same. Like the stream, very important. Subscribe to me if you aren't already, that way you can know when I go live. Check out my past VODs, they're timestamped, though you can skip around to segments. If you want to support me, follow the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything, and you guys are headed over to Nobody Is Fucking Live. So you are going over to Usahole, who I have never heard of, but I noticed that their stream title says Mom Daddy's Home Bix. Chats crash out over Mamdani and Blue Wave. Woke is back. Gamer Time and Discord Hangout, and their stream seems really fucking cool. So never watched them before. They could be crazy for all I know, but go show them some love because their stream seems like it'd be right up my alley. You guys, oh, duh. It's like USA Hole, not Usahole. It's 3 a.m. Cut me some slack, okay? You guys say hi to me. Have a good night. I'll see you guys later. Bye.